NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by Chrysler Plymouth, who invites you to see the sporty Plymouth Arrow, Fire Arrow, and brand new Arrow pickup for $79. By new Schlitz Light Natural Pilsner Beer, still less filling with a taste that's bigger than light. And by Hertz, the superstar in rent-a-car.
This is Kurt Gowdy, John Brody, the Oakland Coliseum, Oakland, California. Seattle, 500 on the season, 6-6. They beat Oakland in Seattle earlier, 27-7. Had Oakland shut out with just a little over 4 minutes to play in the game. Oakland is 8-4, leading right now in their division. And the march of the captain. There's the standing of the AFC West. Oakland will play Denver here, by the way, a week from Sunday, and they can't make the mistake of looking ahead to that one today. Let's watch the toss of the coin.
Heads is the call. Tail. Oakland the winner. Ball. You want the ball.
Not very complicated, Kurt.
Very simply, Gene Upshaw says ball. They'll take the ball. They'll defend the goal on your left. The black-shirted Oakland Raiders. Seattle Seahawks will kick off from your right. And Patera will gather his club around him. You'll be seeing two exact opposites on the sidelines today. Patera doesn't show much emotion. And John Madden will be kneeling, praying, running up and down, kicking. He'll be doing everything out there. A highly emotional coach.
And I think it points out how emotion is sometimes so befuddling, because they're both highly emotional people. It's just the one has an awful lot of extrovert to him, and the other one is a total introvert. Jack Patera may be doing the best job in the National Football League this year, and I have never noticed that a coach who is 6-6, he could finish the season over 500. I've never seen anybody with just an over 500 record voted as coach of the year, but I think he's an excellent candidate.
Efren Herrera will be kicking off, and it's about a 5-mile-an-hour cross breeze right across the field. 23 is Harold Hart. 22 is Arthur Whittington. Hart just picked up again, used to be with the Raiders. He's drifted from club to club. Here's Herrera waiting for the referee signal. Another packed and jammed house here. Long string of sellouts in the Oakland Coliseum. And the kick is tumbling to Hart at the 8. 15 to the 20. 25, and he's spun down on the 26-yard line by Kerry Justin, number 26 of the Seahawks. So we'll set the Oakland Raiders up now. They'll be on their 26-yard line with a first down. Stabler, the quarterback. Whittington, the rookie, 22. Van Egan, number 30, are the running backs. And there are the wide receivers. Cliff Branch, 21. 81, Bradshaw will be on the other side. Dave Casper, 87. Sometimes the Raiders will have Bolitnikoff in with a 3-wide receiver attack. John will run down the offensive line for you. Kenny Stabler, 57% completions this year to Whittington. Whittington out to the 30. And he scrambles to the 34-yard line where John Harris, the free safety, made the tackle. Oh, they get 8 on the first play. There's the offensive line, a great one.
And the only change is Steve Sylvester. He's been there for 4 years. He has never started a ball game in the offensive line for the Raiders. However, they look at him as one who could play any one of 3 positions. He backs up Dalby and Upshaw. They haven't had a need. And this year, there seems to have been more offensive linemen gone down than ever.
Surprisingly, Seattle opens up with a 3-4. 3 down linemen, 4 linebackers. Van Egan for a first down to the 39. And he's hit by Terry Beeson and Keith Butler, the 2 linebackers. Now that's a 4-man front, but they've gone to a 3-man front. They have Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, and Bill Gregory up there with the linebackers. Green, Beeson, Peter Cronin 57, and Butler, the rookie, 53. First down.
And now they've gone back to 4.
Now they jump back to the 4-man line. Whittington on the sweep. He is sliced under by number 38, Cornell Webster, the left cornerback, and by the left linebacker, Sammy Green.
Cornell Webster making the stop, Kurt, kind of exposes Morris Bradshaw, who's been doing an outstanding job blocking for wide sweeps, and Whittington is the first guy that's run any for Oakland in quite some time, is a very integral part of their offense. That time Cornell Webster got behind him and made the play.
Banasak has replaced Van Egan. Second down, 7 for the Raiders. Their 42-yard line. Whittington, they're trying to get outside with Whittington. Whittington's over the 45 to the 46-yard line. Terry Beeson met him there. Arthur Whittington weighs only 180. 7th-round pick. They didn't think he might last, but he's not only lasted but become a starter. They've had 2 backs go down, Clarence Smith, Robisky with knees.
And the reason that Whittington may be as important an increment today as he could be is that Terry Beeson is awfully tough in the middle. You get the feeling that Oakland is going to try and stuff Seattle defensively in the line, see if they can't control the game at the line of scrimmage with their outstanding offensive line. They're going to have trouble inside because Beeson is so strong. If they do things effectively, I think it'll be Whittington to the outside.
Oakland rushed for only 70 yards in that first Seattle game. So the Seattle defense did an excellent job on them. Down right now is Dave Brown, the right cornerback from Michigan. And they're examining his right knee. Keith Simpson will come in. The Jets upset Miami 24-13. Are there any upsets though anymore?
I think they're just going to have to quit predicting someone to be the favorite, because I think we're 4 for 4 today, and last week we were 9 out of 14. It's about time we filed a favorite.
Look at New England now. If they win today, they'll be playing. They're just starting now at Baltimore. If they win today, they'll go 2 games up on Miami, and they'll be an excellent condition to go on and win their division, qualify automatically for the playoffs. New England just scored. They lead Baltimore early, 7-0. 3rd down and 3 for the Raiders with a slot right. Somebody moved. It looked like it was 56, Steve Sylvester.
Well, you get a little nervous. You know he's a little pumped up. And as a matter of fact, the whole Oakland team last night in the lobby looked a little more intense than I've seen them in the past. I went up to say hello to Matusak. His only comment was...
Number 66, offense, 3rd down.
His only comment was, all you quarterbacks. He said, there's something about you I just can't stand. I thought, well, you may not like me, but you better get the guy playing.
Sandifer goes out. Justin, a 5th secondary, backs in. Now Whittington is out. And the 3 wide receivers are in. Biletnikoff, Bradshaw, and Branch. 3rd down and 8 for the Raiders from their 41. Stabler for his first pass. And out it goes to Dave Casper for a first down. We're on the Seattle 43-yard line. Casper's dragged down by Cornell Webster.
And you can, they are putting a burden on Keith Butler. He's the linebacker. He has to, that was Sammy Green. He has to keep Casper to the outside because the middle linebacker is gone. They're in a man-to-man coverage. That simply means Autry Beeman could not cover that much ground to get into the play, and Casper picks up a first. If you give Stabler a chance, he's going to come to Casper. Jack Christensen, the defensive coach for Seattle, mentioned before the game they've got to do something to handle him.
Van Egan on first down, short yardage to the 42 of Seattle. Stopped by Dennis Boyd, the left tackle. It'll be 2nd down 9. The Raiders in Seattle territory. Now Raymond Chester comes on the field. Morris Bradshaw's in. Biletnikoff comes out. Whittington comes out. Double tight end offense. Chester and Casper. Chester does not start here. He could start with most clubs in the NFL, but he gets quite a bit of playing time. And the reverse is off to Bradshaw at the 40-yard line. Bradshaw scoots to the 37, bumped out of bounds between the 37 and 36-yard line by Autry Beeman, the strong safety.
By Cornell Webster, along with Autry Beeman.
Let's see what Sylvester is doing.
In his first start, He pulled a little early on one wide sweep, got him a 5-yard penalty. This is a perfect job. He might be a little tenuous in that he hasn't picked up his man quick enough, but when he does pick him up, he got Beeman, put him back about 4 yards past the line of scrimmage. Good job by the offensive guard.
The Raiders face a third down and 4. Chester's out. Branch is in now. He's to the left. Bradshaw's to the right. Van Egan and Whittington, the running backs. Sideline pattern. There he is at the 25. Branch to the 20 to the 15. First down, Oakland.
Kurt, perfect example. That little pump job that Stabler put on and put Keith Simpson right up on top of Casper. He just brought the ball back. Morris Bradshaw standing way outside, just lulling down the sideline. Watch Stabler's that little pump. Now he looks right at Casper and throws it over the top of his head. If we see in the screen, Casper is down on the ground with Simpson. Bradshaw standing all alone, and they're in perfect scoring position.
First down, Oakland on the Seattle 15. Raiders started this drive under 26. No score. First period. Seattle's not had the ball yet. Van Egan lunging over left guard. Piled up at the 12-yard line by Bill Sandifer and Dennis Boyd, the 2 interior linemen for Seattle. Kenny Stabler's not thrown an interception in these last 2 games. Everybody's been wailing about what a bad year he's having. Actually, he's ahead of last year in yardage at the same stage, same number of games, and only 1% completion behind last year.
And I think interceptions being the criteria by which you judge quarterbacks is the most overrated stat in the world. Usually it's because you're behind, you have to try and catch up, and the good ones all do.
Dave Brown's back in at cornerback. Second down 8. Look at that time. The ball got away, but that was a shitter. Let's see if they're calling a fumble. Calling a fumble.
Well, he was in the motion to throw. However, he lost the ball while his movement was still backwards. And by the rules, that goes as a fumble.
Boyd gathered it in, and just watch him plop out of his hand, John.
He's going backwards to throw the ball. He comes forward with the ball already gone. There it's gone. That's a correct call.
It'll be Seattle's ball, and we'll look at them on offense right after this message.
As we start playing the 4th quarter, this is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning. Green Bay's leading 7-3. The Packers have a 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line. Double tight end alignment. Culbreth and Middleton the setbacks for Whitehurst. Middleton hits a stone wall of Minnesota Vikings and is thrown back. Great defensive effort. Mullaney led the defensive charge. Mark Mullaney. 4th down coming up. Field goal units coming on.
Well, he lost a yard, Lindsey. That's why. He lost a yard on the play. You see the stack up right there. He's met by everybody in that defensive alignment for the Vikings. Now the ball's sitting at the just over the 2-yard line. So 4th and 2 to go for it there. It's a little, not too good a gamble.
It's going to be a 20-yarder. A 20-yarder. With Douglas holding for Marco. Just DeMarco will attempt it. Marco boots, and it's good. 20-yard field goal by Marco puts 3 more points on the board for the Green Bay Packers. And the score is now the Packers 10 and the Minnesota Vikings 3. So we have a quarter of football to go here now, with the Packers now in a 7-point advantage.
Here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, we have 1 minute and 5 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter. Eagles lead it, they did at the half 7-3. And in the game for the first time is the Cardinals' best running back over the last 3 seasons, although he's not played yet today because of an ankle problem. Jim Otis. The Buckeye blaster, Ohio State fullback, lining up behind Jim Hart. 1st and 10 Cardinals. Otis gets the football, and he gets a load of Philadelphia Eagles. Nothing there. Coming up to fill and make the hit against the run was Randy Logan, the strong safety.
One of the reasons Jim Otis is in the game is probably because Wayne Morris has sprained a knee and he won't be back for the day.
He did a big job while he was in there, Wayne Morris.
Yes, he did. I think he had about 80 yards.
In the 1st quarter at Baltimore, the New England Patriots have gone in front 7-0.
That was on an interception run by Mike Haynes of a Bill Troop pass.
He's back in there, Troop. Well, they go from Burt Jones to oblivion at quarterback. Here's a throw. Dave Stief makes the reception for a first down. A 6'3" rookie wide receiver from Portland State, Dave Stief, makes a good reception of a low-thrown ball, then dives ahead for the needed yardage for the first down.
Yes, he does. Watch him protect the football, making sure that he catches it. He knows it's difficult to catch because it is wet. Kind of sits down, gets low with it, makes the catch.
There is the gun. That is the end of the third quarter with the score. The Eagles 7, the Cardinals 3, and we now pause for a word from your local station.
With Miami being upset today by the Jets, New England has a chance to put some more daylight between themselves and the Dolphins in the AFC East, and the Pats jump off to a 7-0 first quarter lead over Baltimore. Johnny, what does November 6, 1955 mean to you?
Well, I was born about that year, I guess.
We'll tell you what it means in the Bear record book after this first down play. Roland Harper, 19 carries, 111 yards. Peyton, 23 carries for 94. And here goes Roland again. Flag down on the play as he got about 8 out to the 30.
Holding penalty. He may have called that on Ted Albrecht. I'm not sure.
Let's see if we can get it here on this end zone view.
There's Roland Harper running. We'll see Ted Albrecht, number 64 there, as he's blocking. His hands are out extended. I don't know if they called it on him or not.
They'll pace off 10 yards against the Bears. Back to the 12.
They say you can extend your arms on a thrust as long as it's not wider than your opponent's body.
Holding. Offense. Number 34. First down.
Well, it wasn't Ted Albrecht. It was called on Walter Payton.
We'll take another look at it here, John. Maybe we can see what Walter did.
Okay, Walter's the lead back. We can't really get a good look at him. There it is right there. Oh yeah, yes, he's holding. He caught you, Walter. Cecil Johnson. He got a hold of Cecil Johnson's jersey. He wanted to take it home as a souvenir.
First and 20 now from the 12. 11-11 left, and Peyton carries. He's closing in on the 100-yard mark, and if he gets there, he had 94 before that carry. It will mark the first time since November 6, 1955, that two Bear runners went over 100 yards in the same game, and those Bear runners were...
Well, one had to be Rick Caceres.
And the other, Bob Watkins.
Bobby Watkins out of Ohio State, and Rick Caceres, as a matter of fact, I think is still living down in Tampa Bay. He was a great football player. Great guy.
He's the all-time leading Bear rusher with 5,657 yards. Last week, Peyton moved past Gale Sayers into the number 2 spot, and eventually, barring injury, he'll pass Caceres too. Second and long. Harper trying to get outside, shedding tacklers, and across the 20. Harper is having a whale of a ball game today. Bill Kohler finally makes the stop with help from Curtis Jordan.
When you talk about determination, watch him shed 2 tacklers right here. Gets through them both. Kohler was one of them, and finally is brought down.
Yeah, it was my mistake. It was Kohler he got by, and Selman and Jordan on the tackle.
Well, we're down to 9 minutes, 58 seconds left in this ball game. 14-3 Bears. Tampa Bay is in trouble.
3rd and 11 from the 21. Now we'll see if they stay conservative with the 14-3 lead or if they put it in the air on 3rd and long. Fakes the pass, hands to Harper. Needs 11 yards for the first down. Doesn't get it. The Bears will have to kick. And there's Bob Parsons coming in. What they want to do here is get a clean exchange, don't get it blocked, and just get a reasonably decent kick away. At this stage of the game, the Bears have to figure that only mistakes can do them in this type of weather, leading 14-3 and 9:15 left.
Both teams have quarterback situations unfolding. Barring something unforeseen, Bob Avellini has reestablished himself as the #1 quarterback for the Bears. Tampa, what's going to be the situation? Doug Williams may possibly be able to play next week.
Danny Reese is the deep man, a short, fluttering type kick, but it takes a good Chicago bounce. And they down it at about the 37-yard line. So now Tampa Bay needs some offense, and they need it quickly. With 8:51 to play in the game, they trail it 14-3.
Gus DeMarco is teeing it up on the 35-yard line to kick off, and Kevin Miller is brought back center deep. to receive it for the Minnesota Vikings. The differential is 7 points, with the Green Bay Packers out in front by a score of 10-3. There is the scoring drive, and Green Bay on the drive had the ball 4:22 on that drive.
Had the ball 10 minutes in the third quarter.
Devin Miller at the 12-yard line to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, to the 30. And on upfield, he's finally stopped at the 37-yard line. It was Mike Douglas on the stop, so it is 1st and 10 now for the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, let's see if the law of averages changes a little bit. I think we're going to see a different offense now for the Minnesota Vikings. Fran's got to start opening it up. He's got to start throwing on first down a lot more.
Van Tarkenton marches up to the line. Wide receivers left and right, and the wing back left alone setback. And gives it off to Foreman, and Foreman got to the 40-yard line, pushed back by Butler and Barzalowski. Gain of 3 will make it 2nd down and 7 yards to go. In the third quarter, time of possession, the Packers had the ball 10 minutes, 11 seconds. Minnesota had it 4 minutes, 49 seconds. Here's Rashad coming out to a wide left. Sammy White to a wide right. The running backs are split with Fran Tarkenton on the 2nd and 7. Tarkenton. Tarkenton is sacked. He is sacked back at the 35-yard line.
They're really putting a rush on Tarkenton today. Dave Roller again beat the block on the right side. He might not get credited with the sack, but watch Roller right there. He beat the guard and he's free. Now Franz moves over to the right. Barzalowski is there, and also Butler.
So it is 3rd down and 12 yards to go. Vikings have the ball at their own 35-yard line. The defense is in for the Green Bay Packers. Tarkenton spinning out and stops. Hit just as he unloaded the ball, and it is intercepted. I think it is intercepted at the 46-yard line. The Green Bay Packers have the ball, and it's Willie Buchanan with his 9th interception of the year.
And that'll tie him with Ken Stone of St. Louis for the NFL lead.
The 3rd time Tarkenton has been intercepted today.
And again, it's that defensive pressure by the defense. Watch this. Watch Butler. He goes down. He gets back up. Here comes Barzalowski and a host of them.
Vermeil blows a bubble. His Eagles have been popping some bubbles of the St. Louis Cardinals in offense. Eagles with a very sound defensive game. Now an instant replay. The coach does it again. And right now we're set for the start of the 4th quarter as the St. Louis Cardinals have the football, trailing the Eagles 7-3. Jim Hart gets time, looks long, ball is tipped, and Hart slaps it down wisely before an Eagle could intercept it. Busting through on the play. Charlie Johnson, the middle guard, was coming through. Might have been Carl Hairston who had the ball. We'll see.
Watch him go back here. Trying to go long. Gets it.
Big Dennis Harrison.
Batted, yeah. Dennis Harrison got up there, and then Hart knocks it down. He could have had a reception there.
Certainly could have.
Listen to this, Don.
Could have gotten his leg broken, too.
Atlanta comes back to score with 5 seconds left.
Again?
In the fourth quarter, they lead 20-17.
Jim Otis advances the ball to the 45-yard line. He'll be short of a first down. It'll bring up 3rd and about 2. So again, Atlanta does this to New Orleans, and Atlanta extends its record now to 8-5 if they can hold on.
Boy, what a play to come back right at the end of the game like that. 5 seconds left to pull one out and remain in that wild card picture.
After what happened to the Golden Domers yesterday, I'd believe anything.
But that didn't upset you, did it?
No. I took that right in stride. Hart throws, and it's incomplete. Good coverage by the Eagles.
Best place he could have thrown it.
That was a 3rd down throw, and so the Eagle defense again holds.
Yes, they played it perfectly. They were expecting pass here. Otis must have thought he got held a little bit. Let's take a look and see why he's upset. You see not a very good fake, a red pass. You see the linebackers going back reading. That's what it is right there. Reggie Wilkes had an arm holding on Otis, and then he gave him a little shove there at the end, but the play was over with then.
I don't know if the Eagles have ever played a better defensive game recently than what they're playing today, but they are doing some job on defense. Absolutely outstanding. Here's Shira. He breaks it again. John Shira weaving his way is all the way out to the 46-yard line. This is a football player, John Shira, who was twice the most valuable player at UCLA. Quarterback the UCLans to a 1975 Rose Bowl upset of Ohio State. 2 years in Canada, now back with his college coach, Dick Vermeil. Eagles have the ball when we come back.
So Tampa Bay with a 1st and 10 from their own 37-yard line. McKay goes out wide left and Mucker wide to the right. Ray looking. Frank Grant. And Grant into Chicago territory with the first down reception, only Ray's 3rd completion of the game.
Well, that one was a perfect one. Good pass blocking. Grant went down, did his turn in about 15 yards deep. The pass was there on the money. Turns upfield, puts his head down, covers up the ball, and that's the way football's supposed to be played.
For Grant, only his 5th reception of the year. He goes wide to the left side, Mucker to the right. Davis and Ragsdale in the backfield.
Oh.
And a lob pass out for Ragsdale way over his head on first down.
Mike Hartenstein smelled that one coming. It was very close to being a lateral, and Ray just wisely threw it up and over.
Atlanta comes from behind, and again they burn the New Orleans Saints. Boy, Dick Nolan has probably seen enough of the Falcons to last him for a lifetime. Atlanta 20, New Orleans 17, and the Falcons are 8-5.
You don't suppose it was one of those Big Ben plays at the very last second? Wouldn't that be something?
Well, they trailed at 17-13 at one point in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 10 from the 44 of Chicago. 8:14 left in the game. Tampa trails at 14-3. Ray unloads. Mucker looked like he was open, but it was way over his head.
Ray pass to Mucker.
There was a little bit of a, watch the pattern here. Everybody got jammed up. They're both being jammed within the 5-yard limits. Then they have to let them go, and then they start to cross here and watch the defensive backs run into each other. Terry Schmidt and Virgil Livers. And I'll tell you, Grant broke open there for a second, didn't he?
Now it's 3rd down with 8:09 left. Mucker right and Grant left. Ray has time to throw if he can find somebody, which he can't. It'll be 4th and 10.
Ray's pass was intended for Grant.
Good coverage by Len Walderscheid for Chicago as he had Grant very well covered. Mike Ray could not find an open receiver. He did have enough time to throw. So Tampa Bay will have to punt.
Green has had a very good day. His average for the season a little over 41. His average today just over 44, and he had a 61-yarder during the first half. Livers stands back at the 10-yard line. And they're going to fake it. Green wants to throw. He finds Johnny Davis. A flag flies. Davis goes flying out of bounds. And let's see what the penalty will be.
They may have called a penalty against Tampa Bay, so it might not make any difference.
John Skabinski closed in for the tackle on Johnny Davis as the fake went nowhere.
Ineligible downfield on the pass, on the offense. Number 51, decline, first down.
Dale Nafziger got excited about the pass and said he wanted to get downfield and catch that ball. And so it really didn't make any difference. The Chicago Bears have the ball on their own 44-yard line with 7:54 left in the game. Chicago leads 14-3.
As Dave Roller. Oh, yeah, I got one. I'm going to get me one now. All right. All by himself.
First and 10 now for the Green Bay Packers at the Vikings 46-yard line. Middleton got only 2 to the 44. It's second down and 8 yards to go. Middleton now needs unofficially 34 yards to reach 1,000 yards rushing for the year for the Green Bay Packers. Matt Blair made the tackle.
Well, Atlanta has done it again. A couple of weeks ago, that home run pass in the last second. This time, with 5 seconds left in the game, Bartkowski, a 1-yard touchdown pass to Mitchell. They edge New Orleans by 3.
Second down and 8 yards to go. McBarty Smith. Inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. Jeff Seaman made the stop. Carl Ella with him. Here's another final score. Cleveland knocked off the Los Angeles Rams and not only knocked them off by a final score of 30-19.
Boy, Greg Pruitt scored one. Mike Pruitt scored one. Everybody had a good day for Cleveland. Brian Sight threw for a touchdown.
So the Rams are now 10-3. 3rd and 3 for the Green Bay Packers at the 39-yard line. Middleton cutting and driving, and he'll be marked up there at the 36, close to the first down.
He's going to be a little bit short. This whole crowd's going to say go.
And now this is Minnesota injury timeout. There is a Minnesota injury. Punting unit is coming on for the Green Bay Packers.
Well, the way the defense is playing, and I know that's what Bart Starr is thinking about, Lindsey, the defense for the Packers has just been playing outstanding football, and they just want to pin the Vikings as deep in their own territory as they can.
Fourth down and a yard to go as they set it up. Devin Miller has dropped back to receive the punt of David Beverly. Beverly tries to scrib it. And he gets a lucky bounce, and it's going to be at the 5-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 5-yard line.
Things are going right. They go right.
They go all right. It was Jim Gano downfield to take the football for the Green Bay Packers. So Minnesota gets it, but they get it deep in their own territory. When play is resumed, they'll start 1st and 10 at their own 5-yard line.
With Sonny Jurgensen, this is Don Criqui back at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. It has been a all-out fight. Street fight on defense. Both teams hitting, slugging, going for the football. Eagles have it now. They're holding to a 7-3 lead. That was the score at the half. Jaworski looking to put up points. Home run ball. He's got a man out there. Osborne, the tight end. He's open inside the 10. Touchdown, Eagles. No, they marked him out of bounds at the 6-yard line. What a play. What a superbly thrown football. And Osborne, who they had looked at all day, takes the reception for a 49-yard gain. And all of a sudden, the Eagles are challenging for another score.
All right, great corner pattern here. Watch the play fake. Good play fake. He goes back, hits it, just moves just a little bit. But what an accurately thrown ball.
Oh.
A tough throw. Good catch. Osborne, this has really got to make him happy. See where he steps out. Right there, he stepped out. Almost got in for the touchdown.
Now it is 1st and goal at the 6. 4th quarter. Eagles 7, Cardinals 3. 13-10 to play in the game. Jaworski with the long count. Second back through. Wilbert Montgomery. He's down to the 2. So it'll be 2nd and goal from there. Jaworski. A very, very effective passing game. Diverse passing game. We'll watch that reception now by Osborne. You'll see him step out of bounds again.
Yes, after he gathers it in, he's hugging the sidelines, trying to check and see who is around him. Right here, as his foot goes out of bounds. His right foot got out of bounds, and he would have gotten in for the touchdown.
Cleveland has defeated Los Angeles 30-19. So the Rams and the Cowboys now tied for the best records in the NFC, 10-3. Second back through. Wilbert Montgomery didn't get there. It'll be 3rd and goal.
Well, what do you think, Don? You think a little play action here?
Well, I think this is what we're going to see. Ron Jaworski, fake to the second back on a dive. A naked reverse to the left side. Ron Jaworski takes it in untouched and standing up for a touchdown.
Is that your call?
That will be my call. I've just sent it down. It's just been refused on the sideline. Larry Barnes is in the game. Watch Jaworski. Fake, second back through. Touchdown, Eagles! Mike Hogan gets through. Boy, they blasted him out on that side. Lukin was hammering out.
Stan
Walters. Look at these blocks.
What he does, boy, look at the block they make in there on Eric Williams.
I tell you.
Really did good job of blocking. Look at watch the blocking here.
The Eagles center, Guy Morris, is having an all-pro day.
He was trying to go outside.
He just took the middle guard right out again. Chop blocked him. So the Eagles now take command of what's been a very tight football game. Big extra point. It is good. And it gives the Eagles an 11-point advantage, meaning that the Cardinals would have to score 2 touchdowns. With 11:41 left to play, it is Philadelphia 14, the Cardinals 3. We'll be back in a moment, and Jim Hart will be passing.
I don't think I've ever seen this happen in the course of a ball game. Oftentimes somebody's hit and the ball will do things such as this. However, Stabler's all alone. He's got his man. The ball's a little slick, as it often is early in the game. He knows it's gone backwards. He was not coming forward when it left his hand, and it was a correct call.
God, I do remember seeing that once. Darryl Yepemian in the Of course, he's not the pastor Stabler is.
No.
First down, Seattle on their own 20-yard line. Jim Zorn quarterbacking in the I formation. Zorn to the deep man, Sherm Smith. Smith really ganged up. Smith has picked up 559 yards this year, just under 5 yards to carry. He can catch the ball. He's a big all-purpose back. Thank you very much, the Raiders. It was on the 23-yard line of Seattle. 2nd down and 7. Smith's 47. Testerman playing in place of the injured David Sims today. He'll be 42. That's their backfield. 3 wide receivers, Rabel, Largent, and McCullum are on the field right now for the Seattle Seahawks. The tight end Sawyer's on the sidelines. Off to Sherman Smith. He's up to the 25-yard line. Check that. And Phil Villapiano made the tackle. 3rd and 5, Seahawks. Their own 25. That's the backfield we gave you. And when they line up with a tight end, they have McCullum and Largent. Largent's the leading pass receiver in the NFL. Sawyer is the tight end. There's the offensive line.
Tom Lynch and John Yarno, they're the strengths. Nick Bebout's having a good year. Bob Newton, coming over from Chicago, is just getting into shape to really play. And Steve August is a first draft choice.
3rd and 5. Zorn will throw. A A controlled rush against him. He hits coming out of the backfield. Sherm Smith, first down at the 35-yard line of the Seahawks.
You know, Kurt, I've seen a lot of backs throughout this year, and yet Sherm Smith stands up with all of them. We haven't seen David Sims. This is the third time we've done Seattle. It's the third game Sims has missed. They've called on Smith to do a lot more of their offense with Sims out of there. When you lose 11 touchdowns out of your starting backfield, you've lost a lot. This guy's been up to the task on all 3 occasions.
Now McCullum left, Largent right. And Howard's in at tight end. First down, Seattle. Dorn faking the handoff to the sideline to Largent. He had a dive back for it. Largent, a brilliant young receiver, has caught 52 balls this year for an average of 17 yards a catch and 5 touchdowns.
And if he caught 52 that were as hard to grab as this one, he is some kind of receiver. He has to leave his feet. Zorn throws the ball the only place he can. Largent brings it down, 2nd and 3. I think you'll see Seattle go to a lot of quick type patterns against Oakland because their defensive line and linebackers have been playing better every week.
Al Hunter's team with Smith as a running back. Testament to the sideline. 2nd down, 6. Hunter tackled at the 43-yard line of Seattle by Willie Hall, the inside linebacker. Al Hunter out of Notre Dame. There's the front 3. Matuzak, the left end. McCoy's in the middle. Sistrunk at right end. The rookie starter, Browning, has a bad ankle, is not playing today. And 4 linebackers. Hendricks Martin is starting in place of Monty Johnson, who's injured, Willie Hall, and Villapiano. The secondary, 3 youngsters in that secondary.
Yeah, with Jack Tatum leading the group. Jack Tatum is an outstanding center fielder back there. They won't come in the middle unless they have to.
3rd down, 2 for Seattle from their 43. Dorn hands off to Smith, and Smith may be there, he may not. They had to get to the 45, that forward measuring sticks right on the 45. Now looks like he had it.
Sherman Smith again, all individual effort. He was hit very well at the line of scrimmage. They have not been able to penetrate Oakland defensively. Their offensive line, as I mentioned earlier, is a good one. But that time, Sherman Smith picked up 3 on his own.
Jack Patera, quiet man on the sidelines, as we told you. All right, they're all set for a first down on their 45-yard line. Dorn looks the field over to the near sideline to McCullum. McCullum is wrestled down in Raider territory at the Raider 47 by Monty Jackson, the right cornerback. And Zorn right now hitting left, hitting right, running the ball, passing, a varied attack.
You know what I love is just looking at both these quarterbacks. Neither one of them do you ever sit and say, well, on first down they do this, on second down they do that. I think they're both so very predictable in that they are unpredictable. Zorn's going to run his sprint draws on first down. He's going to throw his play actions on first down. Stabler's going to throw the ball on any down. I think we're just getting in for a good day.
They have 2nd down and a yard to go on the Raider 46. There's a deep handoff to Smith, first down and more as he plows to the 39-yard line. Maybe the 38 of the Raiders, taken there by Villapiano. 7-7, Baltimore is tied New England. Lyle Blackwood intercepted a pass of Grogan's and ran 21 yards for a score. Miami lost today for late tuners in. New England can open their lead to 2 games by beating Baltimore today in the AFC Eastern Division. Seattle on the Oakland 39, first down. Smith hit and pulled down at the 38-yard line by Charlie Phillips, the strong safety. A yard gain, 2nd and 9.
Sherman Smith will elude most of these tackles. His offensive lineman and Don Testament do a pretty good job of blocking. He's putting Charlie Phillips in a bind, one-on-one out there. Nobody else to contain. He was up to it.
The Raiders took the opening kickoff, drove to the 12-yard line of Seattle. Stabler fumbled. Now Seattle's come back. They have a 9-play drive going. This will be their 10th play of the current drive. 2nd down, 9. 38-yard line of the Raiders. Deep drop by Zorn. Shoots it deep, deep. Rabel's there. Rabel has it. Steve Rabel for a touchdown. Rabel scores an 80-yard arch by Seattle. And Rabel, out of Georgia Tech his 3rd year, a perfect strike by Jim Zorn.
When you say perfect, you couldn't have hit it any more on the head. Rabel does an outstanding job, however, of giving Zorn enough territory toward the sideline to throw to. He's out on the wide side. He cuts way inside. Charlie Phillips comes all the way back to the outside. You can see how much room Zorn has to lead him. He could have let him another yard or two. It would have still been a touchdown. That's good communication between offensive receiver and quarterback.
Zorn now is 4 out of 4 in the first period. Zorn will hold. Herrera will try the point. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Seattle went 80 yards for the score. Timeout. It's Seattle 7, Oakland nothing.
First and 10 now for the Minnesota Vikings. They have the ball in advance of their own 5 near their own 6-yard line. And Targeman at the control. But they leave it on the ground again. It's Chuck Foreman. And he is stacked up by Butler and Roller.
Oh, they're aroused. Lindsey, this has to be the best this defense has played all year long. Man, that defensive charge for that front four, especially for Green Bay, they're just coming full blast.
Loss of a yard on the play. Makes it 2nd and 11. Rand Targeman has thrown only 15 passes all day long. Completed 5 and had 3 intercepted. Total yardage on passes for Minnesota, 35 yards.
That's unreal. They have yet to make a first down throwing the football.
Ricky Young in motion across. Rand Targeman from the end zone. Out into the right flat. Ricky Young up the sideline. Got to the 16-yard line. Close to the 6. Steve Luke made the tackle over there. They're taking a look now about the possible first down.
New England and Baltimore tied up 7-7. Second quarter, I think.
It is a 1st and 10. 1st and 10 for the Vikings at their 17-yard line.
That's the first down passing for the Vikings.
Packers are leading by a score of 10-3. The margin is still just 7 points for the Green Bay Packers. Targeman. Out into the right flat to Foreman. Jack Foreman puts his head down and drives to the 19. Steve Luke there. Gain of only 2 yards on the completion makes it 2nd down and 8 yards to go. Clock is running with 10 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in this game.
Tucker's the only wide receiver, and he's a tight end. Rashad nor Sammy White has caught a pass.
Targeman. Then short to Foreman. Got 1 yard on the completion. Mike Hunt was on the play, so it's going to be 3rd and 7 at the 20-yard line.
Well, that's one time when he should not have done his little twist, Lindsey. He could have got by that man. There's Dave Hanner, defensive coordinator on the sidelines for Green Bay.
Washington's coming to the ball game now. Harry Washington, a wide receiver. Nickel defense is in there for the Green Bay Packers. 3rd and 7. 7 for 15 and 3rd down conversion. Targeman. To Foreman at the 30. To the 34-yard line. It is 1st and 10. Mike McCoy on the tackle.
Passing situation, trying to double team Roller every time. Here's an early first quarter score. Seattle up to their old tricks. They probably the only team that manhandled Oakland this year. Earlier 28-7. They lead Oakland 7-0 first quarter.
First down and 10 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings, the perennial champions in the Central Division of the National Football Conference. Pick up of 14 yards on that last pass play. Here's a pitch to Foreman. And he's cut down for a loss. Mike Butler undercut him over there at the 28-yard line.
Now the Vikings are playing against a wild bunch today. Mike Butler, a great defensive play, didn't make the tackle, but he just broke up the play completely. There's Brand's stats on the day. Not one of the typical targeting days we're used to. In fact, his average this year in the first 12 games is 21 completions and 36 attempts. That's his average per game.
2nd down and 16 yards to go. Ball is at the 28-yard line. 32. It'll be 3rd and 12 now for the Vikes. Weaver was in there on the stop.
Well, not going to fool anybody with the play like that on 2nd and 15. He's going to have to go upstairs, Brand.
Mike Douglas comes in defensively now for the Green Bay Packers. Chuck Foreman has come off, and Robert Miller's in there for the Vikings. 3rd down and 12 at the 32. Targeted. Complete. Robert Miller did not get the first down. Stretched his body out hopeful. He's a couple of yards short at the 42. Mike Douglas on the tackle. 4th down coming up. Punting unit coming on for the Minnesota Vikings. 6 minutes, 52 seconds left to play in the game.
The Packer defense getting a great hand here.
Greg Coleman's in to do the punting, and Johnny Gray has dropped back to receive it for the Green Bay Packers. Packers are leading by a score of 10-3. Whistle stops the clock for the moment. Reposition the ball, and they're going to put a new ball in play. 6:31 on the clock. Greg Coleman waiting to get the snap. Johnny Gray deep. Johnny Gray at the 19, and that's it. Downfield on the coverage was Nate Allen. So the Packers get it. First and 10 at their own 19. It was a 38-yard punt. 6 minutes, 13 seconds left to play. The Green Bay Packers are leading the Minnesota Vikings by a score of 10-3.
NFL action begins next Sunday with the NFL Today, followed by a full slate of regional games. USA. You saw it on CBS Sports.
Bud Wilkinson on the sidelines now, and I guess the game plan at this point, Sonny, has to be crank it up and let it rip.
Crank it up, let it fly, because they
keep it in the air. Short kickoff by Michel. Lee Nelson brings the ball back, runs into one of his own people, and then gets free. Finally, he's knocked down to the 32-yard line.
A lot of hitting going on over there. Well, he gets knocked around a little bit. Watch Nelson this time. This is the kind of kick, after you free yourself, he runs into his own man Chandler, then comes out of that, misses Totolo. A lot of people raking off of him. Vince Papale ends up making the tackle.
The Philadelphia Eagles going for their 4th consecutive win, holding to a 14-3 lead. Second quarter touchdown throw, Ron Jaworski to Charlie Smith. 4th quarter touchdown run, Wilbert Montgomery. The only points the Cardinals have been able to put up, a first quarter field goal by Bakken. Right now, Hart gets set, looks, fires. No, he didn't get it away. Now he will. Or will he? Wilkes gets him. Hart cocked his arm, reloaded, did it again. And the old thing about he who hesitates.
Well, I think he saw some other coverage he wanted to throw. He couldn't throw at that time, had to duck. And then Dennis Harrison got right in his face. He could not throw the ball.
2 rookies. Harrison challenged him, had to duck that, and there's the final in from Atlanta. Falcons with 5 seconds left, and a Bartkowski 1-yard run beat the New Orleans Saints 20-17. It was Reggie Wilkes, rookie linebacker from Georgia Tech.
Seattle leading Oakland in the first quarter. Jim Zorn to Steve Rabel.
Jim Hart on 2nd and 14 throws an out pass. Tilley makes the reception at the 36-yard line. And the clock continues to run. We are in the 4th quarter, 10:50 to play.
Just a secondary receiver here, trying to throw long. Linebackers had good drops. You see the coverage in. Just went outside of Reggie Wilkes to the sidelines. Not enough for the first down. Sets up about a 3rd and 8 situation.
Jim Hart is now in his 3rd season, or his 13th season as the Cardinal quarterback. 6'1", 210 pounds, 34 years old. and needing all his talents right now to get St. Louis back in the game, and Easton Ramsden doesn't give him anything there, dropping the ball.
Ball ran right through his hands, and
that brings up 4th down. The Eagles will get it back. John Shira comes back out on the field, clapping his hands. The Eagles with one of their best football games in a long time. They've had some good ones lately on what looks to be a 4-game win streak.
The thing that bothered them last week, their kicking game, even though they escaped with a win in New York, the kicking game has been good today. Their special teams play has been good.
Penalty markers go down as the punt is knocked downfield by Wood. Shira fields it on the run. And he takes the ball to the 39, but there are markers down back upfield. So we'll see what the call is with 10:10 left to play in the game, and the Eagles leading the Cardinals 14-3.
Has Mr. Haggerty got his microphone fixed? Or I think we got the word that it was wet. And I can imagine that it is wet, having been down on that field before the game. It must be still wet.
2 more Cardinals are down. Boy, they've got some troops chopped up here today. Their best runner throughout the game was, of course, Wayne Morris. He is out, an ankle injury. Mel Gray is being x-rayed. He went out late in the 2nd quarter with an ankle injury. John Bearfield, a man who bills himself as Dr. Doom, is on the field right now. Number 58, rookie linebacker.
Dr. Doom. I think they're going to make him kick it over.
Yeah, it was an offside against the Eagles, so even with the penalty, it's not enough yardage for the 1st down, and John Bearfield looks like they're tending to a knee.
Yeah, I think Cardinals would like to kick this thing a little deeper, and also by kicking it again, if the Eagles make a mistake this time, it'll be a 1st down. They'll still have the drive alive.
So we have a timeout on the field with 10:10 left to play in the game. And the Philadelphia Eagles going to get the ball back again as the Cardinals will punt it. At first, John Bearfield being attended to. Next week, the Philadelphia Eagles go to Bloomington, Minnesota, play the Vikings. We'll be up there Sunday for that one. Tough place to play football.
What is the weather like up there?
Well, in December, it's pretty predictable. Bad. We'll be back at Busch Stadium in a moment.
That's the story of the Seattle drive. Herrera will be kicking off. Deep for Oakland, Harold Hart and Arthur Whittington. They've been trying to kick away from Whittington. And they drive this one to Hart. On the 6. Look out. 15 to the 20, 25. Oh, he fell down. He had some open ground ahead of him. Might have gone another 10 yards upfield.
Harold Hart gets the ball and just barely stays in bounds. The previous kickoff, Cornell Webster got taken out. He did the same thing this time. Kerry Justin was not there to help out. Harold Hart was the only man that helped that player. He'd have been gone to the 50.
The Raiders are trailing. 3:31 to play in the 1st period, and they have the ball on their 33-yard line. Branch spread to the left. Bradshaw right. Van Eegen and Whittington the running back. Staber will go to the air. Shortman over the middle to Van Eegen to the 40. Van Eegen is tripped up by number 58, Terry Beeson of Kansas. And he's downed on the 41-yard line of the Raiders, an 8-yard gain. He delayed and just slithered over the middle and waited for the short pass.
I think that's often the most effective type of throw in the world on 1st down. Once you fake it to a linebacker has a tendency to leave him alone. He did so. We call it a little check flare. Linebackers are usually back in their drop. He handed it off. Now he's got 2nd and 1.
Seattle's gone to a 3-man front. Sandifer goes out. Cronin comes in as a 4th linebacker, Peter Cronin. Van Eegen hit and dropped at the 40-yard line by 58, Terry Beeson, again the middle linebacker. That's going to bring up a 3rd and 3, John.
And you know they go left when they get in trouble. 1 yard, they feel they can pick it up anytime. However, Beeson slips in behind Upshaw and Dalby, grabs Van Eegen before he can get started. Now it's a little more than 2nd and 1.
And the Seahawks back to a 4-man front. We've not had an incomplete pass yet in the game. Stabler's 3 out of 3. Zorn is 4 out of 4. 3rd down and 3. Raiders from their 40. Seattle ahead 7-0. Look at that protection. Out it goes. Flag is down. Whittington is dropped behind the line of scrimmage, and right on him there, number 53, Keith Butler, the right linebacker. This is a holding against Oakland. Seattle probably will decline it. There's the final, an interconference game. Cleveland beat the Rams 30-19, the third loss this year for the Rams. And a final, another interconference. The AFC goes 5 games up now. On the NFC, Buffalo beat the Giants 41-17. Looks like Terry Miller had a great day there. He ran 39 for a touchdown and 13 for a touchdown.
And I'm going to bet you Ferguson had something to do with it, too.
He did. Jets beat Miami 24-13. Ray Guy, the leading punter in the NFL, just under 44 yards a kick, will be booting to Rufus Crawford, the rookie of Virginia State. The wind is no factor. The flag's hanging limp off the poles. Guy booms, towering spiral. Crawford on to 13. And he is dropped at the 20-yard line. A 7-yard return where Seattle will take over. A punt of 50 yards by Ray Guy. Timeout on the field with a score. Seattle 7, Oakland nothing.
When your team has the lead, especially in a season which has seen an 8-game losing streak, the weather is easy to take.
Yes, and everybody's bundled up in Chicago. They know how to go to a football game. They're used to this kind of weather.
Unofficially, Chicago has 15 first downs in the game to just 5 for Tampa Bay, and the Buccaneers have just 1 first down in the second half. There's Bashnagel in motion up at the top of your screen. Payton, who's closing in on 100 yards, carries on first down and doesn't get much. That fumble came after the whistle. Bonas pounces on it, but it's still Chicago ball. Let's check on some more scores around the NFL. There's a final. Cleveland led all the way, and they beat the Rams 30-19. Let's see how Minnesota and the Packers are doing.
Look at this.
Well. 10-3 in the fourth. And Kansas City continues to lead San Diego 23-0. Chargers have been an up-and-down type ball club all year long.
They certainly have, but you know the Green Bay Packers can take the Central Division lead with an 8-5 record. Minnesota would be 7-6.
Payton lost a yard on the first down carry. Second down and 11 from the 43. Clock is moving. 7:05 left. And Roland Harper out near midfield.
Each yard that Roland Harper gets means a new all-time high for him as far as yards in a game. He must be up to about, what, 115, something like that? Payton still has a few yards to go to get his 100.
Let's take a look at the stats.
Oh, he's got 130.
130 on 22 carries, and Payton 25 carries for 96.
Big day on the ground for the Chicago Bears, and something that Tampa has been so strong at all year, and the Bears have punched holes in that today.
If Tampa wants to get the ball back with any time at all remaining for a quick rally, they've got to stop this play. A fake, and Avellini will throw. Plenty of time to do it. Lobbing it way downfield. Broken up. Jarris White was there. Robin Earl, the intended receiver.
Well, I'll say one thing. You can't call the Bears conservative on that one here. On a third down situation where they want to keep the ball and control it, Avellini just off the play action pass. Robin Earl off that wing position was running backwards for most of the way, and the pass was there, but so were two defenders. Good defense by Tampa Bay.
White and Brown on the coverage, and Parsons into punt with Reese the deep man at the 10. Clock is stopped with 6:11 yet left. Let's see if they go after the block or try and set up a return. Parsons gets it away with no problem at all. Reese signals for a fair catch and makes it at about the 13.
With a fair catch for Tampa Bay.
No shortage of action on CBS's movie lineup this week. Tuesday, now get this, John, a motorcycle wild man, an ex-trucker, and a gutsy gal take on a vicious gang of hijackers in the television premiere of High Ballin', starring Peter Fonda and Jerry Reed. I know you'll want to watch that. And Wednesday, share an adventure that will stir your heart, John. One of the most popular movies ever made. Billy Jack.
And Billy Jack, yes, I saw that. That's good.
No review on high balling.
No,
yet, huh?
I'll forget that one.
Ray over the middle. And a diving catch by Johnny McKay. He is out near the 30 for just the second Tampa first down of the second half.
McKay was hurt earlier in the season, too. Is back in the lineup. The pass blocking holds up as Jerry Myers gets there just a little bit late. A good grab by John McKay, another USC Trojan. 7 of them on this team right now.
Mark it at the 29. Clock moving inside 5.5 minutes. Ray throwing on every down. That is if he can get it away. I believe that's the 8th Chicago sack. Jim Osborne, who sustained a back injury earlier, now back in the lineup, and he was involved along with Alan Page on the sack.
Alan Page is having himself quite a game here for Chicago. He's been putting constant pressure. If he hasn't gotten there, he's always close.
And they're on 21.
Alan Page, who has become a jogger. He runs miles and miles and miles with his wife. After practice, he's down to 220 pounds, and a lot of people said, in fact, the Vikings thought it was much too light. But Jim Finks, general manager of the Bears, did not think so, and it looks like he was right.
Exactly 5 minutes left. It's 2nd and 18 from the 21. Ray again, this time with a bit more time. Skips out of trouble and decides to take off. Fumble as he's hit. Who comes up with it in this pile? They're saying Tampa Bay. Fensick had a crack at it, but couldn't find the handle.
Lenny Walterscheid was also there as Mike Ray got out of the rush this time, as the Bears do a little bit of a trick with their ends and tackles. Almost tackled there by Hartenstein, but he gets away, turns it on, and you know you're going to have to take the punishment. Put the ball away, Mike. Put it away. He tried. He put it there, and somebody busted it loose there. The second man came on, and here comes Gary Fensick, looking like Doug Plank. And the ball was loose, but Tampa Bay recovered.
Dan Medlin recovered it for the Bucks. 3rd down and 4 from the 35. They really have 2 downs to make this because they've got to go on 4th, and it will be 4th down. Now that I've said that, watch John McKay order a punt.
Gary Fensick was up in there tight on the close coverage with the safety and made the tackle, stopped the play.
And apparently they will punt, so John McKay takes a different strategic view than I do at this point.
Well, I should think that since they have to score twice, that you wouldn't want to give up the ball at this time.
Somebody down on the play, and let's see who it is. Osborne again. Tough afternoon for him, but he's played well.
Yes, and he's been one of the players that has been fairly injury-free for Chicago, Mike Hartenstein being the other.
Don't forget this Saturday on the CBS Sports Spectacular, the Professional Karate Association World Welterweight Championship, defending champion Steve Shepard against the former champion Ernie Hart. And also part of that program, Brent Musburger hosting the World's Strongest Men competition. They're nearing the finish, and this week's event will be the tram pull.
The tram pull. I could think of a better name for that, but I won't. You have to wonder if they'd fake the punt, but since they tried it last time and it didn't work, you don't think they'd try it again. So they're going to punt and hope for some kind of a miracle break.
Some of the fans on their way out of Soldier Field as the weather gets progressively worse. Livers fields it on a bounce inside the 30. Again, he puts it in reverse. Where you going, Verge? Nowhere.
Paul Harris in on the tackle.
3:27 left, and some of that snow has begun to fall. Mixed Team Golf Championships featured next weekend on CBS, Saturday and Sunday, both days beginning at 4 Eastern and 3 o'clock Central Time. Participants include Hollis Stacy and Jerry Pate, Nancy Lopez and Curtis Strange, Donna Young, Lee Trevino, and many more of the biggest names in golf this weekend on CBS. First and 10 from about the 29. 3:27 left. Richards in motion on the right side. This is Roland Harper again, adding some more yards to his best individual total of his career.
That pushes him up close to 140 for the day. He comes back off the block there. Reeve Sorey downfield throwing his block. There's Noah Jackson getting out of his way. And there he goes.
Second down, 4 yards to go.
Coming up when this one is over, we'll be switching to NFL Control in New York. Brent Musburger, Jane Kennedy, and Irv Cross. You'll see highlights of some of the games played today, and we'll update you on all the scores. 2nd and 4 from the 35. Harper again. Again, he could have been tackled back of the line of scrimmage, but he spun away. I don't know how many times he has broken an initial tackle attempt today, John.
Many, many times. That time, I think it was Nafska. I always have a hard time pronouncing it.
Dana Nafziger, I think it is. Yeah, that's it.
Had him in his grasp, and he got away. Roland has that great knack. He's such a complete football player. He must grade out 95% on these blocks every week. He's going to gain 1,000 yards this year. For a man who was drafted so low, next to the last man in the entire draft that was picked, never fumbles, good sure hands, and can move out for the running back position for the heavy duty back. He has pretty good mobility.
It's 3rd down, and as you saw, less than a yard to go for the first down. They bring in Cobb and Earl, and there's the Roland Harper story. Payton still has not reached, so far as we know, the 100-yard mark. He's very close, though. Avellini keeps it and bounces off a hit at the line of scrimmage. Now it depends upon where they mark this.
And it looks like he's going to make it. You know, it's become evident as we've seen this whole football game that Tampa Bay misses Ricky Bell and Morris Owens so much. These are two men that have been a vital part the last few games, and Owens particularly for the entire season. You take two men out of the lineup like that, you're in trouble. Don't tell me, that must be Ted Albrecht.
It is Albrecht shaken up on the play.
That would bring Lionel Antoine on, who has had some knee problems himself.
Very close, but by about half the football. It's a Chicago first down with 2:10 left. Well, John McKay has had to be a patient man throughout his tenure at Tampa Bay. First, the 26-game losing streak, and now, when he has put together a very respectable team, he has been racked by injuries. His linebackers were all banged up the past couple of weeks, and his 4 most important offensive players, Bell, DeBose, Williams, and Owens, all out of this game.
Well, the Buccaneers will be, if they lose this, which we have to assume at this point, will be 5-8. Playoff chances out. Chicago Bears would also be 5-8.
We've got the 2-minute warning with the Bears in control. A 1st and 10 for them at their own 39, and they're comfortably in front, 14-3.
We are back at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, and now dropping back to punt again is Woods for the Cardinals. Mike Woods hit the ball, as you see, 5 times, only a 32-yard average. He shanked his last one. Here's the guy who's done a big job on the returns for Philadelphia, John Shira. Good punt this time by Woods. He unloaded. Shira all the way back to the 10. And here he comes. 15, 20, out to the 23, and here's a marker coming in.
Guess what? What about a clip? What do you think this call is going to be? I tell you what, they really gained on that, a little clipping call, and they really gained. They had the ball the last time about the 40, so by punting again, they pick up. The Cardinals gain about 10, 20, like 30 yards.
And with the penalty assessment here, Sonny, we see the ball being spotted now back to the 8-yard line, so that's where the Eagles will go on offense, 1st and 10. That was a 49-yard punt by Mike Wood.
Here's the little clipping call. I couldn't read his lips that time to see who the call was on. Jaworski can't be too pleased getting backed up this way.
Right now we have a break in the action at St. Louis as the Eagles get set to go back on offense, holding to a 14-3 lead.
First down, Seattle on their 20-yard line. The Raiders change up. They put in Phil Yacht right in, move Sistrunk to the middle, and Matuzak is the left end in their 3-man front. Seattle on the 20. They haven't had an incomplete pass yet in the game. 8 for 8 by both quarterbacks. Largent coming back in motion. Zorn chased around. This is what he likes to do. Roll left, and he goes out of bounds. Now that's something that the Raiders did not do in Seattle against Zorn.
And if you'll notice, Oakland played for a very rare instance a four-man rush. They have had trouble with a three-man rush. Take a look. Here's Sistrunk and Philyaw, both of them coming in. Villapiano gets a little hooked in. However, when you're playing a four-man rush, you know Sistrunk's standing around looking for draws and screens. Any sort of movement by Zorn, he's after him. Secondary handled the receiver. Zorn had nobody to throw to. That's the first time I've seen him contain him.
2nd and 17. You're looking at Otis Sistrunk, the middle guard now. He started the game at right end. 2nd down, 17. Sherman Smith's gone out. He's playing with a tender knee today, and he may have re-injured it. And David Sims is out. Falling down on the 11-yard line is Al Hunter. Another 2-yard loss, and now it is 3rd and 19. Philyaw was on top of him. Sims, one of the top scoring backs, the leading rusher for Seattle, sitting out with a bum knee. Smith has just gone to the sideline. But when those two are healthy, the Seahawks have them a fine pair of running backs.
That's right. I think you can look forward to Al Hunter running the ball an awful lot today, because if Smith's knee is a little bit tender, they're not going to run him a lot anyway.
The Raiders have 5 defensive linemen on the field. 3rd down, Pat's in there now. Pat Toomey. They rush the passer, but they go with a draw. And drop is Testerman, and he's hit by 83, Trent Hendricks, who's having one of his greatest years, and he's had some good ones. Now the Raider defense gets a hand as they come to the sideline. Seattle will be punting with 4th down and 17. Neil Colsey, who's averaged 7.5 yards a punt return, is standing on his own 42-yard line. This is Herman Weaver. There are his punting statistics. The kick from about his 1. Lowen bouncing, gets a Seattle bounce to the 50. Phillips storms to the 44 and dropped to the 43-yard line of Seattle. The Raiders have great field position now. Ray Guy helps set it up with his 50-yard kick. Timeout again. Our score late in the first period, 7-0 Seattle.
Sideliners are in action here at Lambeau Field as the Green Bay Packers lead 10-3. They have the ball first and 10 at their own 19. David Whitehurst brings them up. Verdell Middleton goes into the tailback from the I formation. Barty Smith is the up back. Verdell Middleton wants to cut to the 20, 25. Necktied at the 25-yard line. It was Jeff Seaman, the middle linebacker. Gain of 6 on the play makes it 2nd and 4.
Well, Middleton's been very active, Lindsey. 30 carries, 73 yards, and they've been tough. Out of the eye, here's the pitch around the right side. Barty Smith out in front. Knocks the linebacker out. Actually, Matt Blair did a pretty good job. Messed up the timing a little bit, but Middleton gets 6.
Running backs are split in this alignment. Big Barty Smith. Fumble the ball. Minnesota Vikings have recovered. The Vikings get the ball at the 26-yard line. Keep in mind the Vikings trail by only 7 points in this game. They have it 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 26.
And I'm telling you, if you're Bart Starr standing on the sideline, that is the one thing that he would just had to be hoping and praying wouldn't happen. A fumble and a turnover right here. Here it goes, Barty Smith off the left side. Now that looks like a big hole. Fred McNeil just reached back and grabbed the football, and I think he's going to come up with it. Fred McNeil on a very clutch play for the Vikings.
5 minutes, 27 seconds left to play in this game. 1st and 10 for the Vikings at the Green Bay 26. Green Bay's leading 10-3. Ricky Young drives to the 20-yard line and inside. Steve Luke there on the stop. Just across the 20, it's going to be 2nd down and 4 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings. 3 times the Green Bay Packers have turned that ball over to the Minnesota Vikings deep in Green Bay territory.
And they got only 3 points
so far. But now we're at the crucial part of the contest with 4:56 left to play.
What did I say about law of averages? About time something happened for the Vikings.
Ricky Young got about 2 to the 18-yard line. Mike Butler was there. It'll be 3rd down and 2 yards to go for the Vikes. Or maybe 3. It's going to be spotted at the 19-yard line. Bit of only a yard on the play.
I don't think you'll see a field goal in this situation. I think the Vikings will go on 4th down, even if they come up short here.
They trail by 7 as the Packers lead them by a score of 10-3. This bomb, big Sunday heater. Dowd is trying to lend assistance to the Packer defense.
Look at Butler.
Young, but Butler's got him. Butler had him in his grasp as they tried a version of the Statue of Liberty. A version of the Statue of Liberty, one of the oldest plays in football, but Butler was right there.
Lindsey, he was making an outside pass rush. Watch this. Here he comes. Nobody blocks him. And Ricky Young, he looked up and he said, well, look what I got right here.
4th down, 11 yards to go. The ball is at the 26-yard line. The big play coming now for the Minnesota Vikings and for the Green Bay Packers. 3 minutes, 25 seconds left. 4th down, 11 yards to go for the Vikings, who are looking for the big play here, knowing that they trail by 7.
They blitz.
Markinen going long to the end zone, and it is deflected. Incomplete. The ball goes over on down.
Mike McCoy.
Mike McCoy made the save. Sammy White, the intended receiver.
They threw a blitz at the Vikings. They picked him up, and they still had Sammy White double covered. Watch the blitz. There go the inside linebackers. The Vikings picked up well, and targeted down, lumbers over to the left side and throws for the home run in the end zone. And you see they got him short and long, and that's Mike McCoy who has the football for the incompletion.
So the ball goes over on down to the Green Bay Packers, who have it 1st and 10 at their own 26. 3 minutes, 11 seconds left to play in this game. And the Packers are leading by a score of 10-3. At the start of the day, these two teams were tied for the top spot in the Central Division of the National Football Conference with identical records of 7-5. They're down Middleton. Out to the 30-yard line. Picked up 4 yards on the play. And so it'll be 2nd down and 6 at the 30. We approach the 2-minute warning now. With the clock running, we're at 2:55. Green Bay Packers, of course, trying to run out that clock now, control the football, eat up the clock. And they're getting ample assistance from the sellout crowd here at Lambeau Field, the Packer fans, who've had a few years to wait for a great deal to yell about. Andre Thompson in motion across. Middleton again. He moved it up to the 34-yard line before Matt Blair made the tackle.
The record for most attempts in Green Bay history is 32 by Jim Grabowski, along with John Brockington. Middleton now has 31 attempts for 77 yards.
There's a timeout, Minnesota. Now they want to stop that clock before it gets to the 2-minute warning, so that there'll only be 9 seconds used until they get down to the automatic timeout. So with 2:09 remaining, the Minnesota Vikings call for a timeout. Mixed Team Golf Championship coming up next Saturday and Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS.
And you'll see the defending champions, Jerry Pate, Hollis Stacy, Donna Young playing with Lee Trevino. Nancy Lopez will be there. Be some great golf.
Mixed Team Golf Championship next Saturday and Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on CBS. When play is resumed, the Green Bay Packers have the ball. They have it 3rd and 2. They have it at their own 34-yard line. We have 2 minutes, 9 seconds left to play in the game. The Green Bay Packers, who were 6-1 early in the year, then faded and lost 4 of their last 5. They played a crucial game against these Minnesota Vikings earlier this year at Minnesota. And the Minnesota Vikings won the ball game. And it's been that kind of a race. However, the Green Bay Packers have never been out of first place since opening day of this NFL season. They have been tied for it. They were tied for it today, but they have never been out of first place. 3rd and 2, double tight end. Rich McGeorge, Paul Kaufman in there. Marty Smith, Cordell Middleton with the setbacks. Middleton But he did not get it. He is short. He is short, and we'll get to the 2-minute warning. We're down to 2:02, 2:01, and that's it. So there's the whistle sounding the automatic timeout that comes with the 2-minute warning.
Here it is, and a good defensive effort again by the Vikings. They stop him a little bit short. So when he come back, Green Bay will have to punt.
The Chicago story for the past couple of years has been one of streaks, Johnny. Last year they concluded the regular season with 6 straight wins. They opened this season with 3 victories in a row, proceeded to lose 8 straight. Now they're on the verge of their 2nd consecutive win.
Well, that's nice to talk about, kind of. It's interesting, but I tell you what, I'm sure that Papa Bear George Halas and Jim Finks and any of the players on the team don't want it to be that way. A streak team like that is not good. You have to be consistent. It's better to win 3, maybe lose 1, and then win 3.
Walter Payton carries, and that might have put him at the 100-yard mark.
As you look at Ted Albrecht, who is having some trouble with his ankle, he's been a very consistent lineman for the Bears out of the University of California.
A 3-yard gain for Payton, which unofficially puts him at 99 yards. And the clock is moving. You mentioned Papa Bear George Halas. I saw him briefly today in the press box. Boy, he looks great.
He does, and he's hoping, like a lot of people in Chicago are, for a new stadium situation.
Supposedly an announcement here in town tomorrow about some plans to rebuild Soldier Field. First thing they got to do is get some heat in the press box so we don't freeze up here.
That puts Walter Payton, I think, over the 100-yard mark. So, for the first time since 1955, 2 Chicago Bears have rushed for over 100 yards in 1 game.
And let's see how well you were paying attention. Back in 55, it was?
It was Rick Caceres and Bobby Watkins.
All right, Johnny.
There they are. There's the figures, 140 and 104. That's 244 yards going into this game. Payton and Harper led the NFL as far as a dual tandem, 1,731 yards between them. So they're pushing 2,000 yards for this season between those two as running backs. That's a pretty good year.
And when this ball game is over with, we'll try and visit with both Roland Harper and Walter Payton.
You know, the ironic thing is, there's been a lot of talk about Payton and his yardage. It's down. His average per carry so far this year has been down considerably from last year. And the running game has been erratic, especially through that 8-game losing streak. So sometimes when you stop to look at the figures and you want to see they got 2,000 yards, gee, why are they 5 and 8? And they're not even that yet.
Well, it's what they will be if they can hold on to this 14-3 lead for the next minute and 6 seconds. 3rd and 1 coming up from the Chicago 48. While this game has not been played in ideal weather conditions, I've got a feeling that we were kind of lucky to get by the worst of it as Harper carries for the first down, because the way the wind is blowing and the way the precipitation is coming down now, I have a feeling that much worse weather awaits the Chicago area tonight.
Are the Buccaneers at home next week? Hey, there goes Wentford Gaines giving us a little move there.
They're at home against Green Bay.
They're at home against Green Bay. They'll be glad to get back down to, there it is right there. Last week, I think it was 80 degrees when they played Buffalo.
Atlanta and Cincinnati, the Rams and the Giants, also on next week's CBS football menu. Some of the other regional games, Detroit and St. Louis, Philadelphia and Minnesota, San Francisco and New Orleans. Avellini just covers up. Check your local listings for the game and time in your area for those regional telecasts next week. And all the action starts with the NFL Today with Brent, Jane, and Irv here on CBS. That is going to do it. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. And completely dominating the second half, the Chicago Bears come up with their 2nd consecutive victory, their 5th of the year. Both these clubs are now 5 and 8 on the season. The Bears 14 and the Buccaneers 3. Tampa Bay had led it by a score of 3-0 at halftime.
You'd have to say that ball control was the key to this ball game, as we mentioned. 244 yards for the Chicago Bears, rushing that 8 up the clock once they got ahead. And now we're going to take a look at 60 Minutes for a moment.
Coming up tonight on CBS, and one of the features will concern guys and gals living together. If you or your son or your daughter is living with a girlfriend or boyfriend, the high cost of living together may stun you. That report on 60 Minutes tonight with Dan Rather, Morley Safer, Mike Wallace.
How could that be any higher than living separately?
That's what we're going to find out on 60 Minutes tonight.
Okay,
I don't honestly know the answer, but apparently Dan and Morley and Mike do. 14-3 Chicago over Tampa Bay. Bob Avellini had one touchdown, their second one on a scramble early in the fourth quarter. Peyton had scored the first one on a 3-yard run midway through the third period of play. A Neil O'Donoghue field goal from 44 yards out. The only score of the game for Tampa Bay. He hit it early in the second quarter. And now we take you to CBS Sports Control in New York.
Broke to the corner towards the end zone. Drugan was going for him all the way. As you see it, the screen, Harold Jackson, the veteran wide receiver. Patriots got in the trade from the Rams earlier. He's capable of doing that to anybody.
Hosey in to add the extra point. Jackson had caught one pass in the last 3 games. Catches one here for 23 yards on a score. And now New England is back on top. But for the first time today, we have someone scoring on an offensive play instead of a defensive interception.
Raiders ball on the Seattle 43. New England leading Baltimore 14-7. Grogan to Jackson, 23 for a touchdown. 3:21 to play in the first period. Baltimore, you remember, upset New England earlier in the season. All right, Stabler looks them over, and he gives it off to Van Egan, running left to the 40. Van Egan powers his way inside the 35, and they'll spot it on the 34 of Seattle, where John Harris had to make the stop, the free safety.
All right, you're playing a team in Oakland that is pumped up. These guys, look at that offensive line surge. Shell, Upshaw. These guys are doing a job. Dalby handles his man from the right tackle position. That's a nice little 9-yard pickup.
And they're not bringing it back. That's the end of the first period. We'll be back with the second quarter of today's game right after these messages from your...
Freaking route, Claiborne in great shape, plays it like a center fielder, goes up high for the ball. Now he starts his dancing Dan and gets a block on Joe Washington to get him out of there. Starts right, ups, he's going back left, looking for more jerseys. They're coming around to help him. Now he's going back to the field. Well, he's going all over the place, but he made a fine play. Another look at it. Bill Troop throwing the long ball, going for it all, but Raymond Claiborne up high, takes it away from Roger Carr. Roger Carr doesn't really even contest him on it.
Kurt Gowdy, John Brody into the second period. Seattle leading 7-0. John Madden, 102 victories now in just 10 years. Trying to drive for the first down is Mark Van Egan. I think John got to those first 100 wins just a little bit quicker than Don Shula. But both got there, and that's the point.
Getting there is the accomplishment.
That's averaging 10 years to win. That's a lot of wins. Now look at Madden. He's fuming.
As fast as the turnover is on coaches in this game, for a coach to get 100 wins, they've made it.
We're going to have the measurement. Time of possession in the first period. Each team had the ball 7.5 minutes. For late tuners in, the Raiders took the opening kickoff, drove to the Seattle 12-yard line. Stabler back to pass. The ball plopped out of his hand. He fumbled. Seattle recovered, and then Seattle went 80 yards for a score, with Zorn hitting wide receiver Steve Rabel. They're inches short on the 33-yard line of the Seahawks. The Raiders have a third down and inches. Van Egan and Whittington with 3 tight ends on the field. Whittington has the first down to the 32-yard line of Seattle. They tried to pile him up. Beeson was submarining the play. The middle linebacker, Boyd and Price were angling in.
I'll tell you, Henry Lawrence did a good job. You can see Upshaw in the hole leading Whittington. However, the space was made available by Lawrence's block.
Cincinnati over Houston in the first period, 7-0. Anderson, the tight end, Don Bass.
Here we go again.
The Bengals have won only 1 game this year. They and the 49ers have the worst records. Roll out by Stabler. Flag is down. The pass is complete to Branch at the 20, but we had a flag down as Stabler was rolling out. We have not seen him roll out much this year, very seldom. He used to roll out and run the ball a lot. He had very mobile ability in running, but then he came up with a bad knee. Here's a holding call against the Seattle Seahawks.
It looked like Peter Cronin was all over the top of Whittington. Or Sammy Green.
Holding, number 53, defense, declined, first down.
Butler, they call it on. Keith Butler. See if we can spot it, John.
If we can, we've got some kind of cameraman. Harry Coyle, if you can pick this up while Stabler's got the ball in his hand, you're Houdini.
Well, it happened back there at the line of scrimmage. Stabler now lines him up, first down to decline the penalty. Whittington to the 20, touchback. Drives inside the 15 and goes to the 12 or 13-yard line where he was spilled by Sammy Green Beeson. Sylvester leading the way, the right guard.
Not only did he lead the way, he got out there in plenty of time for Whittington to make his choice as to whether he wanted to go inside or outside. Steve Sylvester has good speed, got off on the ball very well, and also got help from Van Egan. They're moving the ball at will right now.
They take Whittington out and put Harold Hart, number 23, in as running back. 4 linebackers on the field for Seattle. Santa for the tackle goes out. 3 down linemen. Second down and 2 for the Raiders. They're trailing 7-0. Van Egan to the 10. Fumble! And I believe he recovered his own fumble. If he did, he was lucky. The ball dropped in back of him. Van Egan recovered his own fumble.
Okay, now they run to the left side. They've run to the right effectively. You'll notice they're going wide most of the time, trying to cut off the middle linebacker, Beeson. Created a big hole. Harold Hart got a good block on Beeman, the strong safety. Now, there was an element of luck. However, keeping your attention on the ball when it does leave your control is a very fine quality, and Van Egan found it real quick.
That's 21 fumbles this season, 11 of their own. First and goal to go for the Raiders on the 4-yard line. Flag is down. Van Egan for a touchdown, but they dropped the flag. Well, we'll have to wait. Offside.
Number 20.
Seattle. It'll be declined, and the Raiders have scored. Van Egan going over for his 8th touchdown.
Sean Shell again. This time, look, these are big holes when you're dealing inside tackle to tackle with down inside the 5-yard line. He found enough to get his whole body through, get the ball over the end line. 7-6, going for 7-7.
Errol Mann for the point. It's up, and the game is tied. And the Raiders tie it with 12:29 to play in the first half. We'll return to the Oakland Coliseum right after this word.
Vikings in white, complete one. So there they go for the first time this afternoon to Sammy White. He has been throwing, and I'm speaking, of course, of number 10, Fran Tarkenton. He has been throwing almost exclusively to his backs. Keeping it moving now with a 1st and 10. We're going to stay right here as the Packers, with a victory, would move into first in the Central. Hit his man right in the back. Ahmad Rashad did not turn quickly enough, Irv, and got struck right there.
In a play situation like that, Ben, when you're trying to conserve time, obviously you want to work the sidelines, and Ahmad is an experienced wide receiver. You'd think he'd look right away, knowing that Tarkenton wants to conserve as much time as possible. Sideline patterns, get out of bounds, conserve the clock, keep the ball moving.
There's the score in the situation. 1:18 left. We're going to stay right down with this game for you. 10-3, and first place at stake in the NFC Central. Here comes Fran Tarkenton and the Vikings, needing a touchdown and an extra point to send this game to sudden death. The day began 32 degrees in Green Bay, and it has dropped since then. Slot right, he goes to the left to Rashad. And the Packers have been extremely aggressive on defense this afternoon. Their defensive line has pressured Tarkenton. That is why he's been throwing to his backs. And there we saw 3 defensive backs, actually 2 backs and a linebacker, close in quickly.
Hey, Brett, you know, the Packers secondary has been alert all day long. Tarkenton in the first half, I recall, he only had 1 pass for a first down, and that secondary is alert, and everybody wants to get in on the action.
All right, the Vikes now down in Packer territory. conferring with Bud Grant over on the sideline. They will have a 3rd and 3. We have seen Fran scramble a couple of times today under pressure and then serve up an interception. Generally, when he's forced to run around like that, he will at least get the ball out of bounds or throw an incompletion. But again, the Packers have played better than they generally did, and that's why they lead this game 10-3. And if we think about the schedule the rest of the way, as you see the timeouts left for Fran Tarkenton, the Packers have got a tough road ahead of them. They still must play the Los Angeles Rams to close out the season. A win here is imperative. 3rd and 2.
We're in situations like this when you can't quite determine what Tarkenton is going to do. With his ability to scramble, he's always going to buy a couple of extra seconds for himself. The Packer defense must continue to contain him.
Packers show a 6-man front. And here they come with the blitz. Drops it over the middle of Foreman. Oh, he dropped the ball down at about the 16-yard line. Had a hand on it. It's incomplete. Chuck Foreman almost coming up with that play right there. That would have kept the Vikes going. Watch again.
This is what you have to do. A red dog right up the pike. Fran sees the pressure right away. Just dumps off to his back. And Foreman almost makes a great catch here. Has his hands on it. He couldn't quite pull it in.
Number 77, Mike Butler, has played a whale of a football game. He dropped out on coverage. We've seen him pressure Francis all day long. Look at him get back. Look at that. With that reach, he forced Foreman, and he could not hold on with the one hand.
Excuse me, Brendan. A lot of people don't realize that oftentimes defensive linemen will have pass responsibility. He did and picked up Foreman nicely.
4th and 3. They show a 5-man front, but they don't blitz this time. To the left side. He's got his first down. So it keeps it going as he hits Young out of bounds. Stops the clock, and they've got a first down. And remember, it is 10-3 right now. We're going to stay right with this game for you. 10-3, 1 minute left in the game. Green Bay leading Minnesota. These two teams are tied for first in the NFC Central. Here it is again.
Because Tarkenton is having a typical Tarkenton year coming into this game. He was ranked, I guess, 4th in the National Football Conference among leading receivers. And that man right there, Young, is the #1 pass receiver in the National Football Conference, catching 68 passes going into this game.
Down to the Packer 24-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Vikes. Straight back for Fran. Left side complete to the 15-yard line. He hits Ahmad Rashad. The Vikings trail it by 7, trying to force this game into overtime. I mentioned the schedule. With the clock still running, they'll go without the huddle. We'll get to that in a moment. Tarkenton brings them up right now as he was not out of bounds on the left side. Scramble right. Pursued from behind and brought down. And that is typical of the play by the Packer front four. Ezra Johnson, number 78, with perhaps the biggest tackle of the year in Green Bay.
Clark Star refers to Ezra Johnson and Butler as 1A and 1B. They drafted him in the first round last year. He's an exceptional pass rusher, and that big guy gets his speed going. Nothing stops him.
28 seconds and running. Tarkenton under pressure. Incomplete, and it'll go to 4th down now. So, for the leadership in the NFC Central, it has all come down to this play right here, and the Vikes must have a touchdown. They trail it 10-3. That's the situation right now as you watch the replay. Tarkenton pressured. And watch the big guy coming in on him again. Boy, Roller had him by one leg that time. The Packers ahead, Tampa Bay, Chicago, and Los Angeles, all on the road. Not an easy road. From Minnesota, Philadelphia at home, then Detroit and Oakland on the road. So here's the 4th down play. Everybody now standing up in Green Bay. Tarkenton lethal in this situation. Steps up. Got his man with the completion. They hit White with the first down at the 5-yard line. And that's the time remaining now for the Minnesota Vikings. They have exhausted their allotment of timeouts. So they're right down to it now with 14 seconds. And Francis so cool, Irv, when he dropped back, he just waited for White, and then he hit him perfectly.
First, you look at all the weapons he has. Sammy White, of course, came into this game with 42 catches. And, of course, Ricky Young leads the conference at 68 catches. And Chuck Foreman has 44. So he has a bevy of receivers to go to. And in this kind of a situation, you want to put the ball in the air.
All right. They are going to break for a commercial. And we're going to break for one at the same time. The NFL Today will be right back in just a moment.
That is the penalty assessment. Cardinals have had only 2. The Eagles on the clip on the punt return have the ball set back to their 8. But they have the big number, the bottom line, 14-3 Philadelphia. They break the huddle. Charlie Smith, who caught the first touchdown throw, the only touchdown throw of the game, out wide to the left. The Eagles looking to run that clock now. They want to get the grind out the first downs and move those chain markers if they can. Montgomery spins away, gets out to the 13-yard line. He got 5. Mark Arneson hit him hard, and Montgomery spun off it. And Bud Wilkinson, 16 years, the coach at Oklahoma. Packers now holding to a 10-3 lead over the Minnesota Vikings in the 4th quarter. Wilkinson's Oklahoma teams won 3 national championships. 4 unbeaten teams. This, of course, his first year in the pros. 2nd down and 5 now for the Eagles. Cardinals are there. On the play again was Arneson, 57.
A good rush this time. Watch this, a deep handoff. Montgomery just trying to find a little running room. No running room. You see the Cardinal defense moving that way. Steve Niels comes in and makes the play along with some help from Pollard.
So now 3rd down arises for the Philadelphia Eagles. The ball at their 11-yard line.
New England leading Baltimore, Don, 14-7 after they had 2 interceptions run back. One by Troop, one by Grogan interception. They get a Steve Grogan to Harold Jackson pass. They lead 14-7.
First down, Eagles. Jaworski drilling the ball in low underneath the defense. Carmichael goes down on his knees and makes a first down reception. So
he looked like a catcher then, didn't he?
Just a superb football play. Perfect throw and the catch.
Good throw because the ball is low. And look at Carmichael down. Looks like Johnny Bench down on the ground catching that thing.
And most importantly for the Eagles, they keep the clock running with 4 new downs. 7:55 to play and running in the 4th quarter. Eagles 14, Cardinals 3. Jaworski loses yardage. Stan Wallers has to be pulled off now. He didn't like guys hitting his quarterback.
And all right, very smart play that time by Ron Jaworski because he realized that the blitz was coming. Watch him right here. He sees Williams coming. He's scared to make the handoff because possibility of a fumble. He keeps it himself. I don't think that's a design play.
Jaworski has passed for 156 yards so far.
Look at that score. Kansas City 23-0 over San Diego. Ooh, who would have suspected that?
Not San Diego. 2nd and 13. Jaworski takes a look. Home run ball. Charlie Smith is out there. No pass call. Eagles coaches protesting on the sidelines. But it was ruled good coverage. And so the long throw by Jaworski comes up short this time. You'll recall earlier he hit Osborne on a 49-yarder that set up the 2nd touchdown.
Cincinnati leading Houston. Kenny Anderson hit Don Bass. They lead 7-0. That's in the 1st quarter.
Every time Houston seems to come off a big win, they have trouble the next Sunday. Upset the Steelers at Pittsburgh. Lost the next Sunday to Cincinnati. Only win the Bengals have all year.
Well, they got some speed burners
Beat the
too.
Dolphins.
That's right.
Back and trailing Cincinnati again. Third down and 13 for the Eagles. Jaworski throws. Hogan could not hold the football, and so the Eagles have to punt it back with 6:36 to play.
That's bad execution on the Eagles' part there, and I think the play was going to Montgomery. The pass, the screen was to Montgomery, but he was beyond his offensive line. They're supposed to be in front of him. He may have gotten pushed that way, but it was bad execution on their part of the screen.
So now Mike Michel drops back inside his 5-yard line, and there is Gordon Bell, the kick returner for St. Louis. Cardinals could get the ball on the Philadelphia side of the field. Good punt by Michel, a high one. Gordon Bell just fields it. Open field for Gordon Bell.
What did he do?
He
got his
on
feet.
the 35-yard line.
He fell into his own man.
It's like a guy tripping on the foul line.
He ended up. He makes a good catch of the football. Watch the catch he makes. Catches it down low. Right here he gets hit, but he breaks the tackle, comes out of it, and never he just loses his balance. You look at him, just falling, falls right into Steve Neal's.
This team has been known in recent years, the Cardinals have, as the Cardiac Cardinals, because they have been known to pull him out in the last few seconds. Right now they need 2 touchdowns. Hart throws, Tilley's open. And Pat Tilley is down to the 16-yard line. First down, Cardinals.
A lot of time left, Little turn-in pattern again. They don't make any mistakes here. You see just a simple turn-in pattern, just a stop. Watch a little move he makes here to get away from Edwards. Ducks down, comes under LeMaster.
First and 10 Cardinals. Jim Hart looks again into the end zone. Swings it out, intercepted. That ball was intercepted. It was picked off by Bill Berge, and the Eagles have it back.
What play, what a play here. Watch this. He has the man open. Dave Stieff is open, has the ball bounce off of his knee, and Berge comes up. Berge was down on the ground and got up. Watch this. Not off his knee, just off his hands, and goes back. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He picks it up and stops that drive. Again, the Cardinals could have come back, made a game of it. They didn't hurt themselves, and they come up with the interception. Big play by Bill Berge.
Jim Hart having some interception problems today. That's his second. Jaworski has not been picked off at all. Jaworski 13 for 23, 156 yards and a touchdown. Wilbert Montgomery runs the ball out to the 19-yard line. He got 6 and keeps the clock moving.
We talk about Berge being around the football. He's had 6 tackles already today, 5 assists on tackles, and made an interception.
Next Saturday and Sunday on CBS, it is the Mixed Team Golf Championships from Largo, Florida. Our producer today, Bob Rowe, will be there. He's been telling us it's 83 degrees.
Is he playing?
So warm you have to go in the lagoon to cool off as we sit up here.
Freezing.
30 degrees, the wind blowing. Here is a handoff going straight ahead. The Eagles run the ball out. Wilbert Montgomery takes it out to the 25-yard line. He has a first down. And the clock now winds inside 5 minutes.
He also has 56 yards. Watch this. He cuts back against the green. Cutting back. Steve Neal's in, and John Zook on the tackle.
So the Philadelphia Eagles with 2 interceptions of Jim Hart. Also a fumble recovery. Stopped an earlier Cardinal drive. 14-3 Eagles. 4:25 to play. Right back to Wilbert Montgomery. He's out to the 26. And would you expect here, Sonny, that Jaworski just go to the run to keep the clock going?
Whatever he does, if he throws anything, he'll be very careful with it. If it looks like it's covered, he'll throw the ball away. Big play that time. Good play by Mike Dawson.
The Eagles making full use of the 30 seconds they are allotted to get the next play off as the clock now winds inside 4 minutes. 3:55 and running.
Yes, and you watch that 30-second clock each time. It's down to 10 seconds right now, and they just got to the line of scrimmage, so they're utilizing that clock very well right now, trying to use all the clock up.
Jaworski's doing a great job. He gets it off with 2 seconds left on the 30-second clock. Montgomery loses his footing on the wet artificial turf. And that will bring up now 3rd down.
Tim Carney over there making that little stop as he slid into him.
And the clock continues to wind down. By the time the next play is off, we'll be inside 3 minutes.
There's the final. Bears win their 2nd game, huh? Is that their 2nd win, or?
No, they won their first 3, lost their next 8. They've won their last 2.
Well, last 2, that's right. 14-3.
I'm not too sure Tampa Bay was thrilled about going to Chicago in late November.
I think I heard Johnny Morris say it was 16 degrees there.
Again, Jaworski gets the handoff off just before the clock elapsed. Delay a game call would have come. Jaworski masterfully using the game clock, winding it down. And now the Eagles will punt the ball back, but only 2:52 remains, and the Cardinals need 2 touchdowns to pull this out.
Yeah, it looks like the Eagles have snapped their streak. But for the Philadelphia Eagles, they came in this game with a lot more going for them, an opportunity to make the playoffs, and they're still alive for that playoffs berth.
There is regional action next Sunday on CBS. Atlanta at Cincinnati, Green Bay versus Tampa Bay in Florida, Los Angeles at New York, Detroit versus St. Louis. Philadelphia goes to play the Vikings at Minnesota, San Francisco at New Orleans. Check your local listings for the game and time in your area. All the action begins with the NFL Today pregame show with Brent Musburger, Jane Kennedy, and Irv Cross. This is Don Criqui with Sonny Jurgensen, Busch Stadium, St. Louis. Temperature in the 30s. The rain has stopped. It was raining in the first quarter. Field is still very wet. We have 2:52 left to play in the game. Eagles with the ball, ready to punt it, leading 14-3. The Eagles looking to extend their victory string to 4 straight games, to up their season record to 8-5. Big rush, and again Michel gets it off and does a good job of it. Gordon Bell, back at his 37, has a problem. Lots of Eagles hem him in.
I tell you, they knocked the kicker down. They knocked the kicker down, but one of the Cardinals comes up hurt.
Arneson. There it is.
I think what they're talking, they said one of the Cardinals actually touched the ball. That's why it's not roughing the kicker.
That was the ruling. He said he actually, I don't know how he touched it. It was a perfect spiral, the punt.
Maybe he straightened the ball out by just by tipping it a little bit. Look, he's a lot closer to it than we are.
I want to ask you about J.W. Lockett here in a minute. Here is Jim Hart throwing. Steve Jones catches. I remember a story Sonny Jurgensen related about Pat Richter, the punter for the Redskins. The up back blocking for him was a guy named J.W. Lockett. They were in the end zone. J.W. kept backing up until Richter punted and kicked him in the behind and broke his foot.
That's right. He backed right into Richter. Hey, good play there by Tilley.
Very good play by Tilley, and he stops the clock with 2:14 to play, and the Cardinals have the ball, 1st and 10 at the Eagle 40.
Yeah, I'm not sure Tilley didn't come off the bench to catch that one. It looked like there was another receiver there. He was just standing by himself.
These tricks, he's got a bag of them.
That would be tricky.
5'9". Tell you one thing, when the Cardinals have their 2 starting wide receivers in there, Mel Gray, of course, has been out for the second half with a foot injury. They don't give Jim Hart too much to shoot at. They're both 5'9".
Got to be an accurate thrower to find the 5'9" guy.
It's a lot easier to spot those 6'8s like Harold Carmichael. Hart throws. Steve catches inside the 20. And we're now coming down to 2 minutes.
Good throw here.
Cardinals call a timeout with 2:04 left.
Good throw. Watch this right in the seam. Steve makes a good catch. Has to dive again, protecting the ball well. And right before the 2-minute warning, the Cardinals, with 2:04 left, call a timeout so that they'll get this play and then get the 2-minute warning to stop the clock again.
But they also will have 2 timeouts should they need them late in the game, not 3. There's no shortage of action on CBS movies this week. Tuesday, a motorcycle wild man, an ex-trucker, and a gutsy gal take on a vicious gang of hijackers in the television premiere of Highballin', starring Peter Fonda and Jerry Reeve. Wednesday, share an adventure that will stir your heart. One of the most popular movies ever made, Billy Jack.
Jim Hart is now 17 of 32 for 180 yards.
Young ladies are really boogieing here as the game wears on.
Well, you got to keep warm.
I'm telling you.
.204, you see it right there, and they call a timeout because, well, they would have gone on down to the 2-minute warning. They wouldn't have been able to get another play off. They wanted to get this play, then get the 2-minute warning as another timeout for them.
The Cardinals scored first. Jim Bakken kicked a field goal in the first quarter. The Eagles came back. Jaworski threw to Charlie Smith for a touchdown in the second quarter. Eagles led 7-3. There was no more scoring until the fourth quarter, when Jaworski lofted a bomb to tight end Richard Osborne, 49-yard gainer out of bounds at the 6. 3 plays later, Montgomery takes it in from the 2, and that's how it stands now, 14-3 Eagles. The Cardinals are challenging again. Tilley lost the ball, and very nearly another Eagle interception.
That's right. The Cardinals have been down here twice. Give the Eagle defense a lot of credit. They've been out there a long time, and this is a 2-minute warning, but they've stopped themselves twice that they've been down here.
And we'll be back at Busch Stadium in a moment.
That's the story of the 43-yard drive by the Raiders. They gained a lot of yards in the exchange of punts and then took it in. Here's Ray Guy's kickoff. He booms it deep. Al Hunter will down it. Touchback. Seahawks ball, first down on the 20. NFL 78. Next Sunday, we'll have a feature, Fairbanks versus Landry. They'll be meeting their games. There are the games after NFL 78 at 12:30. The early games are Baltimore at New York, Miami at Washington. Starting at 3:30, we'll have Pittsburgh at Houston, Cleveland at Seattle, New England at Dallas. Landry and Fairbanks will be meeting in Dallas. Zorn fakes, throws it down the middle, off the fingertips of the tight end, who is wide open, John Sawyer.
Very well run pattern. He got behind Hendricks on a little play action fake. The ball was right where it had to be thrown. Sawyer had only he and Tatum to contend with if he caught the ball. Forgot to carry it.
Zorn is throwing for more yards than any quarterback this year. That's the first incomplete pass of this game. Second down, 10 for the Seahawks from their 20. Here's a rollout right. Out of bounds as Testerman bumped out on his 28. Zorn likes to roll left, naturally being a left-hander. This time he took off the other way.
He seems to do it going the opposite way of that which he throws as well as any quarterback. Bradshaw does it very well. Only those with strong arms can do that. He's got a strong arm. In fact, he's got a lot of ability.
And we told you Zorn led the league in yards passed. I think the only player to throw more passes is Tarkington this year than Jim Zorn. Third down and 2 for the Seahawks. Al Hunter, the lone setback. Hunter has the ball. Hunter is stopped. Maybe just short of that 30 where he had to go for a first down by Rod Martin, the young linebacker, filling in for Monty Johnson today. Tip of the ball is right up against the 30-yard line. And bring it on. Timeout. Let's take a look at it.
It's an inch one way or another, Kurt. And I don't believe that Hunter gained 1 inch after contact was made by Martin.
Raiders have 2 excellent young linebackers for the future, Rod Martin and Jeff Barnes, that they're high on.
Short by an inch, Kurt, and that just means the chains are correct. Here comes Hunter. Pretty good block at the point of attack. However, Mike McCoy was the man that got the good lick, allowed Martin to stand him up and hold him an inch short of a first down.
The Raiders are going, or the Seahawks are going for it. Patera has sent Bullard in, a left tackle, offensively. This is 4th down and an inch to go.
I like it.
On the Seahawk 30-yard line. Testerman, first down. Testerman wriggles out to the 34-yard line. They gamble in their own territory.
I think, you know, it isn't a gamble. It's the same as a turnover. They think their chances are about 80-20 to make it, maybe a little higher, doing it from inside your own 30-yard line. But they move people out on the right side. When you do that, anybody can run for yardage. Both Bob Newton and Steve August did their job.
And so did John Sawyer. John, all those three were wedging ahead of him. Seattle under 34, first down. Game tied, 7-all, second period. Smith's back in. He is banged hard at the 35 of Seattle. And he's hit there by number 53, Rod Martin, the inside linebacker. And John Matuzak, the left end, number 72. Second down, 9. Time remaining, 10:57 in the first half. Seattle scored first. 80-yard drive. The Raiders came back on a 43-yard drive. Rabel scored the touchdown, a pass reception, 38 yards for Seattle. Van Egan bucked over 4 yards for the Raiders. That's been the scoring. Rabel's on the field right now. 3 wide receivers. In motion goes Testerman. Zorn dropping deep. Throws to Testerman, and he's bumped out on the 41-yard line of the Seahawks. Driven out by Monty Jackson, the right cornerback, 42.
Zorn would have thrown the ball a little bit earlier, but just as he went to unload it the first time, he tripped, and there was nobody back there. He's got awfully good balance to come back and hit Testerman again and still have him open. As he rolls out, you'll see he's ready to go right about now. Whoops. And he knew he had to catch his balance, came back and hit him just on the run.
That gives the Seahawks a 3rd and 3. Line of scrimmage, their own 41. Out they go. They're chasing Zorn around. He's going to run for it, and he's out of bounds. He may have gone out before the yardstick.
He did. Mike McCoy forced him out of bounds. Mike McCoy has a big job to do. When they play a 3-man line, McCoy has to watch for that sprint cross. So right now, you see, he's making a surge. However, he's standing around waiting for one of those backs. When they clear, he's standing around like Sistrunk was, trying to force Zorn out to the sideline. He does so short of the first down.
Neil Colsey goes back as the safety man for the Raiders. Herman Weaver in punt formation on 4th and 2. Raiders have 10 men up there at the line of scrimmage. But they're peeling back the block. A low spiral to Colsey on the 25 to the 30. He's up to the 34 and then drops forward to his 35-yard line. So now we'll watch Oakland back with their offense after that punt of 29 yards with a score tied 7-all.
Chicago Bears have defeated Tampa Bay by a final score of 14-3. These Green Bay Packers play those two teams in the next 2 weeks.
Miller in the new position to receive. What are they now, 5 and 8? 5 and 8.
Now on 4th down, David Beverly is back to punt, and Kevin Miller is now back to receive the punt for the Minnesota Vikings. 2 minutes left to play in the game. The Packers have a 7-point lead. 10 men on the line for the Minnesota Vikings. Beverly gets it off. Kevin Miller waits at his 29. He has it 30, 35. Drops the ball, but it is out of bounds at the 43-yard line.
All right, back live in New York. I'm Brent Musburger. Let's quickly get you up to date on what's going on. We'll be cutting live to some games. A lot of excitement. Final upset: Browns 30, Rams 19. Rams lose for the 3rd time this season. And would you believe it? With time running out, wait till you see the highlights of this game as Atlanta pulls it out, very much alive in that drive for a wild card spot in the playoffs this year. And the woeful Giants surrendered 35 straight points from the 5-minute point in the 3rd quarter to the end of the game. 41-17, huge day for running back Terry Miller. The Jets upset Miami, just as Jimmy the Greek predicted, because the Dolphins badly banged up after Houston last Monday night. Minnesota and Green Bay will watch this one carefully. Packers driving for first in the NFC Central, lead at 10-3 over the Vikes right now. And another team thinking wild card in playoffs, the Philadelphia Eagles, 14-3, lead the Cardinals and Bud Wilkinson in the 4th. And the game that you just watched, 14-3, Chicago downing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Soldier Field. How do you figure this? The Chargers, with all that talent, being shut out by Kansas City, 23-0 in the fourth. Rest of these games still in progress. In the first, Cincinnati leading Houston by a score of 7-0. Another game that is underway. The Patriots struck quickly. Now they have scored again, and they lead Baltimore 14-7. Burt Jones not playing. Bill Troop is in at quarterback. Seattle 7 and Oakland 0. That game is in the second quarter. So the race for the wild card spot very much up in the air. And, of course, the Packers and the Vikes are still battling for first place in the NFC Central. And a matter of fact, we can go there and show you exactly what is going on in that contest right now. They are playing it in Green Bay. You are looking at the action live right now.
Now 1st and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings. The ball at their own 43-yard line. This crowd is alive here in Green Bay. And targeted now up the middle, and it is incomplete. Foreman contending that he was being held by Mike Douglas.
That he was.
I think he was. 2nd and 10 at the 43-yard line.
This has not been one of Fran Tarkenton's best days by a long shot. But I tell you one thing, if you're going to think of one quarterback to have to move your football team the last 2 minutes of the game, this is the guy that you would pick.
Here's the way things stand right now, pending the outcome of this ball game, of course. Detroit played on Thanksgiving, and Chicago and Tampa Bay have finished, and Green Bay and Minnesota haven't. 2nd and 10 at the 43-yard line. And Tarkenton up the middle and complete.
That's the first time today that he's completed a pass.
Sammy White
to his wide receivers. Sammy White open on the inside. 1st down Vikings.
At the 36-yard line of the Green Bay Packers, and the Vikings are ready to go. But it's just outside the 36.
Now he's got to watch his timeouts because he doesn't have 3. He only has 2 left.
1:22 left to play in this game. Now short drop, and he hit his receiver in the back, Rashad. Rashad took an out cut and got hit in the back.
Boy, he was wide open. He was not looking for the pass.
2nd and 10 at the 36, and that stops the clock with 1 minute 18 seconds left to play. Green Bay leading by a score of 10-3. Clock starts again on the snap following the incompletion. This crowd in Green Bay exhorting the Packer defense. Short drop, and again to Rashad, and he's wide open again. At the 30-yard line, a gain of 6. It'll be 3rd and 4.
Smart call by Tarkenton. A lot of your veteran quarterbacks will do that. They'll have a run a pattern. He's open. They incomplete. They come back and they say, let's run the same thing. Now that pass is a duplicate of the one that Rashad was not looking for the time before. And Fran came right back to it. He's wide open. This time Rashad's looking. You see Estes Hood, number 38. Steve Luke with help from John Anderson.
Now they take a timeout. The ball is spotted at the 29-yard line. So it'll be 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3 at the 29 when play is resumed, and the clock is at 1:10. Minnesota Vikings talk it over.
There won't be any field goal attempts here.
They have 1 timeout remaining. Here comes Fran Tarkenton back to the huddle now. The Board of Strategy has decided what it is that they have decided to do.
The lowest point production all year long for the Vikings.
Washington to a wide right, Rashad to a wide left. Sammy White set in the slot right. 3rd down and 3 yards to go.
Watch those backs, those split backs. Here comes the blitz.
Tarkenton puts it up over the middle, and Foreman drops the ball. Incomplete is the call. Incomplete. Foreman had it just for a second. The call is incomplete. 4th down and 3 yards to go at the 29-yard line. 1 minute 5 seconds left.
He slipped behind the defender. He thought he had the football. There's the blitz on. There's Roller and Barzalauskas. He lobbed it over Mike Butler, who was covering Chuck Foreman on that, and he just couldn't hold on to the football. Another look. Here comes Anderson. They had everybody coming. Ricky Young gets a good pickup on the linebacker. Here's the lob. Right there, he had it. Chuck will make that catch 9 out of 10 times, probably.
4th down and 3 yards to go for the Vikings. They have the ball at the Packers' 29-yard line. Van Tarkenton guns it, and it is taken out of bounds by Ricky Young. Ricky Young took it out of bounds at the 23-yard line.
This game's not over with, folks.
1st and 10, and the clock says exactly 1 minute left to play.
What a clutch 4th down play. Just a little flare pattern to Ricky Young. That's his 70th reception on the year. Oh, he's over 70. What's he caught today? 5 for 38. That gives him 73 catches. Here it is on the outside, and he got out of bounds to stop the clock.
So now Ricky Young is tied with Chuck Foreman for the all-time lead in passes throughout the season. Foreman had 73 and 75. 1st and 10 at the 23-yard line. Tarkenton. Rashad at the 15. Scissored out of bounds. No, he did not get out of bounds. Keep it running, he says.
How could he not get out of bounds?
As it was killed there at the 15-yard line. The clock is running.
Bad call. Should have stopped the clock on that. He was knocked out of bounds.
Dropping back is Tarkenton. And from behind, he is taken by Johnson. Ezra Johnson. Ezra Johnson. So it's going to be 3rd down now, and 7 yards to go.
They got 1 timeout left.
And the clock is down to 32 seconds. Wind it up, says the referee. It's down to 28. Tarkenton. Tarkenton, and with someone holding on. His feet were pulled out from under him. Roller had him by the foot, which is why the pass was short.
Well, he hollered up in the booth. He said, Paul, I'm going to get another sack. He and Mike Butler have 1 each today, and watch Dave Roller. He's just beating the guard almost every time. There's Dave Roller hanging on, and as you said, Lindsay, he caused the pass to be incomplete.
4th down and 7 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings. Just inside the 20-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. 23 seconds left to play. The Packers are leading by a score of 10-3. Another big 4th down now for the Minnesota Vikings, and listen to the crowd. They're on their feet here at Lambeau Field.
And I am too.
Tarkenton steps up, complete to the 5-yard line to Sammy White. Sammy White to the 5, and now here is a timeout, Minnesota Vikings. They used their last timeout to stop the clock at 14 seconds.
And Fran very quickly looked around to see if there were any flags. There were none.
1st and goal at the 5-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings. So it's all come down to this. 14 seconds on the clock. 7 points separating these two teams. They were tied, of course, at the start of the day. Identical records of 7-5 for the lead in the Central Division. So we'll have 14 seconds when we come back.
Leave it to Fran Tarkenton to make it interesting. The final 14 seconds. The Vikes down inside the 5-yard line in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Let's go back.
1st and goal at the 5-yard line. The ball is loud up to Rashad. And he's got a touchdown. Rashad has got a touchdown. Mike McCoy was up there with him, but Rashad took it for the touchdown.
A beautiful pass and a great clutch catch by Ahmad Rashad. They burned Mike McCoy the last time with 3 touchdown passes on his side, Lindsay, up in Bloomington. And right here, watch Ahmad Rashad go up for the football. McCoy's got a hold of it, but Rashad was not to be denied.
Conversion attempt coming now. The score at this moment is Green Bay 10, Minnesota 9. Dan Meyer will attempt it.
Ezra Johnson is the guy who's going to try to jump up.
He did not. It's good, and the score is tied. Dan Meyer with Krause holding converted, and so the score is tied at 10-10, and 10 seconds remain to be played in regulation playing time.
Ezra Johnson is shaken up there, Lindsay. Or is it just disgusting?
Number 78, Ezra Johnson. Keep in mind now that the clock does not start again until the ball is touched by a member of the receiving team in the field of play, not when it's kicked.
looks like for leadership in the NFC Central, we are going to have overtime up there in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on the clock, and we'll let you know what's going on now in overtime. All right, amazing. Some of the other games that are working right now, I see that Oakland has tied up Seattle. They are tied at 7 in the second quarter. And we will wait now and find out exactly what we're supposed to do. Break for a commercial. We'll be right back as the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
So now the Minnesota Vikings huddling before kicking off. Danmar getting ready to tee it up. Andre Thompson is center deep for the Green Bay Packers.
So we'll start all over again. Sudden death.
Sudden death procedure, of course, is a coin is flipped. 3 minutes wait, and the ball again gets underway.
And Big Mo might have switched over to the whites.
Big Mo Minham may very well have switched over to the whites as the Minnesota Vikings came on late to tie the score after Green Bay had led most of the day. Bounced by Danmar, wanted no return. And it is being returned by Steve Wagner, and he gets it up to the 43-yard line. 6 seconds on the clock.
Now they've got a faint possibility here. How about the game with Atlanta and New Orleans? They threw it up for grabs, they got the touchdown. Now, of course, they're going to throw it a home run of about 70 yards to get it to the end zone. But a game cannot end on a penalty. The thing you'd be hoping for, if you're going to go for the bomb, would be interference. Then that would give you one more play. And if it's deep enough, here it comes. Here comes the 3 receivers to the right side.
Lofton, Tullis, and Thompson. 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. Whitehurst waiting for the snap. 3 receivers over 4 on the right side. Downfield they go sprinting. That's put up by Whitehurst. And it's taken by Andre Thompson. He is at the 6-yard line. Time has run out. Time has run out and the game is over. It's ending in a tie and we'll have a sudden death. Andre Thompson took it at the 6-yard line.
Oh, he all looked as if he could have slipped in for the touchdown. Here come your 3 receivers. Now the thinking on this is either to try to bat the ball. You cannot hit the ball and knock it forward, but if it's slapped up by one of those white guys right there in the white jerseys, up, there it goes. Andre Thompson's got it right here, and there's Tom Hannon making the tackle. 50-yard pass. Of course, now if they would have had interference on that call, Lindsey, they would have had the ball 1st and goal and could have tried a field goal there.
That was a Minnesota injury, and attention is being given right there.
Tom Hannon.
Yeah,
Tom
it is.
Hannon,
Tom
the free
Hannon.
safety.
Now we're going to have the toss of the coin at midfield to see who gets the football and the sudden death.
We used to toss coins on the corner when we were kids, you know, just fooling around. Can you imagine now we got a coin toss and sudden death is so important to call it right. Whew.
Green Bay Packers have their delegation out there, and they are awaiting the delegation to represent the Minnesota Vikings.
And
Led
if you're
by Mr. James Marshall coming out now.
Lindsey, if the fans at home are wondering about the wind, I wouldn't be able to tell you which way favors if they're kicking a field goal, right or left. There's kind of a swirling wind here in Lambeau Field.
And the toss, it's in the air. And the toss has been won by the Green Bay Packers. They will doubtless elect to receive. The team that has won has elected to receive every time in NFL history, except that time in Dallas. But Abner Haynes says, we'll kick to the clock.
Cincinnati 10, Houston nothing in Irv. I have promised everyone Atlanta, New Orleans.
You have to see it to believe it. You remember the first game they played when New Orleans came back and beat Atlanta? Atlanta came back and beat New Orleans in the closing seconds. Well, the same thing happened today. This time it was 20-17 in Atlanta as the Falcons came back. Now, this situation is late in the 4th quarter with 4th and 1. The Atlanta fans went crazy as Lehman Bennett decided to go for a field goal, and the score at that point was 17-13. Bartkowski goes to work late in the 4th quarter again, throwing the ball downfield to Alfred Jackson, who gets out of bounds at the 25. Remember, 15 seconds left. Bartkowski going down to the end zone. Now, a pass interference call is called here, number 29. We'll take a look at it again. Do you see it? Well, I guess there might have been some pushing there because the Falcons wound up with a ball first down on goal on the 1-yard line, and this is what comes next. A play-action pass, tight end Jim Mitchell to the lower end of your screen, sneaks out to the corner, touchdown, and Atlanta came back and won 20-17.
That is just unbelievable. All right, Green Bay and Minnesota. Let's go back for the final 6 seconds of regulation time. The Packers with the ball. They have just returned the kickoff. David Whitehurst brings them up now. Out at the 43-yard line. You can see the 3 men. They'll go now to the Atlanta offense. The tip play. There it is. Throw it deep now, and somebody tap it and try to run under it. There it's tapped. It's caught by the Packers, but he could not get into the end zone. So the play that has been added to every team's playbook. Send 3 men down in a flood pattern, tap it to keep it alive as they change the rules, but they head to overtime. Green Bay and Minnesota with first place. And there's the formation as they come down, Irv.
They call it Big Ben right. Brent, they have the 3 wide receivers out there. Everybody goes down deep. Somebody tip the ball, keep it alive. You don't care who comes down with it, but number 43 here, Andre Thompson, almost comes down. He does make the catch, but the Viking defense recovers, and the game stops there at regulation play.
All right, a little over a minute left in that game as St. Louis picks up a touchdown. It's 14-10, Philadelphia trying to get into the playoffs. How about the Jets in Miami? Let's see if we can check in on some of that action. Big victory for Walt Michaels today. Matt Robinson, who has replaced Richard Todd, threw for 258 yards. Wesley Walker's lethal as a wide receiver. Down to the Miami 37-yard line. You give Wesley an inch and he'll go 1.5 miles on you. Now Powell. Here's his first touchdown of the year for Michaels. It was 10-6 Jets. Remember how well Bob Greasy played on Monday night in that losing game against Houston and Earl Campbell? Not this afternoon. Not the same Greasy. Intercepted that time by Martin, who ran it back 27 yards all the way to the Miami 3-yard line. Kevin Long in for the touchdown. It was 17-6. After an interception, Robinson going long, the man again. Wesley Walker touchdown for the Jets, an easy win for New York. And the NFL Today continues on CBS in just a moment.
We are back at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. 2 minutes left to play in the game. Cardinals challenging, Eagles leading 14-3. Tom Banks comes down over the ball at center. Dave Stieff, a very effective pass catcher, catching the 2 balls that have been thrown to him, is out wide to the left. Jim Hart's taking a look at him. He throws. The ball is caught. Running back Steve Jones gets it down to the 10, but he stays in bounds. Eagles get him there, and the clock runs. 1:48 and running, as you see. And the Cardinals go into formation without a huddle as Sonny Jurgensen is now left for the sidelines. He'll be talking with Dick Vermeil, time allowing. Jim Hart looks, fires, incomplete. Clock stops, 1:35 to play. And very importantly now for both teams, 4th down arises. 4th and a long 2. Jim Hart has been very effective throughout his career against the Eagles, as you saw an earlier graphic on the screen. He's quarterbacked 18 games against St. Louis, against the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Cardinals have won 15. 21 career touchdowns, 55%. But the Eagle defense has had a brilliant afternoon. They've given up yardage, but when the heat has been on, they have come up with a big play, stopping 3rd downs. Intercepting. Hart throws. End zone. Not in, but it's down to the 1. And it's a 1st and goal for the Cardinals with 1:26 to play. Ahmad Rashad has just caught a 5-yard touchdown pass from Fran Tarkenton. The Vikings and the Green Bay Packers are tied 10-10. Jim Hart rolling out. Looks. Touchdown! Pat Tilley. It caromed off Steve Jones, and sure-handed Pat Tilley found it right on his numbers. So the Cardinals are back in it, but is there time for them to come back? 1:09 left to play, and it's a 14-9 game. They need another touchdown. Roger Worley, an all-pro cornerback, set to hold. Jim Bakken, the 2nd leading scorer in National Football League history, will try the point after he drills it. So we have a 14-10 game with 1:09 left to play. The Eagles will get it back now on the kickoff. That is the number that the Cardinals are faced with working against. 1:09, 69 seconds, all they have left. Of course, the Eagles will be looking to run the ball, run out the clock. The Cardinals, now you saw them call that timeout with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left to play. I'd have to question the wisdom of that, since they get an automatic timeout with 2 minutes to play. The Cardinals can only stop the clock twice now. And Jaworski has done a superior job of running the clock. He'll use the full 30 seconds, and I would doubt the St. Louis Cardinals will see the football back again unless they succeed in an onside kick attempt. The Eagles deploy sure-handed people up front now. The blockers aren't in there. We have defensive backs, wide receivers, and tight ends, and they'll all be up looking for the onside kick by Steve Little. Final score from Kansas City. The Chiefs 23, the favored San Diego Chargers nothing. That touchdown pass targeted to Rashad to tie the Viking-Green Bay game came with 10 seconds left, so it looks like an OT at Green Bay. Dick Vermeulen, Johnny Rowland look on. Little tries the onside kick. Who's got the ball? The Eagles have the ball at the 46-yard line of the Cardinals with 1:06 to play. One hasn't put anybody to sleep, has it? 1st and 10 for the Eagles at the 46-yard line. The Cardinals with 2 timeouts remaining. 1 timeout, we're informed now, the Cardinals have remaining. So the Eagles can end this football game with these 4 downs. And I doubt very much if you'll see Mr. Jaworski handing off after what he saw happen to his counterpart Joe Pisarcik a week ago. He will take the ball and he will fall down. It was a little shaky even doing that. But Jaworski has played a superior football game. Every dimension of his quarterbacking today, his throwing, his play calling. He has really played a fine football game. The whole Eagle team has. Might be their best game of the season as they extend their record to 8-5. The clock is running. Jaworski's thrown 25 times, 13 completions, 156 yards, a touchdown, and he's not been intercepted. The clock, as you see, down to 40. Jaworski will take the snap once again. Now the Cardinals signal for and are allotted their final timeout with 35 seconds to play. We'll be back at Busch Stadium with the conclusion in a moment.
The Los Angeles Rams fall to a record of 10-3 as the Cleveland Browns come up with a superb effort behind Brian Sipe today. Dominated the game offensively and defensively. Sipe going long. Dave Logan to the Los Angeles 40-yard line. Sipe now will throw under Reggie Rucker. Yes, he had it long enough. Across the plane. Here's 6 points, even though he knocked it away with his knee. Now watch Greg Pruitt on this run. A remarkable effort. The kind of football we have seen this afternoon. On the sweep to the left. Breaks 2 tackles. Gets away from a third. Shakes the fourth. Still going. The amazing little man of the Browns. 57 yards. Now here's Hayden. Shades of what we have watched with Fran Tarkenton. Bringing the Vikes back. Scrambling around. Still looking for time. Waiting now. And he finds Ron Jesse. Too little, too late. 30-19, the Cleveland Browns. Jay, what about the college scene?
Well, now's the time of year that everybody starts seriously thinking about the bowl games. And Jimmy the Greek, I wanted to get your opinion. The Cotton Bowl, we're going to broadcast that here on CBS on New Year's Day. If Houston wins, all they got to do is beat Rice, and it'll be Houston and Notre Dame.
Notre Dame would be almost a touchdown favorite.
A touchdown favorite. And what about the Rose Bowl?
Oh, that Southern California would be like a field goal over Michigan.
And then we go to the Sugar Bowl?
Alabama and Penn State?
Alabama over Penn State by how much?
By a field goal.
All right.
Alabama's favorite now.
And the Orange Bowl? Oklahoma and Nebraska?
Oklahoma easily.
Easily.
Whoa.
But they beat them last time.
I know they did, but they fumbled 8 times, too.
Don't argue with, hey, Jane, don't argue with the Greek today.
Yeah, I learned that.
He is waving a magic wand, although he did miss on the Giants today, though, I must say.
Well, he's got a pretty good percentage going for him, though.
All right, the NFL today will continue on CBS in just a moment.
Back to live action. Busch Stadium in St. Louis. 35 seconds left to play in the game. Eagles 14, Cardinals 10. Jaworski ready to take the snap and fall on the... Cardinal left early, and good thing for the Eagles because the ball popped free. Yeah, you don't know about these things. We had Pizarczyk bumble a handoff when the Giants were running out the clock. That was the second time I broadcast a game this season where a team was running out the clock and lost the game. The opener, Washington at New England. Somebody said to me, Sonny, maybe I'm the problem.
No, I tell you something. I'm sure that they learned their lesson last week about playing any games with that football and closing seconds like this. They're not intending to make the same mistake that the Giants did against them.
Sonny, in your long and storied career in the National Football League spanning 18 seasons, you've seen some bizarre endings, have been part of them. It's not over till they shoot the gun, is it?
Excuse me, Don, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we'll wait for this last play now at 34 seconds left to go. Ron Jaworski, third down, takes the snap, goes down quickly that time. Imagine what's going through the minds of these Philadelphia Eagles after they were beaten last week and all of a sudden had a game. When the quarterback is down behind the line of scrimmage, the clock stops. Now we're in the last 2 minutes of the game, so they stopped the clock when Jaworski went down behind the line of scrimmage, started up again, and the game will run out.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do now, Don. The clock didn't start winding down. The official didn't wind it till after the 30-second clock was past the 30-second limit, so they don't even have to snap the ball here.
Final play. So the Eagles come out the victor in a very, very important win for the Philadelphia Eagle franchise. That's the end of the game, the final score. Eagles 14, Cardinals 10. We'll be back at Busch Stadium in just a moment.
10 minutes, 15 seconds left to play in the first half. Raiders ball their own 35-yard line. The game tied at 7-all. Cincinnati now up on Houston 10-0. A Chris Barr field goal of 34 yards. Stabler will throw on first down. And he's going deep to Branch. He's out there. It's intercepted and dropped. Dave Brown had it in his hands and then dropped it. And he is disgusted with himself.
And Dave Brown is one of the few people that can keep up with Cliff Branch. Stabler threw this ball just a little bit late. Had he thrown it early enough, Branch had a little bit of a lead. Brown will depend on his speed to catch up. You can see he's cutting underneath. The ball been thrown a little farther, might have been 6. However, Brown is awfully tough to beat.
5 out of 6 for Ken Stabler in this game. He sends Bradshaw right, Branch left again. 2nd down, 10 for the Raiders. Their own 35. Here's a draw play. Whittington spinning away. 35. Whittington hit hard at the 40-yard line by Keith Butler and Dave Brown. It's a tough kid, this Whittington. At 180, he's a good lead blocker, too.
Well, they put in a defense called a nickel-back defense. Keith Simpson, with their first draft choice out of Memphis State, was very fast to come up and make the play. Sometimes those halfbacks that'll hit can really help your defense.
3 wide receivers. Biletnikoff joins Branch and Bradshaw. 3rd and 5. Raiders on their 40. 3-man rush. Look at this time. Pass good to Casper for a first down at the Raider 48-yard line. Dave Casper has his 2nd catch of the game. He was wrapped up by Peter Cronin and Keith Simpson.
There is no pass defense that can handle that much time for a quarterback to throw. Stabler in the past has been given 4 and 5. They depend on it. However, watch what the linebackers have to do. They've got Casper handled here. They've got him handled here. But they don't have him handled here. As soon as he makes his move forward, he's dead. They've got a first down.
He came back to the ball. A smart move by Dave Casper. Litnikoff and Branch stay in as wide receivers. Here's Whittington trying to run a sweep. And he picks up 5 to the 47 of the Seahawks, where Bill Gregory brought him down, aided by Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker. Oakland's in Seattle territory, in the Seattle 47, a 2nd and 5. Time in the first half, 8.5 minutes. The score tied 7-all. The Raiders, by winning, can go a full game ahead of Denver. They meet Denver here next Sunday evening. Seattle, by winning, can be right in the thick of it. They could drop the Raiders to 5 losses. They'd be only 1 game behind them then. And Denver's lost 5. Out it goes to Whittington. There's a flag down. We may have holding in that backfield of the Oakland Raiders.
And if it is holding, it very easily could be on Gene Upshaw, because the official threw the flag, hit Gene in the head, as a matter of fact.
Well, this will move him back. Instead of a 2nd and 2 or 5, they're going to have a 2nd and 15 if they accept the penalty, and they are.
Would have been a gain of 5 yards on the play.
This puts the ball. Let's listen to this.
Holding, number 63, offense, 2nd down.
It was on Upshaw, as John Brody called it. It's on the 43-yard line of the Raiders. They have a 2nd down and 15 to go.
You have to be a pretty good official to catch him.
He's had experience. The Raiders now will attack with 3 wide receivers again. 2nd down and 15. Pass deflected away. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody in the Oakland Coliseum. The Oakland Raiders and the Seattle Seahawks are tied 7-all. Just under 8 minutes to play in the first half. The ball's on the 43-yard line of the Oakland Raiders, and they have a 3rd down and 15. Seattle scored first on an 80-yard drive, capped off by a 38-yard pass from quarterback Zorn, a wide receiver Steve Raible. In the second period, the Raiders marched 43 yards. Van Egan going over 4 yards for the touchdown, and that's been it. 3rd and 15. Out they go deep. Casper has it. Casper wrestled down on the 42. He's close to a 1st down.
I think John Madden is down there with the official trying to help him out a bit, because the official ruled he did not make it by what I was looking at. It's within a foot either way. We can see John. Are we going to go to 8 officials?
He's the 8th one.
Help, John.
And the 9th also. He picks up for 2 of them.
He is on top, and he doesn't miss much. You think those tight ends don't know where those 1st down markers are?
I think every year he's becoming more and more the John Barrymore of the sidelines. You can watch him. The 1st down, watch him now.
Yes. He's going to let that judgment slip. Okay, Stabler's got plenty of time to throw. His man in the clutch is Casper when he can get to them. They're in a 5 defensive back situation. Linebacker and Autry Beeman both trying to handle Casper. Makes a perfect cut at the right time, and Stabler puts it where he needs, and they've got a 1st.
Raiders on the Seattle 42, 1st down. Game tied 7-all. Branch, Bradshaw, the wide men. Plenty of time again. That's deflected at the line of scrimmage by Ernie Price, the left end, number 62. It'll be 2nd down 10 for the Raiders. Stabler, Price from Texas A&I in his 6th year. Stabler has thrown 10 times, completed 7 for 79 yards. Casper's caught 3 of them for nearly 40 yards.
And Kurt, you know, that was an instance where your defensive line really helps your linebackers out, and I think to stop Stabler from being able to throw the ball to Van Egan and Whittington over the middle on little check flares, they've got to get help from their defensive linemen.
Raymond Chester has replaced Dave Casper at tight end. 2nd down 10. Draw play to Whittington. They're waiting for him, and he's hit by Keith Butler. Butler came across, waited for him, and with a perfect one-on-one tackle in the open field, dumped him.
And Bill Gregory forced Whittington right into Butler. That's what you call good coordination between outside linebacker and defensive end.
All right, Biletnikoff back in to make it 3 wide receivers for the Raiders. 5 backs are coming on. Simpson joins Webster, Beeman, Harrison, Brown. Niehaus comes on, or goes out.
And here we go again. Stabler 3rd and 13.
He's going to say, boys, you got to get beyond the 32 of Seattle for that first down. He's hit, and he throws it away, and he was throwing it to a lineman, number 78, Art Shell.
Good movement by Shell. In order to avoid getting a 15-yard penalty, he did duck the ball rather than catch it. It's a natural reaction to catch that thing whether you're a lineman or not. Stabler could not tell. He was under real duress here. Good pass rush. They're playing a little game. They're also sending a linebacker in on the play. They slipped the block. As they did so, pressure up the middle hurts any quarterback. Keith Butler on a blitz. Stabler can't differentiate between Shell or Van Egan. That's okay.
That Lawrence hit the ground, didn't he? I don't want any part of that ball. Punt formation with Ray Guy. Rufus Crawford is the safety man. Guy either try and hang it up. Low snap. He gets away. It's blocked. They blocked it after the no snap. And it's out of bounds. In there was Cornell Webster to get a piece of it. Cornell Webster, number 38. Guy fielded the low snap.
And Cornell Webster is one of their outstanding special team men, as well as one of their fine cornerbacks. The ball hit the ground, made Ray Guy delay just a little bit, but Webster is off right on the snap of the ball, takes a perfect angle toward it. A perfect angle is where if you miss it, you still don't interfere with the kicker, and they've got a big break.
Well, they're all talking it over. And while they do, we'll take time out. It's a tie game, 7-7.
We are in the intermission now, preceding the start of sudden death overtime in this game between the Minnesota Vikings and the Green Bay Packers. Minnesota Vikings scored early, a field goal, but then the Pack came back and led at halftime 7-3, went ahead 10-3, and then the Vikings came on to tie it at 10-10. Cleveland defeated Los Angeles today. They manhandled the Rams, as a matter of fact, by a score of 30-19.
Another final. Atlanta, the last 5 seconds, won the second time in the last 10 seconds of a ball game over the New Orleans Saints, 20-17. Buffalo just swamping the yard.
41-17, the final score. Buffalo over the Giants.
And here's an upset. The New York Jets 24, Miami 13.
We are in the intermission now, preceding the start of sudden death overtime in this game between the Minnesota Vikings and the Green Bay Packers. Minnesota Vikings scored early, a field goal, but then the Pack came back and led at halftime 7-3, went ahead 10-3, and then the Vikings came on to tie it at 10-10. Cleveland defeated Los Angeles today. They manhandled the Rams, as a matter of fact, by a score of 30-19.
Another final. Atlanta, the last 5 seconds, won the second time in the last 10 seconds of a ball game over the New Orleans Saints, 20-17. Buffalo just swamping the yard.
41-17, the final score. Buffalo over the Giants.
And here's an upset. The New York Jets 24, Miami 13.
Chicago Bears beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers by a score of 14-3, a final Central Division game.
All right, Ken Stenerud with 3 field goals, 2 touchdowns, passes by their quarterback Livingston, 23-0. And here we go.
Denmar's teeing it up. Brand talking to Bud Grant along the sideline. The Green Bay Packers get a hand as they come onto the field. We're in a 10-10 tie, starting sudden death overtime.
Playing for the conference lead, Lindsey. Vikings a slight favorite coming into this football right here on the home turf of the Packers. Whoever wins it will be right there in the catbird seat, won't they? Heading down to the last 3 games.
Heading down the stretch with 3 to play. Somebody's going to be a full game on top. Andre Thompson has dropped back center deep now for the Green Bay Packers. Denmark coming up. Thompson at the 10-yard line. He's at the 15, he's at the 20, he's at the 25, and he's at the 30, and he's out to 35, and he is out to the 38-yard line.
Good return by Andre Thompson.
So the Green Bay Packers start 1st and 10 at their own 38. The first team that scores by any means wins the football game. It was Tom Hennon downfield to make the tackle, along with the kicker, Rick Danmeyer. David Whitehurst, the quarterback, coming in now, having just been in conference with Bart Starr. Zeke Bratkowski comes in to call the play in the huddle. 1st and 10.
All right, Cincinnati 10, Houston nothing. Folks, I've got 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Let's go live and see. Now, we may have to pull out of this, so beware. You're watching overtime, and please don't call all my good friends at WBBM and complain. They'll get you up to date on the late news. We've only got 1 minute 30 left on this broadcast. The Packers received the kickoff to start sudden death, and the key weapon now, of course, is Chester Markle for Bart Starr. They are all tied at 10 as they come up now behind David Whitehurst. The final is in. Philadelphia beats St. Louis 14-10. Out at the 40, here's Whitehurst. That's McGeorge just across midfield. He's down at the 49. They have a 1st and 10. I can see it happening now, Irv. My time clock is running down. We'll go as far as we can.
Keep in mind, for all those people watching, though, Brent, that Marco's longest field goal this year has been a 48-yarder, so they have to get well inside the 50, somewhere around the 30-yard line or so before he's within range. So the Viking defense is well aware of that. They'll give a little bit here, but, they'll bend, but they won't break.
Whitehurst at the line at the 49 in Minnesota. And in motion behind it. And very conservative with that play call, right straight up the middle. Down to the 47. So that's going to leave them with a 2nd and 8. And we will stay for one more play, folks. That was Turdell Middleton up the middle. The way it's been going for us this afternoon, Irv, they'll throw a touchdown pass right here. It'll satisfy everybody.
A Big Ben right or something, right?
Except the Viking fans, right? All right, 2nd and 8. They're going to run Middleton. And that's going to do it for your bonus coverage of overtime. It'll be up to WBBM and Johnny Morris. For Jane Kennedy, Irv Cross, and my friend Jimmy the Greek, I'm Brent Musburger, and we hope you've enjoyed the NFL Today on CBS.
Situation here. Not a big one, just a gigantic 3rd down.
It's all of that. Because any time in sudden death you give up the football, you're in imminent danger.
Just as important for the Minnesota Viking defense.
Whitehurst. McGeorge could not hang on. Rich McGeorge at the 40 could not control it. It's 4th down coming up.
He juggled the football. Bobby Bryan was right there. If he could have held on, I think he could have made the 1st down. But Bobby Bryan was in tackling position.
Beverly's coming out to punt it away now. Kevin Miller races onto the field to go deep for the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, they'll cover that outside receiver. Beverly's thrown 2 passes. Last week he completed one for confirmation, but he wouldn't try it here.
10 men on the line for the Minnesota Vikings.
Or would they?
Beverly puts it up high and relatively short. Hits on the 25, bounce to the 20, 18, near the 17-yard line. So the Vikings get the football now. They get it in their own territory, 1st and 10.
He was trying to kick the football very, very high, let the coverage on the punt get down there and trap him inside the 10. But he is just a little bit too high. 25-yard punt.
Batted in advance of the 17, just short of the 18. Van Tarkington, the old pro, brings him up now. Chuck Foreman and Ricky Young. Ricky Young. About the 22-yard line. Gain of about 4, make it 2nd and 6. Anderson in to make the tackle along with Steve Luke. Score tied 10-10. We were in sudden death before A loss of 2 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 8 yards to go.
Here's Tarkenton, a little handoff to Foreman, and Roller beats his man again.
Harry Washington comes into the ball game now, the wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings. 3 wide receivers, Rashad, White, Washington, on a 3rd and 8. Tarkenton is stopped. He's wrapped up at the 11-yard line. Ezra Johnson with help from Mike Butler.
Oh, he just flew in there. I tell you, the 2 defensive ends for Green Bay are very, very quick. Ezra Johnson, they say, is probably the fastest guy on this football team. He runs right with James Lofton. 4-4 for a defensive end. We've already seen him reverse on a kickoff. And right here, Fran knows he's in trouble. No way to get that pass off.
Punting from his own end zone, Greg Coleman. Johnny Gray has dropped back, standing at his own 40, or rather at the Vikings 45 to field it. Coleman waits for the snap. Drops up. Booms it out of there. A beauty across the 50 on back, fielded, and as he comes to a stop back at the 39-yard line, he went back, fielded the ball, took a half a step, held his hand aloft, and so it was killed at the 41-yard line.
The 44-yard line of Seattle. There'll be some interesting games next week on NBC. Miami and Washington, early game, starting at 12:30 with NFL 78. 2 excellent late games, Pittsburgh at Houston and New England at Dallas. They'll start at 3:30 with NFL 78. A word from the Cincinnati-Houston game. Earl Campbell will tell you about this after this play. First down on the Seattle 44-yard line. The lone setback is Don Testerman. He has the ball, and he goes down with a flag drop. We may have a holding here. Earl Campbell has just broken Don Wood's record of 1,163 yards rushing by a rookie running back. Campbell, so far, early in that game in the first half between Houston and Cincinnati, now has 1,176 yards for the season, an all-time record for a rookie running back, and more to go.
Yes, I think, Kurt, however, he'd give up about...
Number 51, offense, first down.
I think he'd give up all of them if they could get a few points on the board right now, because this is a must game for them against Cincinnati, and if they've still got the donut, that's not good.
They were trailing 10-0. Surprises already today. Miami was upset by the Jets, although, as John said, there are no more upsets. San Diego is way behind Kansas City. Zorn down the sideline. And that was Steve Largent, the leading pass receiver in the American Conference, who broke down that sideline. He was covered by Phillips, who was trying to dive for an interception.
And it's only the outstanding quarterbacks that can hit that seam. You have to throw it as soon as they get past the cornerback in a double zone. Charlie Phillips was coming over, but there is a little dead spot in there. Zorn zipped the ball, zipped it just a little bit lower. It would have been a big gainer.
With 10 seconds to go, Tarkenton to Rashad. And they tied Green Bay 10-all. They're in overtime. They're now in overtime. There's a final. Kansas City shut out San Diego to snap a 4-game winning streak to the Chargers. Second down and 20. Zorn rolling. Willie Hall hits him, and the ball squirted away. Willie Hall hit Zorn as he threw the ball. An excellent pass rush by Willie Hall. Let me say something. John will take this replay, then we'll talk.
Well, we talked about contain. They're playing a 3-man line with a 5-back defense. Hendricks gets pushed in, allows Zorn to contain. However, they knocked down his back trying to get into the flat area. Willie Hall saw nobody out there to cover, made a good adjustment, forced Zorn to throw the ball to nobody. They've got a 3rd down and 20.
I think what they're doing is what Denver did, John, when we saw him up there. They're putting a spy on Zorn. One of the linebackers doing nothing but trailing Zorn wherever he goes. And, the last couple of plays have been Willie Hall.
That doesn't guarantee you handle him, though.
No. 3rd down and 20 for the Seahawks from their 34. They run it to Testerman. Testerman is hit by 2 Raiders at the 40 and hit hard. 47 is Charlie Phillips, and 41 is Phil Villapiano. And Seattle will have to punt.
And those two do hit some. Howard Mudd, the Seattle's offensive line coach, has taught these guys excellent technique. You see both the middlemen moving the center man out. However, it's a long yardage situation. Sistrunk loses nothing. It's one thing to want to, it's another thing to have the technique to do it, and Seattle does.
Weaver punting on 4th down. Neil Colsey at the 20-yard line of the Raiders waiting for the punt. He just got that one away. Colsey fields it on his 25. Skips around and goes down on his 31-yard line. Hit there by Dennis Boyd, the left tackle. Timeout in the Oakland Coliseum. Just under 6 minutes to play in the first half, and it's still a tie, 7-all.
First and 10 for the Pack. They held the ball at their own 41-yard line. Verdell Middleton. Toss to the 46-yard line. Second down and 5 yards to go at the 46.
It's Chester Markle on the sidelines. Last time we were here, he kicked a 48-yard field goal with seconds left to beat Tampa Bay.
Big Marty Smith to the 50-yard line.
Nothing fancy, just straight ahead.
It was Fred McNeil on the stop. It's going to be third down, about 1.5 yards. Tension here at Lambeau Field with the score tied 10-10 in sudden death overtime.
The lights are on.
Now timeout, Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers have taken a timeout. Whitehurst comes over. He gets the call on the third with 1.5 yards. 9 minutes, 7 seconds left in this overtime period. Our producer is Mr. David Fox.
From the city of New York.
And our director is Mr. Chris Erskine.
City of Chicago.
All of the people who have made this telecast possible here this afternoon. Whitehurst is coming back onto the field, and with him, tight end Paul Kaufman. Means a double tight end alignment on a third and 1.5 yards to go at the 50-yard line.
Now, if Bart Starr was a quarterback, if we were in the huddle, you know, we'd be hollering. Come on, Bart, call 36, A fly outside. Little play action pass.
Smith and Middleton. Smith, well, with a little second effort, he may have. It's very close.
Again, it all depends on where they mark it.
So they stop the clock to bring out the chain to measure for the possible first down.
I think they're going to be a little bit short.
Thought so myself at the time, but we'll find out for sure right now. Looks to be a shade short, just a shade.
They're going to punt it.
It's a shade short.
They'll punt it. Surely you wouldn't go. If you don't go here, if you don't make the first down, it's almost a give up.
So punter David Beverly comes on. 8 minutes, 54 seconds left in the overtime period.
And if nobody scores, it's a tie.
It is a tie. Kevin Miller has dropped back. Beverly will punt it away. Kevin Miller at the 20, and he is hit immediately
by Estes Hood.
Estes Hood was down there waiting for him, and so the Vikings start first and 10 at their 21-yard line.
We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network. This is Kurt Gowdy and John Brody with 5:50 to go in the half. There's your score, a tie, 7-all. Seattle scored in the first period, a 38-yard pass. Zorn to Rabel. Van Egan went over in the second period for 4 yards, and that has been the scoring. On first down, slicing over his left tackle coming out to the 35 is Arthur Whittington, brought down by Terry Beeson and Keith Butler.
Kurt, you know what I've noticed more than any other ball game I've seen all year today is that they're moving different defenses in and out. In other words, they respect each other's offense so well that if you play a certain little defense, they're going to beat you with it. Both teams are going to do so. Terry Beeson making another fine tackle inside. Whittington has got to get outside to get away from Beeson to pick up yards. But you just notice the respect both teams have for each other's offense.
2nd and 5. Flag is down. It's to Casper, but they dropped the flag. We may have another holding call.
Regardless of whether they dropped the flag, that move I haven't seen. Stabler sitting there, he had a defensive lineman all over the top of him. Just as he was about to throw it, he made a move, got underneath him, and got it to Casper. It doesn't look like it's going to count, but it sure was a nice move.
We were
Holding, number 66, offense, 2nd down.
That's on Steve Sylvester, the 3rd holding call on the Raiders. There's the overtime. 5 seconds to go when they tied it. We were talking about Kansas City. They have lost some of the most heartbreaking games this year, yet they've hung in there, and today they shut out San Diego. The Bears win their 2nd in a row, beat Tampa Bay 14-3. Arthur Whittington. Out to the 32-yard line. Brought down by Webster and Ernie Price.
Arthur Whittington, the ball carrier.
The Cardinal 4-game streak stopped today. The Eagles beat them 14-10. The Eagles are working their way toward a playoff spot. New England leading Baltimore 14-7 in the second period.
3rd and 9 for the Raiders.
Cincinnati leading Houston 10-0 second quarter.
And back here in Oakland, we got a little 3rd and 9, Kurt.
3rd and 9 with 3 wide receivers for the Raiders. Sideline. Branch out of bounds. He's out of bounds on the 45. And that should be good for a first down.
I'll tell you, Oakland's the only team in the league that runs patterns like that. Cliff Branch went 25 yards downfield, came back 7. Stabler had enough time to hang in there and throw him the ball. No defensive back can handle that situation.
John and I were talking to Jim Plunkett last night, and John asked him, how do you like the Raiders' policies? He said, I tell you one thing, their passing game is different than anyone. They run the deepest routes patterns in the league. Raymond Chester playing in place of Dave Casper, caught it on the 49 of Seattle. And then Jim said to John, of course, you got to have protection to do that. And he says they get it.
5 yards, makes it 2nd and 5 for the Raiders.
Takes time to get downfield.
And it really puts a burden on your defensive backs. Both offenses have moved the ball pretty well when they were able to predict what defense the other team was in. And I get the feeling that Seattle is trying to confuse Stabler. When they do, they hold him for naught. When they don't, he just rips them apart.
It is 2nd down and 4 for the Raiders. Here's Van Egan. Van Egan is stopped at the 47-yard line of Seattle by Bill Gregory. They're right in. And they're down now to a 3rd and a yard. 3rd and a yard to go. Time remaining. 3:20 in the first half. The game tied. Houston has come back to make it a 10-7 game. Cincinnati ahead. Steve Niehaus is in a tackle. Cronin goes out as a linebacker. 4-man front. 3 tight ends. Bankston, Chester, and Casper for the Raiders. So they go to Whittington. Or Hart. Down that sideline. Skips out of bounds. They've all bunched up inside and then sent Harold Hart wide.
Well, that's true. They were all bunched up. Cornell Webster Webster tried to make a great play, and in so doing, he lost containment. However, it's worth the try. He's got pretty good pursuit coming from him. You can see Hart wants to go inside. Harris fills that hole. Cornell Webster got, whoops, he also got hooked a little by Steve Sylvester, but that slipped the attention of the officials, and it's first down for Oakland.
Almost a nice tackle by Sylvester. First down, Raiders on the Seattle 33. Errol Mann, the field goal kicker. 2:55 to go in the first half. The game is tied, 7-all. They have the blitz on. He fires. There's Branch. He goes down in the 21. A first down, Oakland. What's Branch?
You can tell Stabler as well, Kurt. He's moving around in the pocket. He's never really run the ball that effectively as a professional quarterback. In college, he was something else running the ball as well as throwing it. However, you can see he's got real quick little movements, nifty feet. Puts the ball right where it has to be thrown to Branch. No defensive back has a chance under those conditions.
Kenny Stabler is 10 out of 14, 110 yards. First down, the Raiders threatening here at the end of the first half. The first man through. Van Egan plows to the 17-yard line. And he was smacked by Bill Gregory and Keith Butler coming up at halftime, NFL 78. Don't forget, on January 1st, the two big bowl games on NBC, the Rose Bowl, Michigan, USC, followed by the Orange Bowl, Oklahoma and Nebraska. We'll tell you more about those games. Right now, there's a 2-minute warning, timeout, and the score is all tied 7-up.
Freaking route, Claiborne in great shape, plays it like a center fielder, goes up high for the ball. Now he starts his dancing Dan and gets a block on Joe Washington to get him out of there. Starts right, ups, he's going back left, looking for more jerseys. They're coming around to help him. Now he's going back to the field. Well, he's going all over the place, but he made a fine play. Another look at it. Bill Troop throwing the long ball, going for it all, but Raymond Claiborne up high, takes it away from Roger Carr. Roger Carr doesn't really even contest him on it.
Score tied 10-10. We're in a one-quarter sudden death overtime period with 8 minutes 37 seconds left to play.
And the way these two teams have been battling all day long, Lindsey, it's not out of the realm of possibility that this could go right down to the wire with the tie.
It could, in fact. And targeted. And it is completed to Rashad up at the 35-yard line. Johnny Gray made the hit. It's going to be marked at the 37-yard line. First and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings. A 17-yard pickup on the pass play from Tarkenton to Rashad. Targeted. And it's Tucker across the 50-yard line to the 48-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. First and 10. Gary Weaver made the stop.
Two straight passes by Fran Tarkenton, moving 32 yards. This is the first one that's good for 17 big ones. Comes right back and hits his tight end for 15 yards in the first down.
Rick Danmar's longest field goal of the year for the Minnesota Vikings has been 47 yards. Led Grant along the sideline, first and 10 for the Vikings at the Pack's 48. Argument. And the ball is out of his hands, and the penalty marker is thrown, and it is picked up. But whistle stops play. You saw Big Mike Butler in pursuit of the ball.
Intentional grounding. Ezra wants the sack.
Intentional grounding is exactly what's been called. Well, the penalty will be against the Minnesota Vikings, and it's down in distance. And the crowd here in Green Bay is not happy. Back to the 42.
Here's Tarkenton. Nobody was anywhere close to being a receiver on here. He sees Ezra Johnson right here, who just tries to get the football away. And I guess they, you know, the fans really didn't know how many yards he'd be penalized, probably figuring 5, but then figuring 10 yards and the loss of a down. So.
Second down and 20 yards to go for the Vikings at their own 42. 7 minutes, 18 seconds left in the overtime period. Robert Miller, Ricky Young in the backfield. Young in motion to the outside left. Miller, Robert Miller inside the 40-yard line. Just short of another first down. Steve Luke made the stop.
Well, that's the biggest run of the day. A little quick trap up front. Good blocking by the Vikings. End zone shot. Center blocks left. The right guard traps. Here comes Robert Miller. He broke a tackle by Barzalauskas. Almost got him by the shoot toss, but he just kept his balance. Good run by Miller.
Willie Buchanan is injured on the play. So the training staff of the Green Bay Packers is out there. 20-yard pickup by Robert Miller. It's going to be about a yard short of the first down. It will be 3rd and 1. Buchanan's being assisted off. Ball is at the Green Bay Packers 39-yard line. They're going to take the chain out now and measure for the distance.
We're short.
They want to see how much. Targeted wanted to see how much short. Well, a yard. So they used the chain to spot the ball now at the inbounds marker. Score tied 10-10. Sudden death overtime in Green Bay. The Vikings and the Packers. 7:05 on the clock in the overtime period. Here come the Vikings. Miller's still in there, Robert Miller. Foreman.
First down.
1st and 10 at the 35.
Receivers check back in. Rashad, White, Ricky Young. Let's see, Chuck's 22 carries a day, 46 yards.
If you'd like to know what kind of range they're getting into, if they kick the field goal right now, it'll be a 52-yarder. So that is what they're shortening up on from here on out. It's the Packers' first overtime of this season. Dropping back is targeted. And he completes it at the 30. And it's second on down by Ricky Young to the 10-yard line. First down and 10 yards to go at the 10 for the Minnesota Vikings.
25-yard pickup. Rand finally getting a little pass protection in this series, Lindsey. Here he is, he goes back. Now he's got all the time in the world to look around and survey his receivers going downfield. There's your tight end crossing. Here comes Young coming back from against the grain, and he's got some people out in front. That's Bob Tucker getting a block on Steve Luke, who's in on the stop.
So it is first down at the 10-yard line. Foreman just inside the 10. Mike Butler upset him there. Second down coming just inside the 10-yard line. 5 minutes, 11 seconds left in the overtime period.
And the only sustained drive that the Vikings had in regulation time, Lindsey, I think they had 2 fourth-down passes. 4th down, and they made them both.
That they did. They made clutch plays on 4th down in each case, and then a clutch play for the touchdown.
Somehow.
Buchanan's back in the ball game now for the Packers.
This man finds a way to beat you. Perfect.
Foreman to the 5 and inside the 5-yard line. He's at the 4. It'll be 3rd down coming now. Steve Luke was there on the tackle.
They're not going to waste any more time. Here comes the field goal team.
4.5 minutes on the clock, but on 3rd down, they're going to go right now and try to win it from right here. There's no point in trying to get any closer, they figure, and Rick Danmar is coming in to attempt it. Danmar had a 19-yarder. Put the Vikings on the scoreboard early, and this will be a 21-yard field goal attempt. Kraus holding for Danmar. Kraus holding for Danmar. Kraus puts it down. Danmar boots it up. It is no good. It's no good. He missed it. It is no good. And so the ball goes over at the 20-yard line to the Green Bay Packers as Danmar missed the field goal attempt from the 21-yard line.
Well, he missed an earlier one. I thought he swallowed the olive again. All it was an extra point, Lindsey. Just keep your head down. Here's an end zone shot of it. Ball's placed by Paul Kraus, and he just shanked it to the right.
So with 4 minutes left to play in this overtime period, the Green Bay Packers get the ball. 1st and 10 at their 20-yard line. And how do you like them apples? Unbelievable.
Up to Johnson, and he's running behind number 61, 67, cuts off the blocks, and then goes straight in the end zone. Got the good blocks from Dr. Bill Lankaitis and also Sam Adams.
Now David Posey will come on. Well, we've had an interception for a touchdown by the Patriots, one by the Colts, and then the long return by Stanley Morgan set up the 11-yard romp by Andy Johnson. Posey's in, has the extra point, and the Colts will go to the dressing room down 21-7 unless they can get something in the last minute and 41.
Well, New England's on their game again, 21-7 over Baltimore, and it looks like Pittsburgh and New England are going to get 2 spots, and the other 2 are going to be divided and fought for by about 6 different teams.
The wild card is going to be wild.
It's a wild one.
2 minutes to go in the first half. 2nd and 7. Oakland on the Seattle 18-yard line. The pass. Flag is dropped on Casper trying to catch the ball over Autry Beeman. Flag was dropped at the 10.
Kurt, that looked like one of those throws you just try to lead a man under the basket.
And that one is called against Seattle's Beeman.
I do not know if this penalty is against Autry Beeman on Casper. It was thrown awfully early, but you can see Stabler sees that Casper has a pretty good position.
Number 53, defense.
That's right. It didn't look like it was Beeman. It was Keith Butler.
An illegal chuck is what it is, not interference. Somebody got by the line of scrimmage for 5 yards, was hit once, it was hit again illegally. 13-yard line. First down, Whittington on the sweep, scoots to the 10. Just over the 10, Ernie Price ran across with him and brought him down. Second 7. Earl Campbell has just broken the all-time Houston rushing record for a season. 1,198 yards. This is his 13th game. The old record was set in 14 games. 2nd down, 7. The 16-game schedule will change without a record. Branch, saved there by Johnny Harris. Harris high in the air to tip it away.
And the impressive thing on the play is it was a blitz. All the backs were trying to get on their receivers as fast as they could. Stabler had plenty of time to throw it. He saw Harris cutting underneath, but as Harris tried to intercept the ball, if we can see it in the screen, which I think we can, he hooked Cliff Branch's foot. Well, he didn't hook it at that point, but he did get up and hook the ball. I must be seeing things out there, pal.
Sometimes it helps. 3rd down and 7 from the 10-yard line of Seattle. It is no good. DeMorris Bradshaw struck the turf in front of him. And now the Raiders will be coming out with Errol Mann to try a field goal as their attack stalls at the Seattle 10.
Crossing patterns are the hardest things for defensive backs to defend against, and when you give your quarterback time, it's almost certain death. That was the 2nd crossing pattern in a row, and the defense was up to the task for both of them.
This will be a 26 and a half. Making a 26-yard field goal attempt by Earl Mann. David Humm will hold it. It is down, it is up, and the kick is good. and the Raiders have the lead.
Rick Danmeyer on the sidelines has got to be the most disgusted man in this stadium right now. You have to feel a little bit sorry for him. Oh, this will haunt him forever.
Whitehurst has the football. Screen left to Marty Smith. Marty Smith to the 25. To the 30. Shoulders the man out of the way. He went out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Jeff Seaman was there to bounce him out.
Little man-to-man confrontation. Marty Smith, 6'4", 245. Jeff Seaman, the middle linebacker, not small, 6'3", about 240.
Bud Grant at Whitehurst looking over to pick up his next play. It's wig-wagged over by Bratkowski. First and 10 for the Packers. They have the ball at their own 31-yard line. 3:52 left to play in the overtime period.
I guess we'll have a 2-minute warning, won't we? I've never been this far in an overtime.
Hugh Hell. Andre Thompson goes across. Cordell Middleton up to the 35-yard line. He picked up 4. It'll be 2nd and 6 at the 35. Keep in mind that if nobody scores in this quarter, in this overtime period, it simply goes into the record books as a tie game. Three and a half minutes, and the clock is running, as you see, in set. Score tied 10-10. Cordell Middleton for the 40, and he is hauled down now at the 44-yard line. First and 10. Matt Blair made the stop there. But it's the Green Bay Packers who are moving upfield. 2 minutes, 54 seconds on the clock. Score tied 10-10.
Well, what a fine young running back they have in Cordell Middleton. He's over 100 yards. 38 carries, 110 yards today.
He rushed for 1,002, and it's been posted now. 1,002 for the season. You see the clock running. Middleton brings them up. Whitehurst, the quarterback. Whitehurst has the ball.
In trouble.
He is in deep trouble. Tried to throw it, and it is an incompletion. Minnesota Vikings wrapped him up. The roar you hear from the announcement that Cordell Middleton has rushed for 1,002 yards. That's the response of the crowd. Incompleted pass, and the ball is simply spotted at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 at the 44.
Now the clock's beginning to work against both teams here, Lindsey. They're tied, of course, for the conference lead. 2:16 to go, and the Packers have 1 timeout. The Vikings 2.
Jim Colbreth is in there now, and Marty Smith is out. Andre Thompson across.
From the reverse.
The reverse. It's Lofton, and it's flea flicker, and Whitehurst throws incomplete. Pulled off the alumni play here in the dying moments of the overtime period. 3rd and 10 at the 44.
Here comes the old flea flicker. Here's the pitch. Middleton hands off to Lofton, who throws it back to Whitehurst. Now trying to go downfield. He's a little bit too far to throw the bomb here. He's run out of coverage, so he tries to just throw it over the linebacker's head to Middleton, and he couldn't get to it.
The Green Bay sideline. 3rd down and 10 yards to go. Green Bay's ball at their 44. Cordell Middleton has come off. Nate Simpson has replaced him. Jim Colbreth stays in. So the running backs are Nate Simpson and Jim Colbreth. Whitehurst going long. Lofton incomplete. Lofton trying to run underneath it. 4th and 10 at the 44, and here comes Beverly on the punting unit.
And I'll tell you one thing, Tom Hannon was just hoping that it was incomplete because he couldn't keep up with James Lofton going down the sideline, just a little bit overthrown because he could not have got to that football.
2 minutes, 2 seconds left in the overtime period. Beverly's back to punt. Devin Miller's back center deep to receive it for the Minnesota Vikings. Score is tied 10-10 in overtime. Devin Miller at the 22, fair catch. So the Vikings start 1st and 10.
Exciting year coming up on NBC for the rest of the season. All the playoff games, the AFC, bowl games, loaded for you for sports excitement. Here's the kickoff. Guy's boot wobbles down to the 10. Picked up by Crawford at the 5. He's buried. And he's down to the 5-yard line. But they may spot him on the 7-yard line. Harold Hart got down there. 7-yard line to Seattle, 1st down. Here it is, John.
This is a very dangerous time for Seattle. They're very much in the ball game. 10-7. Both offenses have moved the ball. Oakland's got a little of the best of it. However, a mix-up on a kickoff. Harold Hart down there to cover. They've got the ball on their own 6-yard line. There's a minute to play. You can bet Oakland will take time out if they don't get out of this hole.
Largent, McCullum are the wide receivers. 1 minute to go in the half. Gorn just got rid of that ball. There's a flag dropped in the end zone. Matuzak was really in on him with Willie Hall, who was blitzing.
This may be a 2-point penalty, too, because if that's holding in the end zone, that's what it is. Zorn used his head very well.
The flag was thrown in air. There is no foul on that play.
The flag was thrown in air, so let's just give credit to Zorn for making a real heads-up play. He knows where he's standing. He's trying to follow Rabel all the way. He knows he can't hit him, but he can get it close enough to not get called for a penalty, and they come back 2nd and 10.
Well, at least the official was honest. He came right out and said, hey, we blew it. We threw a flag when we shouldn't have. No penalty on the play.
I've always wondered why you weren't supposed to do that.
We've seen that several times this year. 2nd down 10. The Seahawks from their 7. Duke Ferguson in there now, replacing McCullum at wide receiver. Zorn again will throw. This one is out, and he hits Testerman, who's up to the 16-yard line of the Seahawks, where he's stopped by Ted Hendricks. And the Seahawks call time. They have 2 left. Oakland has 3.
I'll tell you, that's the Seattle group is with it. They're on their own 16-yard line with 47 seconds left, and they're calling timeout. Now, Jerry Rome, who I think is about as imaginative as a play caller as anyone, who is their coordinator, is upstairs calling plays. He must think they have something down here, or maybe he's confused as to which way they're going. However, they've been doing this all year. They've been getting out of holes all year. Here you can see him conversing with Howard Mudd and Jack Patera. There may be a play that can go 83 yards. However, I think I'd just slip it on into the locker room, come out and try to play him again in the 2nd half.
A Sports World special edition, 4 to 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Matty Porloff against Marvin Johnson, a 15-round WBC light heavyweight championship fight from Italy. Parloff, the 30-year-old WBC light heavyweight champ from Yugoslavia. 122, lost 1 fight and had a draw. He's had 11 KOs since he turned pro 3.5 years ago. Marvin Johnson is a 24-year-old powerful puncher, strong attack, especially in the early rounds. And that will be on NBC Saturday, December 2nd. 3rd down, a yard to go for the Seahawks. 47 seconds remaining in the half. Testerman is stopped short of a 1st down. Now the Raiders may come in and call time and stop the clock.
I think there is no doubt. Okay, they're calling on their offensive line to move somebody out on the left side. Testerman sees no hole to the left outside, has to cut it back to the inside, and when you stop, your momentum has nothing going for you at the line of scrimmage. You're not going to make many yards.
it's all confusion. They were on 4th down.
Yeah, but that's just heads-up football. They feel they caught the Raiders with more than 10 men on, with more than 11 men on the field. They were going to get a penalty and cold control of the ball. Zorn used his head. However, Oakland was smart enough to call another timeout. And now they'll punt.
That was all confusion. The Seahawks had men pouring on the field trying to scramble off. So now each team has 2 timeouts left in the first half. The last game, Seattle rushed for 204 yards. Today they've been held to 31 yards rushing in the first half. It's been a different Oakland defense. Coming up at halftime, NFL 78 with all the highlights and scores of what's happened today. And a lot's happened, as usual, in the NFL. That's Testerman talking to the Seattle head coach, Jack Patera. 10-7, Oakland leading. Madden wants to talk to somebody. Now he calls the official over.
And Patera was just talking to Zorn, and it didn't look to me as if he was asking him for instructions of any sort. I don't know what happened out there, but it didn't look well enough organized to be able to draw a penalty even when Zorn went back in and took the ball from center.
Herman Weaver in punt formation. Colsey's on his own 45. The kick is going to bounce back. The flag down. And it's going to be in Seattle territory, out on the Seattle 40. 21 seconds to go in the half. Punt of 23 yards.
Well, there's no doubt. I'm sure Oakland would take the punt and decline the penalty because they would also save seconds. They've only got 21 left. However, if it's against Oakland, that might be a 3-point break, and it is against Oakland.
It's a personal foul against Oakland. This will give Seattle a first down, and now they can retain possession and run it out in this half, or try and score.
Yeah, running it out isn't in their playbook.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 47 defense, first down.
That's on Charlie Phillips for unnecessary roughness.
And it must have happened before the ball was in the air, and that's the only way that Seattle could keep control.
Seahawks with a first down on their 32-yard line, trailing 10-7 in the last 21 seconds of the first half. The pass is complete to the 49-yard line of the Raiders. Steve Rabel, who caught the 38-yard touchdown pass in the first period, grabbed it. The Seahawks call another timeout. They have 1 left now.
That Rabel is a tough nut, Kurt. He went down there and he really took a couple licks, jumped right back up. As we mentioned, I don't think running the ball out, running the clock out is in Seattle's playbook. They've got 21 seconds left. They're well in their own territory. 1 good pass play. They get it up above midfield. Rabel takes the shock, and they've got about 12 seconds, and they still might get 3.
Might get more.
Who knows?
The Zorn, I wouldn't bet against him on anything. He's just one of the stories of the NFL in his 3rd year from Cal Poly. Undrafted. Nobody drafted him. He went to the Cowboys right down to the last day before they cut him when they got Preston Pearson from the Steelers. Then to the Rams, they tried to hide him, and the Seattle Seahawks picked him up. And they admit they didn't know what they had.
Exactly.
But they got something.
They all said they liked Jim Zorn, right? But it got down to a numbers game. Well, if he'd been what he is today, they may have cut their first stringer and kept him on the football team. So those are justifications for losing a big man.
First down, Seattle on the Oakland 49-yard line. The clock starts. It's down to 10 seconds. 9, 8. Sideline. No good to Testerman. 6 seconds to go in the first half. Lester Hayes was covering Don Testerman.
He was covering Don Testerman, but I believe there was a man covering Largent, too. I haven't seen the replay yet. However, they're trying not to let him off the line of scrimmage. Lester Hayes gets a pretty good piece of him. You cannot throw it to a man lying down and pick up many yards. So Zorn just slips it out to Testerman. It wouldn't have been many yards anyway. Now they're down to 6 seconds.
When you hear us talk about a chuck, that was a chuck you saw on Largent when they bumped him and knocked him down. After that, they couldn't touch him again. Five, four, three. It is nearly intercepted by Ted Hendricks. Time is out for the first half. And a well-played first half, and a tight one. So the score at halftime in the Oakland Coliseum, the Oakland Raiders 10 and the Seattle Seahawks 7.
Now, if this game ends in a tie, it'll just put added pressure on both these teams heading down the stretch, Lindsey. The Vikings next week at home against the Philadelphia Eagles, and then they play the last two games on the road against Detroit and Oakland. The Packers have all three games on the road at Tampa Bay next week, the Bears in Chicago, and they finish up in LA. So who's got the tougher schedule?
You'll never know till they finish. 1:55 left to play in this overtime period. Ball is at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10. Bud Grant of the Minnesota Vikings. Twice the Vikings had field goal attempts go awry. The last one a chip shot that seemingly would end the ball game, but it didn't. And that's a fellow you'll be seeing more and more of in the days to come.
He's at home here.
Ball is marked, ready for play, 1st and 10. Vikings at the 23. Lights were turned on at the start of the ball game here this afternoon. They were not all that's necessary, but they're needed right now. Foreman and Ricky Young for Fran Tarkenton. Tarkenton out to Foreman. 25 to the 28-yard line. They picked up 5 yards on the play. John Anderson made the stop. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for the Vikes. 1 minute 40 seconds left to play in this sudden death overtime period. Score tied, 10-10.
Score ties and the game ends in a tie, Lindsey. I think Minnesota would feel very fortunate getting out of here with the tie, and the Packers, I think, is going to feel a little bit frustrated. They led all the way, only to let one little drive where Fran Tarkenton had to make 2 fourth down big plays to keep them in it.
Tarkenton scrambles, goes on the run, intercepted, fumble, picked up, and finally Buchanan had it, and then Dave Roller ended up with it. Buchanan intercepted it, picked it off, fumbled it, and Dave Roller picked it up, and the Packers have the ball 1st and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Let's pick it up again. I think it goes through Rashad's hand. Roll out right, Tarkenton. Going to come back to the left side. He finds the man open. Little flip pass right there. Should have been caught. Rashad. There goes Buchanan. He's got the football. He pumps it up. Dave Roller with the football. Here he comes, trying to get a little daylight. And it's Green Bay ball, and he wants it for a souvenir. He hopes as a win.
1st and 10 outside the 42-yard line.
Look at him, he's happy.
He's going to take it home. No, he's not. He's going to give it to the fans up in the stands for a souvenir. Compliments of Dave Roller. 1 minute, 6 seconds left to play in this game. Whitehurst blitz. And incomplete. Andre Thompson. Didn't see it.
Wasn't looking. He wasn't even running a pattern.
So it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the 42. The clock stopped with 1 minute, 1 second left to play in the overtime period. Score tied 10-10.
Well, they got all the best of it right here. And if you're wondering if that was an interception, folks, sitting back in Minneapolis, it looked as if Buchanan ran for about 3 steps.
Yes. Now dropping back. Here's Whitehurst.
There's your turn in.
Yes, it is to Andre Thompson. And he is at the 25-yard line. Andre Thompson. And now Green Bay is calling for a timeout. Green Bay is calling for a timeout. And it stops the clock with 49 seconds left. The ball is at the 25. If you kick the field goal right now, it'd be a 42-yarder.
17 yards on that last turn-in pattern to Thompson. He wasn't looking on the pass previous. This time he turned around and was right there. The Packers are out of timeouts. At least that's what the scoreboard reads, Lindsey.
Just DeMarco, you saw him tying up his shoelace there. Just DeMarco along the sideline.
We want to check that. That was not Willie Buchanan on the interception. It wasn't 28, it was 29. Mike McCoy.
Mike McCoy intercepted. Roller recovered the fumble. Marco now loosening up. 49 seconds on the clock. First and 10 for the Green Bay Packers. At the 25-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Score tied 10-10. Sudden death overtime. The winner to be on top in the Central Division of the National Football Conference. Whitehurst has been over in conference with Bart Starr and with Steve Bradkowski. Convenes the huddle.
They might try to run a sweep or something to get out of bounds. Or will he go upstairs?
Middleton and Barty Smith at the setbacks. Middleton got to the 23-yard line. Clock is running.
Gonna run one more time and then bring in Marco.
Second down and 8 at the 23, and they're ready to go. 32 seconds left.
Trying to stop the clock with the pass.
It is an incompletion across the sideline marker. Lofton took it, but it was across the sideline. Incomplete, stops the clock, 25 seconds.
End zone shot. Here's Whitehurst, sideline pattern to Lofton. Slow it up right there. There's your catch. There's your left foot in. He drags his right foot. A judgment call on the referee. Let's see it again. With 39, the referee right there. Both of them right on the play. He's got to have both feet inbound. Here goes your left foot. That's inbound. Drags his right foot. I'd say that was a completion.
Third down and 8 yards to go at the 23-yard line. Again, they tried that same play.
Well,
Lofton tried to turn out.
That time Nate Wright was guessing, and David Whitehurst very alertly threw it out of bounds.
So now with 21 seconds on the clock, here comes Chester Markle then to try a field goal. As the Green Bay Packers try to win it here in sudden death overtime, you see Chester Markle now at the 30-yard line. It'll be a 40-yard attempt. He's got Bobby Douglas to hold for him. Bobby Douglas will hold. Chester Markle will attempt a 40-yard field goal. If good, it wins the ball game. Snap. Markle boots.
No good.
No good. It is no good. No good.
He hooked it left.
And so we have 17 seconds on the clock.
There it is. He just hooked it. Had no chance at all. So we're going to have a tie ball game unless some miracle happens as far as the Vikings are concerned.
Ball goes over at the line of scrimmage, which is just short of the 23-yard line. The Vikings get it there first and 10 with 17 seconds, and the score is still tied 10-10. And in the overtime, each team has had a shot at the field goal, and neither has been able to cash it in. Bart Starr.
And Denmar has not missed it.
They hit the deck. The Minnesota Vikings are simply going to let Tarkman hit the deck and run out the clock. Green Bay Packers cannot stop it, and so it's counting down. 9 seconds, 8, and 7, and 6, and on as you see the clock running. And this is a tie ball game. 2 seconds, 1 second, and in sudden death overtime, neither team was able to score, and the game has ended in a final score of a 10-10 tie between Minnesota and Green Bay. Lindsey Nelson for Paul Horning, the NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
The NFL today is...
Okay, babe.
Don, I have a very happy Philadelphia Eagle coach Dick Vermeil. Coach, still winning, huh?
We're still winning, and it's a hard way, but we're still winning. We're a battling group of football players. We played good defense, and we didn't turn the ball over, and we were fortunate we came out on the plus side of that and got enough points to win.
I think the defense really did a yeoman's job today. They were out there a long time. Every time the Cardinals got down in there close, They seem to turn them back.
They came up with a big play. Berge comes up with an interception and these kind of things, and that's how we've been playing defense all year. And it's a credit to Marion Campbell and the defensive staff and to those guys that play it.
How about this pass to Richard Osborne? You hadn't seen a lot of Osborne. All of a sudden, he comes out, the long pass, and it was a big game breaker.
You know, Sonny, it's one of those plays, and you'll remember this in your career, that you only use once in a while, but it's 2 for 2 on a big play. It scored against the Giants a year ago, the first time we ran it. You set them up with a wing set, and they're playing the run, and all of a sudden you hit it and run through it awfully well.
How did you come out of the thing injury-wise, Coach?
I think we're fine. Wilbert Montgomery went out with cramps one time, and then he had a helmet on the ankle that stung him a little bit, but we'll be healthier next week, I think.
Congratulations again. We'll see you in Minnesota. It's going to be cold, but we'll be with you. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Right, goodbye.
Don, back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Sonny. The final number up at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The Eagles prevailing over the St. Louis Cardinals 14-10. Now for Sonny Jurgensen, this is Don Criqui. The preceding this game was a presentation of CBS Sports.
Hi, I'm Phil Villapiano of the Oakland Raiders. I've been very fortunate to achieve success, but I didn't do it alone. Many people helped me along the way, some by sharing experiences, others by lending support when I needed it most. Now it's my turn to help others, and I'm doing it through the National School Volunteer Program in my community. As a school volunteer, you can help kids of all ages by talking with them about your job, tutoring math, reading, social studies, or foreign languages, and working with kids with special needs. By coming in an hour or more a week, you can help others get ahead. Join a volunteer team in your community. Sharing your time and experience can be very rewarding. Right, gang?
Right! Write National School Volunteer Program, Box 1000, Alexandria, Virginia, 22313.
The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service by the National Football League. Seattle scored in the first period, capping off an 80-yard drive. Van Eegen went over in the second quarter, and then a field goal by Errol Mann of 26 yards is the difference at halftime. And now let's go to Brian Gumbel. All the scores and highlights, NFL 78.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to our NFL 78 studios in New York. The Jets have upset the Dolphins, the Browns have upset the Rams, and the Chiefs have shut out the Chargers. We'll have highlights of all of those games, as well as the highlights and scores from all the games of Week 13 when we come back following these messages from your local station.
Gets the ball, and it's a floating duck. Look out, Andy Johnson has got it. If he gets in the end zone, he's knocked down and picked up by Stan White. He fumbles. White is knocked down to the half end. It has been a crazy, crazy first half, and it is all over. And we're not going to go away without you seeing that one again.
Well, let's look at it. Steve Grogan, what makes him dangerous is he has great mobility. He's a great runner. Here he gets away from 2 Baltimore defenders, David Rowe, and also Fred Cook. Then he throws back across field, off balance, to Andy Johnson, who has to wait for the ball. Now, Dwight Harrison, number 28, comes and makes a super play. He gets back to cut off Johnson before he could get back to the goal line, hits him, he fumbles. Stan White takes the ball. He turns around. Looks like he's trying to throw it to somebody, but there's no one there.
Oh, my, what a first half. And New England, knowing that Miami lost today, and if they win here, we'll have a 2-game bulge in the AFC East and maybe on the way to the playoffs.
Sunday, number 13, was a day of upsets and a day of lost expectations. Case of both in Cleveland today, where the Browns beat the Rams by a score of 30-19. The Rams were hoping for a win to clinch the NFC West title. Instead, the Browns upset them 30-19. Brian Sipe threw for 246 yards. And Mike Adamle, you were watching that game. Were the Rams just simply overconfident, or were the Brownies playing it that tough?
The Browns played very tough. Remember, it's Cleveland, Ohio in November, late November, and it's very tough for a West Coast team to come in there and win. Sipe was exceptional, though, and he had a lot of time given to him by the Browns' offensive line. Here he hits number 85, Dave Logan. Big pass reception down to the 39-yard line. 2 plays later, Sipe Went back to pass to hit Reggie Rucker. He does. Rucker's all alone in the end zone. That score made it 24-9 in favor of Cleveland. The score is now 24-12. They give it to Greg Pruitt, number 34. 9 carries, 74 yards. Remember, he's been hurt all year round, all year long. But watch this run. He breaks about 5 tackles, 57 yards in all. Pruitt scores to make it 30-12. Then Pat Hayden got the Rams this consolation touchdown. Here he is flushed out of the pocket by 64 Earl Edwards, 74 Mike Sinclair. Finally, he unloads this bomb to Ron Jesse in the end zone, but it wasn't enough for Los Angeles. They lose 30-19 and drop their record to 10-3. The Browns stay alive at 7-6.
Okay, Mike, after a tough loss last week and 3 tough quarters in Buffalo today, the Giants finally bellied up, gave up 21 fourth-quarter points to the Bills. Bills beat them 41-17 as Terry Miller rushed for 208 yards and 2 scores. The Jets had no such problems coming off a tough defeat last week. They took the rack to Miami today and handed it to the Dolphins 24-13 as Matt Robinson threw for 258 yards. And, Mike, we knew all along that Matt Robinson could move the offense, but the Jets defense actually chased Greasy out of the ballgame today.
Bob Greasy threw 3 interceptions. He usually doesn't do that. In fact, he went into the game as the league's leading passer, but he had some problems. Matt Robinson was the man, though. 17 for 26, and this guy was the man, too. 85, Wesley Walker. Here he hooks up with Robinson for a 41-yard pass play. Greasy did throw 3 interceptions, and one of them was to number 59, third-year linebacker Bob Martin. He rumbles all the way down to the 4-yard line before Leroy Harris knocks him out of bounds. Later in the fourth quarter, Robinson got the Jets an insurance touchdown, make it 24-9 with this pass to Wesley Walker in the end zone, and the Jets win a big one. The first time they've swept Miami since 1969, which incidentally was the last time they were in the playoffs.
Okay, Mike, 2 weeks ago, the Atlanta Falcons beat the New Orleans Saints when they scored on the last play from scrimmage. Would you believe they did it again today? They beat them 20-17 when Steve Bartkowski threw a touchdown pass to Jim Mitchell on the last play from scrimmage of the game. Bartkowski threw for 266 yards on the day. In Green Bay, the Vikings and Packers played for first place honors in the NFC Central today, and at the end of 5 periods of play, it wound up 10-10. That's the NFL's first tie in 2 years when the Vikings, last one was the Vikings tying the Rams 2 years ago by the same score of 10-10. And, Mike, there was a lot of defense in that ball game. Both Dan Meyer and Mark Holm missed field goal attempts in the overtime.
It's also the only 3rd time since overtime was instituted that an overtime game wound up in a tie. Now both teams are 7-5-1. Defense was the name of the game, as you said, Bryant. Watch Tarkington here. He gets off the hook as he always does, but he throws a ball that he probably should not have thrown right into the hands of number 60, John Anderson. Referee said he was in bounds when he caught it. In the second quarter, 3rd and 9 situation, David Whitehurst got the Packers on the board, first with this pass to number 80, James Lofton, which was good for 24 yards, and then Turdell Middleton took it in 2 plays later to make it 7-3. Regulation time wound up at 10-10, and neither field goal kicker could convert for either Green Bay or Minnesota. San Diego, Kansas City. San Diego was 6-6 going into this game, and they needed a win. They did not get it. The Kansas City Chiefs shut them out 23-0. Great Chiefs defense and good offense. They had problems getting started, though. Mike Livingston was sacked here for 22 yards in a loss by Leroy Jones. They couldn't kick a field goal, but they came back later in the second quarter with the score 3-0. Livingston goes to the air and finds Henry Marshall in the end zone. That made it 10-zip. And then in the fourth quarter, Livingston went back to pass and hit number 80, Larry Dorsey, in the end zone to make it 17-0. 2 Jan Stenerud field goals made it 23-zip. The Kansas City Chiefs make Marv Levy happy, and Don Coryell goes back to San Diego, wondering what in the heck has happened to his Chargers.
Very, very tough team to figure, the Chargers. The Chicago Bears played it like the old monsters of the Midway today. They did it with defense and rushing the ball. The Bears got 8 sacks to beat Tampa Bay 14-3, and Peyton and Harper combined for 249 yards on the ground to get the job done. The Philadelphia Eagles stopped the St. Louis Cardinals winning streak at 4 with a 14-10 win, and in the process moved their record to 8-5. They are still in contention for a playoff berth. New England against Baltimore at the half. The Patriots at 9-3 are out in front of the Colts 21-7. The Colts today had to start Troop at quarterback, and Mike, for a while there, it was a ball game before the Patriots started to assert themselves. Powerful club.
Yeah, a lot of big plays, especially when the Colts and the Patriots get together. 2 long interception returns, as we see right here in these highlights. First quarter, Colts ball, 3rd and 1. on the 29-yard line. Mike Haynes intercepts this Billy Troop pass on the third play of the day and runs it in for a touchdown to make it 7-0 New England. Later on in the first quarter, 3rd down and 7 to go, ball on the Patriots 11. Grogan went back to pass. It's intended for number 81, Russ Francis, but 44, Lyle Blackwood picks it off. Last year, he was the leading interceptor in the AFC Conference. That made it 7-7. Patriots ball now 2nd and 9 on the Colt 23. Grogan back to pass. Harold Jackson in the end zone. 21-7 at halftime. New England over Baltimore.
Okay, Mike, also at half the game, we've been watching the Oakland Raiders out in front of the Seattle Seahawks, 10-7, seeking revenge for that 27-7 loss a few weeks ago. Cincinnati, Houston at the half. The Oilers on top 14-10. Mike, let's switch down to you. Earl Campbell has broken the rookie record for rushing.
We're going to see his run of about 6 yards that broke Don Woods' record that he'd set back in 1973. Cincinnati got on the board very quickly. Ken Anderson, 3rd and goal situation, finds Don Bass from the University of Houston, number 84 in the end zone, to make it 7-0. And then here's this run I was talking about. A little more than 6 yards, too. 1st down carry, and Earl Campbell continues his fine work. It was 10-0 at this point when Cincinnati did not score. Houston came back with 2 Dan Pastorini, or a Coleman run and a Pastorini touchdown pass.
Okay, Mike, so at the half, it stands Houston 14, Cincinnati 10.
This 1978 National Football League game is brought to you by Schlitz Malt Liquor. Great taste in a classic new bottle. By Chrysler Plymouth, who invites you to see the sporty Plymouth Arrow, Fire Arrow, and brand new Arrow pickup for $79. And by Norelco Rotary Razors for a close shave with no nicks, no cuts, no gotcha.
Bryant Gumbel in New York back with you once again. Let's run down the events of Week 13 as we have them right now. The Cleveland Browns beat the Los Angeles Rams today. That was an upset, 30-19 the final. Brian Sipe threw for 246 yards. The Buffalo Bills with 27 fourth-quarter points overwhelmed the Giants. Final there, 41-17. Terry Miller rushed for over 200 yards. The Jets beat Miami. Final there, 24-13, as Matt Robinson threw for over 250. On the last play of the game, the Atlanta Falcons beat the New Orleans Saints 20-17. Minnesota and Green Bay through 5 periods battled to a 10-10 tie. Kansas City shut out San Diego by a final of 23-0. Chicago beat Tampa Bay 14-3. Philadelphia over the Cardinals by a 14-10 score, and 3 more at the halves. New England leading Baltimore 21-7. Oakland leading Seattle by a score of 10-7, and Houston leading Cincinnati. That one stands at 14-10. We've still got a second half of ball game to come in Oakland. We'll get back to it right after this commercial break.
The Steelers go at it with the Oilers. The Patriots take on the Cowboys. Part of exciting NFL doubleheader action. Next Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the games in your area.
With Oakland ahead 10-7, Jim Zorn getting his arm warmed up. Number 10, that's a reserve running back, Benjamin. Zorn has not had the success today that he had against Oakland and Seattle. He's had a contained pass rush against him. They're not going in there wild on him. And also he's had a linebacker shadowing him. Very carefully defensed today by the Raiders.
Yeah, but his attitude hasn't changed, and that's what I like. I have never seen a team call timeout inside their own 20 with less than 30 seconds to play and then try to catch the other team with 12 men on the field on a 4th down situation. I can understand them running the clock out. And it's the sort of thing that they kind of let Oakland know, folks, we're coming at you. If you give us the ball, we're not trying to hold on to it. We're trying to put it in the other end zone. They've been very effective doing it. Their guys are after this football game. They would love to do something that very few teams can ever claim they've done. That's beat Oakland twice. They are giving it their best shot, and Oakland is ready to play them.
The last team to beat the Raiders twice in the same season, San Diego. That was back in 1965. And that was at the, I remember that little old field, Frank Yule Field, the high school field, the last year they played. Since the Raiders have moved into this Coliseum, they won 67, lost 12, and tied 2 at home. Great guy will kick it off. And it hit, Crawford covered in the face. He's up to the 20, finds a hole, runs it out to the 30. What started out as disaster turns into a pretty fair kickoff return for Rufus Crawford, where he's down by Harold Hart.
I've seen several of those kickoff returns when the back fumbles the ball, picks it up a little late. It kind of destroys the whole rush coming down under the kickoff. The last time it happened just before the half, put them in a hole. This time they almost broke it. The time of possession has been a little over 18 minutes for Oakland in the first half and a little under 12 for Seattle. They must contain the ball longer in order to really put it to Oakland.
Zorn, the quarterback. Smith, Testerman.
This got to be a screen.
Back. It is a screen. It's to the tight end Sawyer, a tight end screen. And he's out to the 41-yard line of Seattle, where Mike McCoy, the middle guard, trailed to play. Sawyer's down.
Mike McCoy has a big job to do today. That's to handle all the little sprint draws when Zorn is rolling out. It's to handle Zorn on any sort of a quarterback draw. It's to survey the area, try and pursue on screens. They don't care too much about the pass rush. He has been in great pursuit all day long, been very responsible for a lot of big plays that the Raiders have made today. And as we see John Sawyer down on the ground,
he was down, John. He's up. Now John Yarno is left on the ground. Number 51, the center from Idaho. A fine young center, second year. They're attending him. Let's take a look at the lineups while we're waiting here. That's the backfield starting the second half. Same one that opened the game for Seattle. Their wide receivers, McCullum and Largent. Sawyer, the tight end, who just got that pass. And there's the offensive line. And right now, Yarno is on the turf, injured, the center for the Seattle Seahawks. Art Kuhn is coming on.
Well, you know, John Yarno has been hurting a little bit, Kurt, the last couple of games, and Rome mentioned that he was playing above most people's level, however, far below his own. And boy, a knee injury is just the worst thing that can happen to an offensive lineman. Well, anybody that's playing this game, really.
We'll watch the exchange now. A new center in there. A new center, Art Kuhn. Out of motion. Zorn hands to Sherm Smith. First down. Smith is to the 49-yard line of the Seahawks, where he's taken by Jack Tatum, number 32. First time Tatum's been in the tackle in quite a while. Three-man front with Tuzak, McCoy, and Sistrunk open the second half for the Raiders. Henry, young Rod Martin playing in place of Monty Johnson, Willie Hall, Phil Villapiano.
Both outside linebackers have been playing well in the first half, and they have to really make the job of Lester Hayes and Monty Jackson at the corners easier. Comes Tatum and Phillips.
Zorn rolling right. They pass to Testament. Incomplete, they call it. Charles Phillips right there with him. It'll be second down 10 for the Seahawks on their 49-yard line. Yards rushing. Testament, number 42, he's back. He led the Seahawks 16 yards. Net yards in the first half. Whittington had 46 yards to lead all the records.
Due to technical difficulties, the sound portion of your program is temporarily impaired. It is not your set. Please bear with us. We're working on it.
A Sports World Special Edition brings you live from Sicily the WBC light heavyweight title fight between champion Matty Parlov and knockout specialist Marvin Johnson, Saturday on NBC. NBC Sports.
intercepted by Hendricks. Ted Hendricks picked it off and is down on the 45-yard line of Seattle. Largent was wide open.
Ted Hendricks is the only man that plays linebacker in this game that could have picked that ball off. At 6'7", he came in at just the proper time. We mentioned what a great year he's been having. He's covering an area after he takes care of his primary responsibility. That's Ron Howard. As Howard turns in, he just keeps on going, gets into a position, jumps far in the air, pulls the ball down, and that is a big turnover, folks.
That's the first turnover charged to Seattle. Hendricks is 6'7", and he was up in the air, too. The Stork. Stabler goes on first down with a blitz against him, and he throws it away. Skidding out of bounds with Dave Casper, the tight end. But there was a big rush there by the left linebacker on a blitz, Sammy Green of Florida.
Kurt, we mentioned they've been changing up their defenses, trying to give the quarterbacks on both squads a different look as often as they can. They know they've given Stabler too much time to throw the ball in the first half. He's had a good first half. They've moved the ball at will. They changed up that time, sent Sammy Green with no one there to handle him. Stabler had to hurry the ball.
I'll say one thing, Van Egan picked up that other blitzer, didn't he?
Oh, he'll pick him up, but he can't pick up two.
Second down, 10. The pass is to Chester, the tight end, and it's incomplete. Chester was arguing that he was wrapped around by Keith Butler and Autry Beeman, but they were both going for the ball with Chester.
Well, he was wrapped around by him, but not until the ball hit Chester on the hands. It's a very difficult catch to make. It's a tough throw to make also. You see, they put two people on a tight end all day long for Oakland, whether it be Chester or Casper. Doesn't change the assignment.
Sandifer, the right tackle, goes out. Cronin is a fourth linebacker in the game. 3rd and 10, the Raiders on the Seattle 45. Now Keith Thompson's in there as a nickel back. 3 wide receivers for the Raiders. The pass to Branch, he can't hold on to it. Branch right in front of Dave Brown and tipped his hands.
Dave Brown made an amazing play then, Kurt. I have never seen a defensive back face, well, I call it face guarding. They're face to face. Brown turned his back to Stabler, did not watch where the ball was going to be thrown, instead was on Branch the whole time, never raised his hands so it wouldn't be called face guarding. That's a unique way to cover a wide receiver.
Ray Guy in punt formation. Guy has placed 19 of his punts inside the 20-yard line this year. He kicks them high, he kicks them long, and now he's becoming a placement expert. Next thing to be kicking him to the moon. This one wobbles down to Rufus Crawford on the 8, to the 10, to the 15. And Crawford's up to the 18-yard line where he's down by Derek Ramsey, a rookie tight end from Kentucky. Timeout. Seattle will take over. Our score remains Oakland 10, Seattle 7. Three big games for you on NBC. They're all big. They're all upsets anymore. But we have Miami at Washington next Sunday, an early game on NBC, starting with NFL 78 at 12:30. We have 2 games that will begin with NFL 78 at 3:30 Eastern Time. New England at Dallas, both division leaders, and Pittsburgh at Houston. 3 outstanding attractions. I hope you'll be tuned in to NBC next Sunday for NFL football.
Seattle at the Seahawks 19.
Number 50, who's known for his tackling ability, but certainly not his covering. Bill Troop looking for Ron Lee. Ron Lee turns away from Sam Hunt, number 50. There's Hunt. Can't quite get around on the ball. Lee makes a fine catch, and Baltimore scores.
First touchdown catch of the year for Lee, and his second touchdown overall. And Bill Troop has thrown his 9th touchdown pass. Baltimore has come back. After seeing a score that took it 28-7, they've marched right back. And it's 28-14. It's not over yet, folks. 8:27 to go. 3rd quarter in Baltimore.
18-yard line. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody here in the Oakland Coliseum as the Seattle Seahawks come up. Duke Ferguson is a wide receiver in place of Sam McCullum. Zorn hands the ball to Sherm Smith. Smith stopped on his 25. John Matuzak rode across the field with him and dropped him. Sherm Smith has 7 carries, 28 yards. The Seahawks have not done too much on the ground today.
They have not. However, since the second half got underway, Kurt, they've run the ball 3 times. They've picked up 4, 5, 6 yards a crack. If that's an indication, they could get some of that ball control they know they need.
Largent is spread right. Duke Ferguson to the left. Second down, 3. Hendricks may be offside. Left linebacker was coming. Sherm Smith took the ball where he was hit by Sistrunk and Martin. Looked like from here that Hendricks may have jumped. Offside against Oakland. We've had very few penalties in the first half. Seattle penalized twice, 15 yards. Oakland 4 times, 40 yards, mostly holding. Now New England's out in front, 28-14. Bill Troop just hit Ron Lee.
Offside, 83, defense, first down.
It was on Hendricks. And that'll give the Seahawks a first down on their 30.
It's ironic how many times you catch the really outstanding defensive linemen and linebackers offsides. They almost get a feeling and a sense of when that quarterback is going to call for that ball, and they do get caught on occasion.
Rabel's in as a wide receiver. Running out of the eye. Zorn will throw. His man fell down over there. Sam McCullum got up. Couldn't get to the ball, number 84. Second down, 10.
Bonnie Jackson is covering the play for the Raiders. Second and 10.
The report on the center, Yarno, a sprained knee. And Yarno probably will not return to this game. His place has been taken by Art Kuhn at center. Second down, 10. There's Mr. Kuhn. Line of scrimmage, Seattle 30. Sherm Smith. Oh, he's going to go down back on the 21. Ted Hendricks there, making up for the offside. So he's made 2 big plays there defensively in the 3rd period.
Ted Hendricks made that play because John Matusik stuffed the whole right side of the Seattle Seahawk line. Take a look at here. Testament's trying to block on Matusik. Matusik just pushes him about 4 or 5 yards in the backfield. Nobody was able to get to Hendricks, and he pulls him down for a big loss.
It is 3rd down and 17. Norm Evans goes in, replacing Steve August at right tackle. Rabel on the field. 3 wide receiver attack for Seattle. Zorn going deep to Rabel, over his head. He was being chased down there all the way by Willie Brown. Oh, Willie can still run. He was the 5th back on the field, and he's only been around 16 years in this National Football League.
You give Zorn just a little bit more time to throw that ball, and he may have had Zabel, but Matusik forced him to throw it a little bit earlier than he would have liked to.
Punt formation, Herm Weaver. Colsey is the safety man. A beautiful kick by Weaver. Colsey drifting back to his 25. Out of the 30. And he's down there on the 32, 33-yard line. Steve Rabel was covering the punt on top of him. And we're going to have a timeout on the field. 11:15 to play in the 3rd period. It is Oakland 10, Seattle 7. We have a final in an overtime. Minnesota and Green Bay wound up 10-10. Chester Marco missed a 40-yard field goal with 21 seconds remaining. And John, that's the first regular season overtime since '76 tie, when LA and Minnesota wound up in a 10-10 tie.
And Minnesota should be thankful to have it, because if that game had gone 59 minutes and 50 seconds, it would have been 10-3. So it was a big game for Minnesota, keeps them right in the race. looking at Otis Sistrunk, Mike McCoy, and their other cohort, John Matusik. Those three guys have played a whale of a ball game.
The Raiderettes and the Raiders. First down on the 32. Charles Filyaw, 6'9", the tallest player this year in the NFL. Oakland holding on to a slender 3-point lead. Number 58, Terry Beeson, hitting Mark Van Egan. Beeson has been a standout today as a middle linebacker for the Seahawks.
We mentioned earlier, just in the beginning of the game, that Oakland's greatest success would probably be going wide with Whittington. It's worked out that way, and I think Terry Beeson is the one guy that can really handle running plays up the middle. It's almost like having a fifth lineman.
Beeson's out. Sammy Green's out. Keith Thompson's in as a fifth back, and Sandiford comes in. 4 down linemen now. A little more rush on Staver to Whittington. Look out, he's hit, and he's stopped at the 29-yard line of the Raiders by Keith Butler, who came charging up there from his right linebacker position to make the hit. He's a rookie from Memphis State. Well, the Raiders are 3rd and 13. And both clubs are having trouble moving the ball against the other in this third.
Both teams' defense know that the burden is right on them.
Now Seattle has 6 secondary backs. Kerry Justin of Oregon State's on the field. And what are they looking for? It's not a run.
Well, they're trying to get a little help with those backs covering those tight ends instead of putting linebackers on them.
Stabler back. He has all the time. His pass sails wide of Fred Biletnikoff. Oakland will have to punt. Fred Biletnikoff, 4th leading receiver of all time in the NFL. Become a spot player this year.
Rufus Crawford going back to receive.
Rufus Crawford is back to receive Ray Guy's punt. Ray had an average 29 yards, which is way down for him. He's a leading punter in the NFL, 44 yards. And he'll try and boot one this time. There's a flag drop, and he shanks it. He hits it on top of his foot, but he gets a roll on it to the 31. Crawford's up to dropped to the 37 of Seattle by Pete Banasak. So we had a flag dropped at the line of scrimmage when the kick went away.
And in all defense of Ray Guy also, Kurt, that 29-yard average includes a block punt. And also, Herman Weaver has really got it put on him, because if he can keep a standoff with Raymond Guy, he has done his job.
That's quite a chore to keep a standoff with Ray Guy.
He did a good job the last time he punted the ball. I think he got 52 yards out of it, but he's got to almost consistently do that to keep with a guy like Raymond.
The Seahawks have declined a motion penalty.
First down.
They'll take the ball on their own 37-yard line with a first down. We have 2 second-string linemen in there. Art Kuhn at center for the Seahawks. Norm Evans at right tackle. McCullum to the left. Largent is to the right as the wide receivers. Testerman and Sherm Smith are the running backs. Thorne fakes to Testerman. Testerman for a first down, wriggling to the 44-yard line. They're going to drop him at the 45 of Oakland. A well-conceived play by Seattle.
Very well conceived. Rodney Martin was all over the up back. He thought he was going to get the ball as he faked it off. Testerman just slipped on through. He put it just over the top. You've got to fool those Raider linebackers in order to beat them, and he did it on that play. Here we go. He slips. See, Testerman kind of looks like he's going to handle Rodney Martin, and that's his man. He puts it right over the top, and they've got it first.
Seattle on the Oakland 44-yard line. Trailing by 3. Smith is hammered down by 77 Charles Filyaw, who sort of clubbed him down. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
You're watching KING-TV, Seattle.
Kurt Gowdy and John Brody in Oakland Coliseum. Oakland leading 10-7. 8:35 to play in this quarter. Seattle's ball on the Oakland 43-yard line with 2nd down and 9. Ron Howard is the tight end. Rabel's into the wide receiver. Largent going in motion, number 80, back to the ball. And the pitch is to Largent. Largent is bulldogged down in the 36 of Oakland by Lester Hayes, who followed him across the field, the left cornerback.
You see, that's just another indication, Kurt, of how many more crossing patterns you see using your wide receivers. When they put that one chuck rule into effect and don't let anyone touch those wide men once they get 5 yards down the field, those linebackers quit batting them around, and those little offensive receivers can catch a lot of balls.
They have a 3rd and 2. They take out wide receivers and they put in an extra tight end, Sawyer, and an extra tackle, Bullard, as a tight end. And they give it to Testament to make the 1st down, and he does not have it. He may be stopped at the Oakland 35-yard line by Sistrunk and McCoy.
However, I feel quite certain there will be a 4th down and 1-foot play right here.
4th down and a foot to go for Seattle on the Oakland 35. Seattle has 41 yards rushing today to 99 for Oakland. Seattle's a gambling club on 4th down. They even went for it deep in their own territory. 4th and inches and made it in the first half. Crowd roaring, hold him. Testament. And he may be stopped again.
I think he fumbled, and I think Oakland recovered.
Ted Hendricks gathered up the ball. Hendricks on top of it. Sistrunk made the hit.
We have mentioned how Sistrunk and Matusik have a big job in front of them today, along with McCoy. That time, Sistrunk stood up the offensive guard, was able to pursue over to the right side and make the play, caused the fumble, and Petty recovered.
All right, it's off to Van Egan. Van Egan out to the 40. Hendricks now has intercepted a pass, recovered a fumble in the 3rd period, and made a key defensive tackle.
7 yards before stop the play.
And Hendricks' right leg seems to be injured. And also limping off is Morris Bradshaw, the wide receiver. Vanasak will come in to replace Van Egan. Biletnikoff is coming in to replace Bradshaw. Other scores around the NFL. Cleveland beat Los Angeles 30-19. Buffalo walloped the Giants 41-17. The Jets upset Miami 24-13. This is 2nd down and 2. Vanasak hitting straight ahead, a yard, and that's it for the veteran. Atlanta over New Orleans 2017.
Same score both games against New Orleans.
That's a tie. They played in overtime. Green Bay missed a field goal of 41 yards with 40 seconds to go, and it wound up a 10-10 tie. And they're tied for 1st place in the Central Division. Kansas City stopped San Diego's 4-game winning streak. They shut them out 23-0. The Bears down Tampa Bay 14-3. Philadelphia ended the Cardinals' 4-game winning streak, 14-10. New England ahead of Baltimore, 28-14 in the 3rd period. Right here we have a 3rd and a foot to go.
Houston finally got ahead of Cincinnati.
That's close.
It's close, but I'm afraid it's no cigar.
Dennis Boyd and Bill Sandifer, the inside men.
Yep, it was.
Up. He made it. The Raiders ball on their own 43 with a 1st down. Score 10-7 Raiders. 5:50 to play in the 3rd period. Stabler looking. There's his man wide open. Whittington was trying to make the turn, the pivot to go upfield, and knew it. He committed the sin of not catching the ball first.
Because he had run an excellent pattern, Kurt. He got down on Terry Beeson, took him about 12, 13 yards down the field, came back, was in perfect position to pick up a long gainer. Those are the kind of stop drives.
He's replaced by Harold Hart, not as a punishment, but to get something new in the game. Van Egan has had his bell rung, a little dizzy, they say, but he should be back. The figures on Ken Stabler. He's 0 for 5 this period. 3 of his passes have been dropped by receivers. This one's to the sideline, and there's a man that doesn't drop him. Fred Biletnikoff. He's a bit short of a first down.
Freddie made a mistake that he very rarely makes. I do not mean it would have been easy for him to pick up the first down. However, he made a miscalculation of about 3 feet that kept him from making a first down, put the ball about 2 feet short of him. As you see, look, he thinks, whoops, now he's in, now he can't get back to the first down marker.
3rd down and a foot to go. Oakland on the Seattle 47. 3 tight ends. Bankston, Chester, and Casper for blocking power. And they stop him cold. Banasak stopped short of the first down. Terry Beeson led the charge up front. There's the injured center Yarno going into the locker room on crutches with a sprained knee. They'll measure anyway. Didn't appear to have it. They don't. They're a half yard short. 4th down and a half yard to go.
When it's 10-7 and you've got control of a football game and their defense is stuffing Seattle's offense right now, I think it's a good play.
Ray Guy will come in to punt. Rufus Crawford dropping back as a single safety. 5:19 to play in the 3rd period. Guy's poorest kicking day of the season. They're going after him. He aims it for the near sideline, and it is skipping out of bounds on the 16-yard line of the Seahawks, where they'll put the ball in play with a first down. Let's take a timeout. The score, Oakland 10, Seattle 7.
Out of bounds to 16.
He eludes Mike Haynes after being jolted real good. Haynes is dropping into the zone area. Troop throws the ball off balance. Fine throw to Mike Siani, who hangs the sidelines and gets the first down.
They had a 2nd down and 31 at their own 39, and moments later they have a 1st down and 10 at the 15 of New England. Dowdy to the right, Mac Austin tight end back in, Siani is out, Carr to the left. Von Lee, and he is tagged by Hamilton. Sugar Bear made a fine play there with a little help from Tim Fox.
Receivers out in the backfield. As he sent McCauley out straight down the middle, he was going for him all the way. McCauley slides under the defense and makes a shoestring catch, a short catch on the 4-yard line, and Baltimore is moving this football.
2 tight ends rather have come in, including #1 draft choice Reese McCall, who gave the play to Bill Troop on 1st down from the 4-yard line. So Alston is a tight end right, McCall tight end left. Lee is in there. And it is Ron Lee, and Lee gets down to the 2-yard line. 5 seconds. They'll get it off. Throws it beyond everybody as Troop was in trouble.
Seahawks ball, 16-yard line, 1st down. We've had a scoreless 3rd period. Now they spread that backfield of Testerman and Smith. Testerman with the ball. And he gets about 6 or 7 yards as he rolls out to his 22-yard line, where he was met by Willie Hall and Charlie Phillips. Let's give him 7 on it. 2nd down, 3. Ron Howard in at tight end, replacing John Sawyer for Seattle. McCullum and Largent are the wide receivers. There's a rollout by Zorn. He's hit and down.
All right, you notice, Kurt, when they try to pick on somebody, they usually try to pick on Villapiano. If it's some sort of bootleg, they know he's a very impulsive linebacker. However, as of the last 3 or 4 games, he seems to have stopped all that stuff. He's handling his area to the utmost, and he brings Zorn down before he can get outside.
Bill Villapiano injured his knee last year, has come back there, wanted to prove to everybody that he was physically able, and so was running all over the field chasing everything that moved. Now he's settled back down, is playing his zone position there. It is 3rd down, 9, 5 secondary backs on the field. Willie Brown's out there. Zorn will throw for the 1st down. Oh, a great grab by Sam McCullum, number 84, coming across from Montana State. And Zorn had the strike right to him.
Boy, that's about as good a catch as you'll see, and it's certainly as fine a catch as we've seen this afternoon. It's one thing to catch a ball going through the air, but he's very liable to catch Jack Tatum, who's coming the other way. When you leave your feet, you are nothing but fodder out there. Tatum was just a little late getting to the ball, and McCullum made a great catch.
We didn't have 2 left-handed starters opposing one another in any game of the World Series this year, but we got one in a football game. Zorn against Stabler. And Zorn just fired for the 1st down. 10-7, Oakland ahead. Zorn comes out of that pocket, 35, 40, and he's down on the 40-yard line by Ted Hendricks. He hurt Oakland. He's hurt a lot of clubs coming out of that pocket.
However, this is the first time he's been able to go up underneath the pass rush all day. Generally, when he gets in trouble, he finds a way to get free. Today, however, McCoy, Sistrunk, Matusik, they've been standing around waiting for him at the line of scrimmage and still able to put a pretty good pass rush on Zorn. That was the first time he's broken free for about 6.5.
John, up at Seattle, he ran 6 times for 63 yards against the Raiders. That last play gained 6 for the Seahawks. They're on their 40-yard line with a 2nd down and 4. He fakes the handoff. Now he'll run again. He's at the 40. He's at the 45, and he has a 1st down on his 46-yard line.
And you can see
Charlie Phillips.
Phil Yaw, Matusik, McCoy, all those 3 are back there putting their fist on the ground because Zorn's pattern has been destroyed 2 plays in a row. However, on the 2 plays, he's picked up a 1st down, kept Seattle's drives alive, even looking for a little help. There you see Lynch coming up to try and help out. Picks up the 1st, and their drive is still going.
They're on their own 46 with a 1st down. 1:25 to go in the 3rd quarter. Oakland ahead by 3. Back he goes again. The short went out to Smith, 50. Smith knocked down just short of the Oakland 45 by Ted Hendricks.
Well, he's been very effective throwing to his deep receivers throughout the season. Oakland, as a retaliation, has put their linebackers into the deep secondary. This is the first time that he's thrown short to a back, both backs crossing each other, forces the linebackers to come up and make the tackle late. Could be effective. He may do more of it.
Testerman's off the field, and Al Hunter, number 24, replaces him. 2nd down, a short yard to go. Sawyer getting over there on the right side. A strong right with a tight end on the right. There's Al Hunter, and he has a 1st down to the 38-yard line.
Oakland got a little help. Oakland got their 12th man on the field. Got the official into the act. He still picked up 7. You can see Pretty good block at the point of attack. Left tackle, Bebout. However, nobody's on the official, and he brings him down.
Number 89. A timeout. And the end of the third period in the Oakland Coliseum with the Seahawks on the move. And the score, Oakland 10, Seattle 7.
Start in the fourth quarter. Big play here. I'm sure they don't want to settle for a field goal. That is Marshall Johnson going out to the right. And Troop is going to throw if he can. And he overthrows Downey, who's all by himself. Glenn Downey. The ball was underthrown. McCauley was all by himself again. Troop misses on 2 big passes.
Well, tough luck for Bill Troop, who has been passing well today. The same play to the opposite side. This time he's looking for Don McCauley. Throws the ball, underthrows it. McCauley has to stretch out for it. It would have been just a tough catch. McCauley can't come up with it.
Overthrew one and underthrew this one. 28-14 the score. New England has the ball. They've held on their own 3.5-yard line as Baltimore missed 2.
This drive started on the Seahawks 16-yard line. And here's the man that's led it, running, passing, getting some help. Brilliant catch by Sam McCullum. Some good running also by Al Hunter.
Al Hunter, Testament's caught a short ball, picked up some good yardage. Sherman Smith's done a fine job. He's using everyone, and he needs to use everyone. This isn't like the game in Seattle, where Oakland had prepared for Jim Zorn, but they still figured themselves to be a much better football team. Seattle is not going to sneak up and get by anybody any longer. They know everything they get they deserve. They're starting to pick up chunks. This is the second drive they put together in the second half. However, the first one came out with no points with a turnover by Hendricks. They're moving the ball pretty well now. It does 2 things. Puts them in scoring territory and keeps Oakland from getting the ball.
The 11-year-old winner hails from Reading, Ken Schamberg. Our 12-year-old winner comes from Hanford, Mario Salas.
We enter the fourth period. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody in the Oakland Coliseum with the score 10-7 Oakland. We had a scoreless third quarter. The Seattle Seahawks have now marched 46 yards, sparked by number 10 down there on his knee, Jim Zorn, running and passing. They'll have a first down on the Raider 38. This crowd is getting anxious here now in the Oakland Coliseum. They don't like the looks of things. Smith and Hunter are the running backs. That's Al Hunter. Hunter, who weighs 195, has inside power. They use him a lot on third down plays, and he can get that first down for you. He was tackled by Otis Sistrunk. Right after this game, coming up will be the Sperry NFL Report. The ball is spotted on the Oakland 34-yard line. The Seahawks with a 2nd and 6. Don Testerman back in from Clemson. His college had a big year, winning 10 and losing 1 this season. There's the rollout. Passes to Testerman. Testerman is ganged up on by Phillips. Willie Hall, 2 men in the secondary, brought him down on the 31-yard line of the Raiders.
And you have got to be alert to handle a back coming out of the backfield like this. Zorn wastes very little time in coming to Testament. Short fake to Smith. He puts the ball there. Testament picks it up, and in trying to elude Willie Wood, he doesn't even see Phillips, who gets him just past the line of scrimmage.
This is a 3rd down and a short 3. Houston ahead of Cincinnati now in the 3rd quarter after they were trailing 10-0. There's that deep handoff, and Smith has the first down.
Or close. It looks like
I thought he had it.
I think it looks like a first.
You notice the deep handoff to Smith out of the eye or wherever he is back. Zorn comes back deep and Smith looks for the hole and then goes.
Well, you've got to. There are a few holes and very few today for either side. But in order to find them, you must have the option to go off your offensive lineman's block. Being 6-7 yards deep, it gives you an opportunity to do this. It looks as if he's got a first down by about 2 inches. However, he just missed it by an inch.
Short by an inch. They moved that ball back on him. He extended the ball out there when he was hit and dropped down. So John Sawyer, Louis Bullard come in to form 3 tight ends. Al Hunter's in the backfield.
Well, Seattle's one out of 2.
4th down and an inch to go. The Seahawks on the 28.5 of the Raiders. We have 4 down linemen now. Al Hunter, he has it. Hunter bucks to the 27-yard line of the Raiders. Art Kuhn and Tom Lynch were wedge blocking for him out in front. So they move the yardsticks down. Seattle in the midst of a drive that has started on their 16-yard line. Jack Patera, little clap of the hand. That's about all the emotion he shows over. Now look at the other man, Madden. This will be the 12th play of the Seattle drive. On the Oakland 27-yard line. 10-7, Oakland ahead. There's the fake to Smith. Zorn is throwing wide open. Largent, touchdown. Largent for the score.
That's just as good a pattern as you can run. Any offensive receiver would tend to get a little antsy on a pattern like that. Largent went all the way down the field and came back as if he was coming to Zorn. Just as the cornerback Hayes took his eye off of Largent, put it on Zorn. Zorn snuck behind him, was running totally free. That's the way you execute.
A 6th touchdown for Steve Largent. That fake helped set it up.
It helped a little bit, but when Zorn gets outside, there's a lot of things he can do, and a cornerback is really stuck in a bind.
3rd catch for Largent today. The kick by Herrera. The kick is up, and it is good. And Seattle has just driven 84 yards, scored. They've taken the lead. Timeout, 12:20 to play. It is now Seattle 14 and Oakland 10. And they're over there congratulating Largent and Zorn. Largent really was open, his 6th touchdown pass of the season.
They should congratulate Largent. Listen, Zorn executed it. He got the ball down there, but all 28 quarterbacks in the National Football League could have completed that pass, and that had to be very well designed. Now, you find situations when you can use a play like that. It's a first down. It looks like it's a ball control situation. Largent goes down, comes back, then turns around and goes into the end zone. That's a beautiful pattern.
Largent, not drafted high, the 8th round out of the University of Tulsa, number 80, now has 922 yards of pass receptions this year. Where do you find them? Well, they're around.
Just look hard.
And then let them play. Seahawks now will kick it off. They have taken the lead, 14-10. A 12-play drive of 84 yards. Brilliantly maneuvered by Jim Zorn, the quarterback. He is something, this kid. There's the kickoff, a squibbler. Rolling around, fielded by Hart on the 12, up to the 20, 25. And is pulled down on the 30-yard line. He's hit there by Kerry Justin, number 26.
We are experiencing temporary problems with the audio portion of our telecast. We will continue with the video portion of the program and hope to have the problem corrected shortly. Please stand by.
Stabler and his Raiders.
I wouldn't feel too comfortable if I was Harrison.
Oh, he's down. Fumbles the ball. Bill Gregory circled in back of him and hit him, number 77.
Van Egan made a good alert play just to make sure he followed Stabler. He could feel pressure. Stabler goes back. He's trying to get downfield. He's very well covered by his receivers are well covered by the secondary. He's got enough time. Nobody's open. And the door is closed.
Takes a couple of handoffs, goes back in the pocket. He's looking for a receiver, cannot find anyone. Gets some pressure from number 78, John Dutton. Gets away from him. Now he starts upfield. Stan White tries a big shoulder tackle, but that doesn't bring him down. Sam Cunningham, number 39, puts a good block on and gives Grogan a couple of extra yards.
Reached the 25, a pickup of 7, but they're short of 15 for a first down.
But most of the patterns, Kurt, you'll notice for Oakland are designed to go 15, 16, 17 yards, not 20 or 21 or 22. He called some sort of play to get him into a situation where one good play, he could pick up a first down without having to change his offense.
That was the first completion in the second half for Ken Stabler. Madden says, come on, let's get that first down. Keith Simpson replaces Sammy Green, a linebacker. Simpson's a secondary back. And 3 wide receivers on the field for the Raiders. They're trying to blitz Stabler, so he has to roll. The pass is caught for a first down brilliantly by Dave Casper.
Boy, that's a beautiful play because Stabler got hit just as he threw. He threw it right in the area that Casper had to find. He was forced out of the pocket. This is something you very seldom see with Stabler. It could have been by design. I happen to think it wasn't. Ernie Price puts good pressure on Stabler, throws him down just as he threw it. Casper's got a first down, and their drive's alive.
We understand some of the West Coast stations are having transmission problems. The NBC engineering crew is working on it. We hope to correct it as soon as possible. First down, Oakland on their 45. They're behind in the game, 14-10. The pass sideline. Bradshaw held on to it. His forward motion stopped on the 45-yard line of Seattle. And how he was hit by Cornell Webster from behind. That took concentration.
Cornell Webster had good position on this ball. Earlier in the season, I'm not sure Stabler was throwing the ball with as much zip on it as he threw this one. From the time he decides to throw to when that ball's gone, he's as quick as there is in this game. Webster was in good position. He just put it where nobody else could get it but Bradshaw.
The Raiders have a first down. Whittington is out, Hart is in. Bradshaw's out, Biletnikov's in. They're on the Seattle 45. This is Hart. Hart cuts it and is out of bounds on the Seattle 39.5, driven out by the left end, Ernie Price. That'll make it second down and 4 to go. Put it on to 40, they spot it. Second down and 5 to go. Time, 9:18 to play. Seattle leading 14-10.
How many times have you seen Oakland in this similar situation in the Oakland Coliseum? I have not seen them come up short very often either.
Well, not when you win 67 and lose 12 since they moved in here. Stabler's pass pops out of the hands of Branch. That's about 3 that Branch has dropped today, right in his hands.
Branch seems to be having a little trouble with his footing out there. He started to run just a little bit before he got that ball, trying to put a maneuver on the cornerback. Both sides have been guilty of that once or twice.
Branch has caught 4 for 60 yards, but not that one. All the fans that are just joining us, we're here in the 4th period in the Oakland Coliseum. This is Kurt Gowdy and John Brody. Oakland is behind. Seattle just drove 84 yards to score. 3rd and 5 for the Raiders. The pass and knocked down, falling down in the 25 is 81 Bradshaw. They were trying to get the ball to him, and he went down under his own power.
Kerry Justin played him very well. They were in a 5 or 6 back defense. You must, in order to get those receivers as they get off the line of scrimmage, stick with them. He stuck with them like a shadow and forced him to change his route 2 or 3 times. That's too many.
The young Seattle Seahawks are trying to do something no team has done to the Raiders since 1965, beat them twice in the same season. They've defeated Oakland 27-7 in Seattle, and they're ahead here 14-10. Ray Guy in punt formation on 4th and 5. And he drives that one deep. And that is into the end zone for the touchback. It'll be Seattle's ball, first down on the Seattle 20. And we'll take a timeout. There are 9 minutes to play. The score, Seattle 14, Oakland 10.
Man from USC just powers across the goal line for another score to give New England their 34th point. Sam Cunningham taking this handoff straight, getting good blocking, running behind number 73, John Hanna, going over the top into the end zone for the touchdown.
Well, this is what Patriots and their fans like to see, because since they scored 55 points against the New York Jets, New England Patriots have not been scoring a lot of points, but they've scored a lot of points today.
And just a reminder about those games coming up next Sunday on NBC. Among the early games, there'll be an interesting interconference affair between Miami and Washington. Miami was upset today, and we have 2 great games at 4 o'clock Eastern time.
And in mentioning the Miami-Washington game, it's big for either team. It looks like it might determine whether one of those teams gets a wild card spot. And not only that, now we've got New England at Dallas. It looks like both those teams could be champions of their respective conferences. Then we have Pittsburgh at Houston. How long has Houston been wanting to crack at Pittsburgh?
Well, they beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. They were behind today, Houston. They went ahead of Cincinnati. If they hold on there, they'll be 9-4. Pittsburgh plays here in San Francisco tomorrow night.
And I think both teams might have been looking a little bit ahead. You know, they're both playing 1-11 football teams. They know they've got a big game next week. You must remember to win the one you're playing.
Those people that have just joined us that were watching the New England-Baltimore game, if there's any change there in Baltimore, we'll bring you up to date on it. First down for the Seattle Seahawks. Zorn to Sherman Smith. Smith dropped to the 21. He's hit by Ted Hendricks, who's been absolutely brilliant today, chasing plays from sideline to sideline.
This is about as well a played football game, Kurt, with as low a score as we have, as I've seen in some time. It is true that there have been a few balls dropped. However, defensively, linebackers have come up with big plays time and again. Beeson's having a big day. Hendricks is having a big day, and I'll be very surprised if Jim Zorn sits on a 4-point lead.
Sam Cunningham just ran 5 yards for a touchdown. New England 35, Baltimore 14. Now they're tight end left. That makes it strong left formation. Second down, 9. Zorn with a great fake. Throwing deep to Largent. Largent, incomplete. He's out of bounds, juggling the ball out, and a drop, and incomplete. But what a fake by Jim Zorn.
That's what he does. He was well covered by Monty Jackson. Largent made the move. He knew when Zorn was coming toward him, the worst thing he could do is run toward the receiver. He tried to spread the distance between he and Zorn, so if Zorn decided to run, he could. It turned Monty Jackson's back, but he made a fine defensive play to catch Largent before he could bring the ball in.
Well, I can see we've talked to a lot of players that have played against Zorn, defensive players, the Steelers, Denver, players like that, and they say this kid drives you nuts, Zorn. Rolling out, running quarterback draws, faking the ball, play action passing. Here he is rolling left. He fires the ball. He's got his receiver McCullum for a first down, and that's what they want. They want first downs now to use the clock up.
I'll tell you, if we get a look at his throwing motion here, this is picture perfect. Very few people can throw the ball with as much velocity on it running sideways as they can standing still. In fact, I know no one. However, that ball had as much zip as any ball throughout the day.
John Madden, anxious. His team has won 8, lost 4. Denver's won 8, lost 5. San Diego was beaten today, and Seattle can be just a game behind them. if they hold on to this lead. They'll break the 500 barrier. Smith dropped it to 35. And he's hit there by the big end, Charles Filliard. 6'9" and 270. That's a loss of 3 at 2nd and 13. Time remaining, 7:45. Seattle leading 14-10. Seattle's had 2 outstanding drives today, 84 yards and 80 yards. Both drives culminated by touchdown passes. Zorn to Rabel of 38, and then Zorn to Largent of 27. Second and 13. Smith. 2 or 3, and that's all. Rod Martin in there. John Matuzak, 72, the left end. It'll be spotted on the 38-yard line of the Seahawks. 3rd and 10. Coming up right after this game, the Sperry NFL Report. They'll have all the highlights, details of what happened today around the NFL.
Seattle 37.
The New England Baltimore fans, we switched out here, a tighter game. We'll keep you abreast of the New England score in Baltimore. New England leading 35-14. Zorn on 3rd and 10. Looks the field over. It's hit by 76. Mike McCoy. McCoy deflected at the line of scrimmage. The veteran of Notre Dame, his 9th year, comes to the sideline.
And I think going into the game, Mike McCoy knew this was the biggest game he's played in the last couple years. He's been used sparingly. He's come in since Dave Rowe was removed. This is the best game he's had. He's made 4 or 5 individual tackles. He has allowed nobody to run the draw on him. He's kept Zorn from going up the middle, and he's forced big turnovers.
Punt formation for Herm Weaver. The driving spiral to Colsey. Takes it on the 30. 35. Keeps going and is driven out of bounds. He's hit there by Steve Rabel, 83, who put the final bang on him. So the Raiders will take over in their own territory. The time remaining is 6:24, and the score, Seattle 14, Oakland 10.
You know, neither team has been able to make any yardage running the ball. It almost looks as if they need bayonettes to get anything going out there. Both sides defensively in the interior line have ruled the line of scrimmage throughout this second half. Now, you would imagine they could run the ball at least a bit on either side since both teams are throwing the ball so effectively. So far, it hasn't come to pass.
Don't forget the big fight, the Sports World Special Edition, Saturday, December 2nd. Matty Parloff against Marvin Johnson. Parloff from Yugoslavia, 122. Lost 1, had 1 draw. Johnson's a powerful, punching 24-year-old, and that will be on Saturday, December 2nd, NBC Sports World. A special edition starting at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, let's see what Staber uncorks now. There's the score. The time is 6:24 to play. The Raiders are on their 38-yard line with a first down.
And they just got their 12th man off the field.
Stabler will go right to work on him. Big rush on him. The screen is to Van Egan. 45, 50, 45, and he's down to the 42-yard line. Van Egan really running under controlled power. Brought down by Butler and John Harris.
Also a beautifully conceived screen. This time when they called Van Egan's number, he was definitely home. You see, he's slipped Ernie Price into the backfield. That's the key. They got the defensive end. They contain the defensive tackle. The linebackers have to try and get up and make the play. He gets through them, picks up a big first down for Oakland with 5:46 left.
A 20-yard screen play. The Raiders first down, Seattle 42. Staver to the sideline. Branch has it on the 35. Branch is out of bounds on the 31. Driven out by Autry Beeman. The 5th catch for Cliff Branch today. He didn't drop that one.
Well, Kurt, Reggie Jackson's sitting up here, and he said if our receivers drop any more, we may have to make a designated hitter out of a few of them. So they're hanging on to those, and this is the critical time of the ball game.
And when Reggie says our, he may not be with the Oakland A's anymore, but I know he's been a Raider fan for a long time.
That's why he's here.
First down, Raiders trailing 14-10. They're on the Seattle 31. Staver trying to pull one of his patent come from behind win. He's going deep to Casper. He's there. Touchdown, Casper.
How many times? I'll tell you. It's almost like it's a script. The man stands back there and waits till there's 5 or 6 minutes left. He obviously knows the ball game is just getting underway because Seattle's liable to do the same thing. But here comes Staver trying to split the zone, get the attention out to the sideline. He gets Casper down in between 2 defenders, and that is a sure catch.
This is the 5th catch of the game for Casper. Last year he caught 46 all season long. Look at him grab this one deep for a tight end, a deep pattern, and Oakland has grabbed the lead back again. But Seattle, there's the 50th reception.
Don't go away, folks. I think there'll be more.
A kick by Earl Mann. David Hummel spotted for him. Long ways to go yet. 5:29. And the kick is no good. A field goal can wipe it out now. Earl Mann missed the point. Timeout in Oakland. A little seat squirming time with the score. Oakland 16, Seattle 14.
The big thing is we won't have a tie under all probability. A tie would kill both these squads because in the AFC, in order to get in either in the title or into a playoff, Oakland knows they have to beat Denver. All right, and they can't afford a tie today because if they did lose to Denver, their case is closed. On the other hand, Seattle at 6 losses has an outside chance to get in a playoff berth. They must win all these ball games. I don't think either team wants a tie.
Well, Oakland did it quickly on that drive. Starting on their 42-yard line, 20-yard screen to pass to Branch. And then boom, the 31-yarder to Casper for the touchdown to take the lead. Well, the Oakland defense now will be out there trying to stop Zorn and his attack. Ray Guy will kick off. Then we have Rufus Crawford and Al Hunter back deep. Crawford's 34, Hunter's 24. 3 plays and 62 yards went for Raiders. A high kick by Guy. It's coming to Crawford. He's out to the 10. He gets to the 20. And down he goes. Snowed under by black-shirted Raiders. On the 24-yard line, John Huddleston led the charge for the Raiders. Remember next week, big doubleheader, Baltimore and the Jets, Miami at Washington, the early game. Buffalo at Kansas City, 1:30 NFL 78, 3:30 Eastern Time NFL 78. Then Pittsburgh at Houston, Cleveland at Seattle, New England at Dallas. What a lineup of late games on NBC next Sunday. First down, Seattle. This is an exciting club, Seattle. They're going to a tight end right, strong right formation. Zorn asked for time, and they had 1 timeout left. They took a timeout in the 3rd period.
Just credit that to the Oakland defense. There are a few things that Zorn is not prepared to handle when he gets into certain formations. That time it was Ted Hendricks who slipped underneath. He didn't have a back to pick him up. He had to call timeout. I'm sure they had a pass play call.
Well, we've seen them twice, and we say the Seahawks are exciting. They're exciting on both offense and defense. In fact, they giveth as well as they taketh away plenty of real estate. They've averaged get this, one of the top scoring, one of the high-powered offensive teams. They've averaged 338 yards a game of total offense this year, and they've allowed 338 yards on total defense.
It's the kind of team you like to watch.
It is.
And they've won 6 and lost 6. Does that tell you anything?
Now it tells me Jim Zorn is a new play and a new method of attack as he comes back to the huddle. The kid has hit 16 out of 28 for over 200 yards, 2 touchdown passes. He now has 12 touchdown passes on the season. Roger Staubach is the leader after 12 weeks in the NFL with 20 touchdown passes. Bradshaw had 19 touchdown passes. First down, Seattle. They're trailing by 2. They're on their 24. He faked to Smith. He throws it out to Testament, and he misses him. Over his head at the 38. Hendricks was trying to cover Testament, and he had a couple of steps on Hendricks.
Well, he did have a couple steps on him, and it's not hard to do that. What he did is the play fake worked very well. However, they stuffed Testament just long enough to keep him from getting behind the linebackers with a clear vision for Zorn to hit.
Zorn played 2 years at Cal Poly, his junior and senior years. He's never played for the same coach 2 years in a row until he went to Seattle. This is his 3rd year under Jack Patera. Second down, 10 for the Seahawks. That pass is complete to Sam McCullough at the 34-yard line. Very close to the first down.
This is another one of those 6-inch jobs.
Zorn's pass complete to Sam McCullough.
First down, they say. Seattle on their 34. Time remaining in the game, 5 minutes. 5 to go. 16-14 Oakland. And Oakland, the Oakland win leaves them 9-4, a game ahead of Denver. A Seattle win would put Denver and Oakland in a tie at 8-5 and put Seattle 1 game behind them at 7-6.
And somebody that's now 8-5 is going to lose a couple games of their last 3. Very big game for Seattle.
Zorn faking the Testament. Shoots it to the sideline to Smith. Smith stays in bounds, then fights his way out on the 43-yard line of the Seahawks, where Monty Jackson, ex of the Los Angeles Rams, drove him out. They're a yard short of a first down, and Zorn is going to work with his left-handed magic again.
He was trying to go down the field to Sam McCullum. However, he was very well covered by Monty Jackson. You haven't seen too many people catch the ball over the middle today either. Tatum's been roaming around pretty close.
The free agent is quite a leader. Second down, a foot to go. And there is encroachment on Sistrunk unless he was drawn off. We've had only 1 penalty in the second half. Sistrunk leaned over and touched the offensive lineman, but he may have been drawn off. He was. Otis Sistrunk drawn off by a false move on the center, Art Kuhn, who's playing in place of the injured Yarno. 35-14 in the 4th period. New England over Baltimore. New England on their way to their 10th win against just 3 losses.
False start, number 61, offense, second down.
Well, it could be anybody in there. However, this one happened to be on Tom Lynch.
Lynch, the left guard. So they move the ball back now to the 38-yard line. 38.5. It'll be second down. 5 to go for the Seahawks. 5 secondary backs in there for the Raiders. Villapiano faking a blitz. He's not coming.
Look at this.
Shoots the ball, and he's hit down by Villapiano on the 40-yard line.
Actually, that play was pretty well blocked, too, Kurt. But you know Villapiano's been looking for it, looking for it, and looking for it. We may even get a chance to see his attention stay on Zorn as he goes back. Okay, Zorn gets away from Lynch, gets on... Excuse me, Villapiano gets away from Lynch and gets on Zorn quick, and now they've got a 3rd down 4.
McCullum is out. Duke Ferguson is in for the Seahawks.
He may run that play again.
from the Seattle 40. Out he goes to Testament over his head. Willie Hall was chasing Testament. Hall, a linebacker. 4th down and 4 for Seattle.
I don't see anybody coming off the field either for Seattle's offensive unit.
Now they may go for it. McCullum's coming back on, a wide receiver.
I think it's a good idea. Seattle has made judgment on what their chances of winning this ball game are. They don't think they're quite as good personnel-wise as Oakland. They know they have to take chances and come up with big plays to beat them. They've given themselves a chance, and I think it's a good play.
The score is 16-14. Oakland has just gone ahead with a 58-yard drive and a 31-yard pass, Stabler to Casper. 4th and 4 for Seattle from their 40-yard line. The crowd roaring on their feet. The fake by Zorn. Zorn throws. Knocked down by Lester Hayes, the young cornerback who came all the way across the field. And is he excited?
Well, he's got good reason to be. He knows he was fooled, and he was really fooled when they scored their 2nd touchdown by Steve Largent. This time he had about a 30-yard area to cover. He covered it. Zorn threw a good pass, however, all for naught as Lester Hayes came in and broke it up. Nobody likes to be the GOAT when you come out and be the hero.
The cornerback who came over there followed McCullum on the crossing pattern across the field. So the Raiders stop them and take over just short of the Seattle 40-yard line. And the time now is 3.5 to play. Oakland leading 16-14. Stabler to Van Egan. Van Egan at the 40. Rumbles to the 35. Bumped out of bounds by John Harris. He has the 1st down. Let's check Van Egan's running today. He came into this game with 847 yards. He has 52 yards. It's on the 30-yard line. A 10-yard gain of Seattle. Oakland's ball, 1st down. 3:25 to play. When he went out of bounds, the clock stopped. They just got Harold Hart off the field. They'd have had 12 men on there. Whittington makes his cut, and he's hit there by number 27, Autry Beeman, who held him around the ankles. Stopped him on the 26-yard line, a 4-yard gain for the rookie Whittington from SMU. And now Hart replaces Whittington.
Mickey Marvin may be the best 2nd-year lineman in the game of football, but Steve Sylvester has come on and really filled his shoes admirably because he's come out and led plays, allowed Whittington to pick up yards time and again running wide. He's been able to get on those contained men, those strong safeties and cornerbacks. He's done a fine job.
There's your time moving. 2nd down, 6. That's Harold Hart. Upshaw blocking for him. Hart driven down on the 21-yard line by Keith Butler, the right linebacker, and John Harris, the free safety. What a block by Upshaw out in front. Just run behind the numbers to the left, 63 and 78.
And they're doing it now.
They've been doing it for years here. And we have 2 minutes and 38 seconds to go.
When I look in that huddle, nobody looks too comfortable, however.
Well, they knew they were going to have a real test today. It's on the 21 of Seattle. Oakland now would like to move in and grab another score and try and sew this up. Stabler's going to throw. Casper's wide open. And it's deflected. He didn't see him or get the ball to him in time. Casper was wide open in the end zone. And they got the ball to him late. Beeman recovered and slapped it away.
I think what happened, Kurt, is Stabler saw Casper out there so alone, he just wanted to make sure he hit him. And Dave Brown came over from his corner position, made a good play on the ball, and almost picked it off.
Banasak replaces Van Egan. 2:33 to play. 16-14, Oakland ahead.
You're telling me they're going for this 4th and 1.
4th down and a yard to go.
Making a play out of Seattle's book.
And they do not have it. Harold Hart sort of got tripped up there. And a stop. Seattle holds. And the Seahawks have a chance now. And all they want to do is work within field goal range.
Well, they have, you know, Oakland has put themselves in a second-guessing position because a three-pointer by Errol Mann would have put Seattle out of a field goal opportunity to win the ball game. Now they are definitely in one. They must have felt that Errol Mann's either his leg is hurt or something.
And we want to welcome all the new fans that have just left the New England-Baltimore game. We're here in the last 2 minutes, 27 seconds. This is Kurt Gowdy, John Brody from Oakland. A wild finish here. Seattle trailing by 2. Jim Zorn fires, completes it to Steve Largent, his wide receiver. The top receiver in the American Conference has caught another one. He's caught a touchdown pass today. And the ball will be spotted down at the 26-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. Time stopped, 2:18 to play. Both coaches, arms crossed. Jack Patera.
Somehow Jack Patera reminds me of Raymond Floyd, the professional golfer, with a little more serious face.
It is second down, 4 to go for the Seahawks. They have 3 wide receivers on the field: Rabel, Largent, and Ferguson. Great protection. There it is, to Rabel, a little bit behind him. Ball is behind his right shoulder, and he couldn't hold on to it.
And the action level is extreme right now. Rabel, just after he missed the ball, got hit. Neither of the defenders could tell whether he caught it or not.
He was hit there by Phillips and Tatum, who were jackknifing him in that open area.
And boy, the going gets rough in that middle, as we've mentioned. Both Phillips and Tatum are exceptional hitters. Rabel did beat them both to the ball. However, once it left, you all be careful.
They're working on Steve Rabel, who played his college ball at Georgia Tech. He has caught a 38-yard touchdown pass today in the first period. Let's review the scoring. For those of you who were not with us earlier, 80-yard drive by Seattle in the first period was capped off. A 38-yard pass, Jim Zorn to Steve Rabel, 3:41 to play. 7-0 Seattle first period. Oakland came back. A 43-yard, 7-play drive. Van Egan plowing over 4 yards out. The point was good to tie it. Then with 1:03 to go in the first half, a 26-yard field goal by Errol Mann made it 10-7 Oakland at the halftime. In the third period, scoreless, and now we have other fans joining us from the Cincinnati-Houston game. And a pass with 12:20 to play in the fourth period of 27 yards from Zorn to Largent put Seattle ahead, and then Oakland came roaring back on a 31-yard pass from Stabler to Casper. Same old Oakland story. Right down the field, they swept 4 plays, 58 yards to come from behind and take the lead. And they're still working out there on Steve Rabel, the receiver. Jack Patera looking on. Hopes his boy's not injured. That's Herrera, the field goal kicker, behind him. There's the final. Houston had to come from behind. They were trailing 10-0 and defeated Cincinnati 17-10 to run their record this year to 9 wins and 4 losses. We did a game here earlier, John Brody and myself, where Houston was leading Oakland 17-7 on the 4-yard line of the Raiders late in the third period. Earl Campbell fumbled. It was scooped up, run back by Phillips, 96 yards for a touchdown, and the Raiders went on to win it. That's one game Houston would like to have back. They're still moaning about that one. Third down and 4 for the Seahawks from their 26. No flags are down. The pass is to Smith for a first down. Sherm Smith caught that ball. They just sent him out enough to get the first down.
You know what amazes me is they do not feature their tight end, Kurt, and even though they still hit their backs.
Okay, we're coming up to the 2-minute warning. When we come back, Seattle's ball first down on their 34. The score, 16-14 Oakland.
NBC.
length of today's game. Sperry's NFL report will not be seen. Right after this game, stay tuned for the Wonderful World of Disney, followed by the NBC big event, Fire in the Sky, on most of these NBC stations. On the West Coast, most Mountain Time Zone, the Wonderful World of Disney, NBC's big event will be seen at the regular time. 34-yard line of Seattle, first down. The Seahawks are trailing 16-14, 2 minutes to play. Largent coming back to the ball in motion. Gordon's pitch is complete to Largent at the 40-yard line of Seattle. He was hit hard there by 47 Charlie Phillips. If Oakland hangs on, they will be a full game ahead of Denver. In first place, they will have 9 wins and 4 losses. Denver's 8-5. If Seattle rallies and win, Denver, Oakland will be in a tie. Seattle will be only 1 game behind. The pass flicked away by Rod Martin, number 53, out of the hands of Ted Hendricks, who already has intercepted a pass today. If he's not in that Pro Bowl this year as an outside linebacker, Brody and I'll eat these monitors in front of us.
Oh, I just should not eat mine, but I do think he'll be in it.
We're going to pause briefly, John, for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
You're watching the Seahawks on KING-TV, Seattle.
Kurt Gowdy and John Brody. The ball's on the Seattle 40. Third down, 3 to go for Seattle. 1 minute 34 to go. The Raiders leading by 2. Ted Hendricks has had 2 takeaways today, an interception and a fumble recovery. Jim Zorn gives the ball to Smith. Smith may have the first down. Sherm Smith rolling over to the right side.
He got that one, but that's by about another one of those 6-inch to a foot jobs. They're moving the chains as fast as they can.
Seattle has only 1 timeout left.
Seattle's already got the ball in play.
Zorn throws incomplete. That time to Tony Benjamin of Duke, number 31. And the clock stops with 1:12 to go.
Mike McCoy again made a fine play, Kurt. He has really put pressure on up the middle in a very difficult situation. He's kept Zorn from doing a lot of scrambling up the middle. He's made 12 yards and 2 scrambles in the up through him. He's been all over Zorn all day long, and that time Zorn had pretty good attention just to throw the ball at all.
Final scores you're seeing: Buffalo clubbing the Giants, the Jets over Miami, Atlanta nipped New Orleans, Minnesota Green Bay played in overtime and wound up in a tie. Neither team could score in the overtime. Second down, 10 for the Seahawks. There he got a first down. Boy, that's something. Doesn't he remind you of Tarkenton running around back there?
He does, and he's got a stronger arm. He may not have all the finesse that Francis has after playing 18 years, but his arm ranks with any quarterback in the league.
They're on the 43-yard line of the Raiders, the first down. 42 seconds to go. Zorn looks and fires, and it is incomplete. He was trying to hit Duke Ferguson, number 89. But they stopped the clock with 39 seconds. Kansas City stopped San Diego's winning streak, 23-0. The Bears, second in a row, they beat Tampa Bay 14-3. The Cardinal winning streak stopped today by the Eagles. 14-10, Eagles go 8-5 now. New England rolling over Baltimore 35-14. Houston beating Cincinnati 17-10. That sets up 2 outstanding matchups on NBC. Late games, Pittsburgh and Houston, New England and Dallas next Sunday.
Problem we have right now is those defensive linemen for Oakland are tired. Zorn's going to keep running around and puts a real burden on the defensive backs.
Crowd roaring here, sellout. Oakland Coliseum, Zorn back. The pass deflected by 39, Willie Hall. He got his mitt on it, deflected it away. Third down, 10. It was meant for Duke Ferguson.
It's still no bargain. They have to stop him 2 more times. You know they're going up in the air 4 times. Plenty of time to get the ball 30 yards down the field and kick a field goal. This time Willie Hall was in just the right place at the right time. 3rd and 10.
35 seconds to go. Herrera getting warmed up in case he gets the shot. Jim Zorn today is 22 out of 42, 254 yards, 2 touchdown passes. A player that was not even drafted and now has developed into one of the bright young stars of the National Football You never know. You can't open their heads and look at their hearts. As Zorn's asking for the big crowd to quiet down. They're used to these wild finishes here. I think I've done personally about 10 or 15 of them in the House of Trills.
It's the House of Trills, but that play actually helped Zorn because I don't think he liked what he saw defensively. He utilized the screaming of the crowd to help him since he doesn't have the timeouts he'd like to have.
How about New England and Oakland here in the playoffs? And how about Miami and Oakland here in the playoffs? All right, 3rd down and 10. Zorn has a receiver, Ferguson. And Ferguson wrestled around.
1 yard short.
Keeps moving. They may be short. They're down to 22 seconds, 23 seconds, and Seattle rushes in and has called their last timeout.
And the big thing about that is Charlie Phillips just might have saved the ball game.
The Steelers go at it with the Oilers. The Patriots take on the Cowboys. Part of exciting NFL doubleheader action. Next Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the games in your area.
The situation as Zorn talks to Patera and the coaching staff. 4th down and about a half yard to go on the 34-yard line of Oakland. Seattle is out of timeouts. A timeout that they took in the 3rd period hurts them right now when they got a mix-up at the line of scrimmage.
They've taken 2 confusion timeouts, Kurt. This timeout is their last one, as you mentioned. I think they have to throw for it on 4th down.
Following our game, stay tuned for the wonderful world of Disney, which will be followed by the NBC big event, Fire in the Sky, on most of these NBC stations. On the West Coast and most Mountain Time Zone stations, the wonderful world of Disney and NBC's big event will be seen at their regular time. The executive producer of NBC's NFL football is Don Ohlmeyer. Telecast of today's game has been produced by Roy Hammerman. Directed by Harry Coyle. Now they're in the huddle. Technical director Ray Figelski. The associate director Jim Marcioni. All right, they're going to go for the 1st down. And they give the ball to Al Hunter, who's through to the 28-yard line. Time moving down to 15.
They're doing the wise thing. They've got plenty of timing. Throw it out, stop the clock.
They're down to 9 seconds. They throw it out of bounds. They stop the clock with 7 to go. 7 seconds to go. And the ball, the line of scrimmage, is the Oakland Raider 28. And here comes Herrera out. He will have probably a 45-yard attempt.
They did several things correctly, Kurt. Number one, they picked up 4, 5, 6 yards. That was an important thing to do. Then they all lined up. He got the ball out. They do have a chance.
46-yard attempt by Efrain Herrera that could win the game for Seattle. 7 seconds to play. The Raiders trying to distract him. Here's the kick. The kick is up, 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 up. It is good. 3 seconds to go. Seattle takes the lead. 17-16. 46-yard field goal. And the young Seahawks are 3 seconds away by being the first team to beat Oakland twice in the same season in 13 years. We'll be back in a minute.
The game-breaking plays, the hottest new craze, all pros in action, the latest in fashion, straight-talking views and late-breaking news. The pregame show that has it all, NFL 78. NBC Sports.
3 seconds to go. A quiet crowd at the Oakland Coliseum. Young Jim Zorn took his club. They had stopped the Raiders on 4th down on the 20-yard line of Seattle, and he moved them downfield desperately against the clock. Only one timeout on that drive they had remaining. They used the clock beautifully, finally took their timeout, got into position, and Herrera hit the 46-yard field goal to put them ahead.
And credit, along with Jim Zorn and the rest of his group, Jerry Rome, Howard Mudd, Jack Patera, Andy McDonald. These guys have really coached those guys offensively.
They squibbed the kick down. And the tackle, the game is over. The game is over. Seattle has dumped Oakland. Final score, 17-16. Seattle upsets the Raiders. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody, hope you enjoy it. Now stay tuned for the Wonderful World of Disney, already in progress, followed by NBC's big event, Fire in the Sky, after these local messages.
Well, we're in bad shape now. We lose to Houston on Monday night, and a heartbreaker out there, and then we just play poorly today against the Jets, especially in the second half, and this puts our back to the wall. We've got Washington coming up, followed by Oakland and then New England, so we got to somehow get it back together and play good football, and then hope that we can get some help from the outside that'll enable us to get there at the end of the year. It's so disappointing to play hard like we played to get to the position where you're in pretty good shape for the playoffs, and then for 2 successive weeks have all of this good work go down the drain, and this is what's happened to us. One heartbreaking loss and one just poorly played game by the part of our football team, and of course the Jets played well, especially in the second half.
You know, naturally the team is down, but we had a real good week of practice this week, and I felt we were ready to play today, and we were ready to play. But they made the plays and we didn't. It wasn't a matter of our being flat for the ball game or our being unprepared, but it was just a matter of, you know, they went out and made the plays and we didn't make the plays. It's a pretty simple thing, and I don't think it was a lack of emotion or preparation or being down on our part. I just feel that we got beat, and you know, sometimes you eat the dog and sometimes they eat you, and that was the case today. They made the plays and we didn't. And this is not characteristic of our football team. I think we're capable of making the plays and capable of playing much better football. It's not a time of buckling down. We've been buckling down. We just got to quit making the errors that are beating us and go in there and play mistake-free football and go in there and do the job and start winning. We're capable of doing it.
Well, I'm doing the same things I usually do, but my record right now doesn't mean nothing when the team doesn't win, and it's disappointing in many ways, but if the team wins and you're doing well, you feel happy. But when the team doesn't win and you haven't been part of a winning situation, then you feel bad, and you got to think all week long to see what you've been doing right and maybe work a little bit harder to help the team win. Mentally, what does this loss do to you? Well, it just makes me feel that we should work a little bit harder, and we're going to work harder this week, I'm sure, and well, we still want to win, and we're going to work very hard to come back next week against the Washington Redskins and then the Oakland Raiders and New England after that. And I hope we can get some help from other teams at the same time to help us out a little bit.
Well, this is what we're going to have to see. Each and every guy's got to find out what he's made of and what he did last week as far as his individual preparation to help the team get ready. And if there are some people that weren't doing what they're supposed to do, they better start doing it. And if everybody did the best that they could, and that was the way that we played, and we just got to hopefully get that game out of our system and regroup and be ready to play much better, starting with Washington.
20 seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras. Stand by in videotape. Stand by slow-mo. Stand by to open your mics on the field. Stand by in graphics. Ready with your opening supers. Stand by the announcers in the booth, please. And roll tape. 3, 2, 1. Take tape.
Swan, he can get there. He does. They get a double coverage on Swan. Bradshaw reads it. That still goes to him. Double coverage by Roberson. And he failed Bob Jury, and he was wide open. Swan is having a field day. Bradshaw, Stallworth, 6.
their faithful, a new owner, a new general manager, another Monty Clark. I'm not going to defend either the owner, and I'm certainly not going to knock Monty Clark, who's a master at forging offensive lines and proved it under Shula and is a fine head coach. As for the new general manager, I think Joe Thomas can sit on his record. He's the man who drafted Bob Greasy. He's the man who immediately went to Baltimore, got George Kunz, and drafted Burt Jones. He's helped forge 3 winning teams. They'll shut up in a hurry here if next year San Francisco turns it around with a team that has 17 rookies on it. Period.
You mentioned Monty Clark. We'd like to congratulate that team. He came up with a superb effort against Denver on Thanksgiving Day.
Really did, and that offensive line was terrific. And their front four spent much of the afternoon on Craig Morton's back.
Set up quite a game for us next Sunday night. That is. Oakland and Denver, they're tied.